Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are picking up on a new trial out of Florida. This is going to be Daisy Link, and this is an interesting trial because a lot of people are focused on the fact that she got pregnant while in jail waiting trial, but this actually, that loses the focus of why she's in jail in the first place. So let me just check my audio here real quick. Joining us today. All right, cool. So I'm going to play. I'm going to play a couple news clips to kind of get us up to speed of where we are, and then we're going to play day one, which was only about 3 hours yesterday, three and a half hours, and then we're going to go into day two, which starts I think at 10 or 10:15, 10:30. 10. They're starting at 10:15. So we will be able to catch them, and then fear not, we are definitely going to cover Bianca Ellis too. We'll pick up on her later today. So, Northwest, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Kimbers, hello, hello. Kathy Davis, welcome in. Virginia Little, hello to you. Deb H, thank you for joining us. Tammy, good to see you. And Meadow, let's see, that's Coffee, Donuts, and Sunshine. Nice. Mary Fitz, good to see you. The McCormick family, good morning to you. Green-Eyed Cat, good morning to all. Edward, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Selena K, good morning to you. JMS, another Florida case. Yeah, in this case, it's going to be Florida woman versus Florida man. Fur Babies, good to see you. Tammy, I get the feeling she has something in common with garden tools. Yes. Leighton, good to see you. Thank you for joining. All right. That's as far back as I can go. Mallory, good to see you. Bonfire Barbie and Gina coming in. Bianca Ellis will be later. Yes. Yeah, because what happened yesterday, the judge ordered them to stop streaming, and they can't stream a live trial. They have to upload it or stream it later. So we'll play yesterday's testimony later today. So after we get through, so it seems like we're going to kind of be like a day behind, if you will, with Bianca, but we'll still cover. We'll still cover her. Don't worry. Do not worry. Yes, Mallory. Little Ched was. Wait, he was over there. He's up there. He's up there. Regina, good morning to you. Good to see you. And Shirley Roth saying hello. Jean, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Crunchy, good to see you. And good morning. Dropping 3 cups of coffee. Awesome. All right. Let's get started. Let's get started here. All right. We're going to start with a little backstory here. So there's no pictures we could find of Pedro. We just could not find any pictures of Pedro Jimenez. He's the victim. I don't even know how old he is. I'm guessing he's, Daisy Link, she's 30. So I'm thinking Pedro's got to be 28 to 32, 35, maybe somewhere in there. So this happened in 2022. So she's been in jail. She's been in jail since 2022, June 25th. She's charged with second degree. And again, there's not a lot of info on this case, but prosecutors say that Link shot Jimenez outside their Miami-Dade home, while the defense claims it was self-defense following years of alleged domestic violence. A judge recently denied her stand your ground motion, finding that her demeanor after the shooting, including joking comments and calm behavior, undermined her claim that she was in fear for her life. Video evidence, witness statements, and bodycam footage are all expected to play major roles in this high-profile case. Now here's where it gets weird, right? While awaiting trial, Link made headlines after it was discovered she became pregnant while in custody, despite allegedly never meeting the father. So interesting, right? So his name is what do we have there? I can't read it. It looks like Joan to me, but is it Juan? So I'll have to wait to hear his name, but Aaron's saying it's Joan Depaz or Depaz. So apologies, I'm not pronouncing his name correctly. Now, according to investigators, the pair coordinated through jail phone calls and even used the ventilation system. We're going to hear that in our news clips to transfer his boys using improvised materials. And then this obviously has brought about a lot of internal investigations into jail security. So, all right, with that being said, let's get to some news clips here. All right, we're going to play some news clips first to start us off.
Then a woman's family is demanding answers. It's after she became pregnant in a Miami-Dade jail. CBS News Miami's Nakaya Carrero spoke with her family.
The woman is Daisy Link, and she's nearly 4 months pregnant. Her sister tells me she has concerns because she's been incarcerated here at TGK since 2022.
We don't know what's going to happen to her, but what we do know is Daisy should not be 4 months pregnant in that TGK jail right now.
Crystal Barreto said her family's life was flipped upside down this past Christmas. Her sister called her from jail and told her she's pregnant and that she was sexually assaulted inside the jail.
And they never tried to get my sister a rape treatment. They never tried to see what really happened to her. Now they're coming up with all these different stories that they're trying to make up to cover it up.
As for the father, Link would not tell her sister the name of the man who she said attacked her.
She called us today. We spoke to her in fear of her life. In fear that they're going to send in some girls to beat her up and make her purposely have a miscarriage. She also says that they're trying to mentally break her down in there.
We did receive a statement from Miami-Dade Corrections that read in part, "The care, safety, and rehabilitation of all those in our custody remains our top priority. And while there is no evidence of sexual battery against our inmate at this time, the circumstances surrounding the pregnancy are currently under active investigation." But the family says more needs to be done.
That they were going to investigate what happened, and that was it. We tried to get back in contact with them, and they will not talk to us.
Barreto believes Miami-Dade Corrections is not taking this case seriously because of the crime allegedly committed by Link, who was charged with second-degree murder.
But they're forgetting that my sister's a human being. She deserves a right to due process. She deserves a right for this to be investigated. And that unborn child also deserves a fighting chance and also deserves a right for medical care and to be properly cared for.
According to Miami-Dade Corrections, Link notified them back on December 23rd that she may be pregnant. Tests later confirmed that. As for the baby, her sister says they hope they can get custody once the child is born. In West Miami-Dade, Nakaya Carrero, CBS News, Miami.
So now keep that in mind. She's saying that she got attacked, right? She got assaulted. So keep that in mind, because here's the next news clip. Just keep that in mind. So here's the next clip.
It might be one of the most
So here's the next clip.
It might be one of the most bizarre prison or pregnancy stories to surface from behind bars. A female inmate jailed on second-degree murder charges named Daisy Link says she was impregnated while in jail. The details of how this may have happened is stunning and why it's led to an investigation in Miami-Dade County. Tonight, we talked to the mother of that pregnant woman. A puzzling impregnation happened here at Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center to this female inmate named Daisy Link that's now under investigation.
December the 25th, she confirms to me that she's expecting, and this is on Christmas Day, so we were shocked.
The inmate's mother says her daughter told her this 23-year-old male prisoner with a long rap sheet, including second-degree murder, who she did not know, named Joan Depaz, reportedly passed semen not once but 3 times through a wall vent at the jail inside a glove to her daughter, who is now with child. Link's mom reacting to the revelation.
I know this did not happen. I heard what they said happened, which is the AC vent thing, which is ludicrous and ridiculous.
Link's attorney told us Miami-Dade Correction says her client got pregnant by some unconventional method. While Link and Depaz were both at TGK, he has now been moved to Metro West. Tonight, Miami-Dade Corrections released this statement about the 28-year-old Daisy Link's pregnancy while incarcerated, saying, "The care, safety, and rehabilitation of all those in our custody remains our top priority. And while there is no evidence of sexual battery against our inmate at this time, the circumstances surrounding the pregnancy are currently under active investigation." Daisy Link is now 3 months pregnant. But Josie Ramos worries not only how her daughter got pregnant, but if she is safe in getting proper medical care, because she's now housed in the jail's mental health ward.
Her to see if somebody in the courthouse would see this and let her out, and so she can get proper prenatal care, maternity, because you don't come out of a jail impregnated by anyone while you're still awaiting a trial.
Miami-Dade Corrections tells us pregnant inmates receive timely and appropriate prenatal care, specialized obstetrical services when indicated by the CHS, and time for postpartum recovery, end quote. Well, the mother tells NBC6 she demanded an internal affairs investigation into how her daughter became pregnant in the first place and if she's receiving adequate care for her and her baby.
All right, so those were from January of 2024. Now, we're going to speed forward to September of 2025, and this one's going to blow your socks off. This is a good one.
New here on the Night Team, 7 Investigates has obtained newly released videos and jail phone calls in the case of a Miami-Dade inmate who got pregnant behind bars.
The Night Team's Heather Walker has this exclusive.
For the first time, we're seeing video of a pregnant Daisy Link and her baby's father, Joan Depaz, behind bars.
What happened? Tell me exactly what happened.
Well,
it was Christmas Eve 2023. Police were called to TGK to find out how Link became pregnant while she was an inmate. Body camera video shows an officer was able to rule out rape after she asked Link if the pregnancy was planned.
You wanted it to happen? What you did? If it's okay with you, that's fine. I just came here to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
In a separate interview, Depaz was asked to explain how he got Link pregnant, even though they were never physically together.
We was talking, back and forth, and
how were you talking to her?
Not through the vent.
Through the vent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the vents. Anybody would say I'm crazy, or you talking to the vent. Yeah.
Then, about a minute into the video, the audio on the body cam is muted, and a black box is put over Depaz's face. Based on his hand movements, Depaz appears to be showing the officer the strange way they conceived this baby girl.
She's a miracle baby. She's a blessing.
In addition to new videos, 7 Investigates also obtained jail phone calls, including one where Link and Depaz discussed their plan to get pregnant.
You gonna have my baby?
Yeah.
You wanna do it for real?
Yeah, send it to me.
Depaz says he sent his semen through an AC vent connecting their cells using a makeshift line made out of mattress string. Their conversation backs up what the pair told us in jailhouse interviews last year.
I put the semen in a saran wrap every day, like 5 times a day for like a month straight.
I had placed it inside of the yeast infection applicators. From there, yeah, I administered it.
More than a month after that first call, Link and Depaz spoke again.
You did it work?
I don't know. It probably could. I'm telling you, I was supposed to have my period.
Then, by December, Link called her mom to break the unbelievable news.
I'm under 24-hour lockdown because I'm pregnant.
You're full of
I swear to God.
You're full of This is shocking.
Shocking, because Link has been locked up with no bond since 2022, awaiting trial for murder. On the call, Link told her mom she got pregnant to get out of jail.
Baby, how could you?
What do you mean? I'm going to sue. I'm going to get out. You know how much I could sue them for? This is all planned. I can get out now.
That never happened. Link is still at TGK. Depaz was transferred to another jail and is now in state prison. In July, Link told us she was punished for talking to 7 Investigates.
Well, right now I'm in Unit 22. It's a psychiatric unit. I'm basically just sitting in a room with a mattress and a blanket 24 hours a day with the lights that don't shut off.
Link believes it was retaliation for saying this.
They should actually thank me. I found a huge breach in their security. I haven't gotten a thank you yet.
They're telling me that I basically made a mockery of corrections. And because of that, they're mad that this was inevitable to come.
Like a mockery in what way?
That they didn't know what they were doing. That they basically allowed all of this to happen.
The director of Miami-Dade Corrections, Sharia Green, has refused several interview requests. Her department's investigation into Link's pregnancy found insufficient evidence to substantiate staff misconduct. But it left many questions, including about the flow of contraband in the 8th largest jail system in the country. Heather Walker, 7 News.
Well, last week, a judge denied Daisy Link's motion to have her second-degree murder case dismissed based on a self-defense claim. Her trial could begin at the end of the month.
All right, so there you go. There you go. Hey, Allison. Hope to do a good job back now. Hope I didn't miss much. Nope, we just started. Here, let me pull this over here. We just started. We're just doing the backstory on. We're just doing the backstory here. So she's accused of second degree. She's claiming stand your ground, but the judge threw that out. That is kind of one side of the case. But then now it's become this whole other thing of, she got pregnant and she gave birth. So it's crazy. It's a crazy one. All right, so let's get to day one. Let's get us over to day one. The audio is a little wonky, but it gets better because I watched a little bit of this last night and this morning because this is from yesterday. So the audio is a little weird, a little wonky. So we're doing our best to work with the volume, but it does get better. Trust me, it does get better. And also keep an eye on, see if you guys recognize which courtroom this is. We'll give extra points for those that can recognize the courtroom. All right, here we go. Day one.
I believe that those text messages would be useful for impeachment purposes, and I may use them to impeach witnesses, but obviously because I'm precluded from bringing that in my case, I don't think that the defense can argue that I did not willfully produce this.
What's your response? It seems nuanced.
Yeah, I'm not going to at any point argue that the state was hiding the physical evidence. I'm going to bring it up. I don't see an issue with that.
If you bring it up, depending on the way it's brought up, you can envision a scenario where the state wants to present evidence from that facility incident, either to rehabilitate a witness or for impeachment purposes.
Certainly. And if it's admissible evidence or admissible impeachment evidence, sure. If it's not, then I'll raise that issue at that time.
I think what they want to avoid is a scenario where the defense attorney gets up there and says, hey, the state didn't want you to see the picture, etc., something along those lines, and then it gets into more personal attack on state's motivation, where they hide things of that nature.
Right.
So I'm going to grant 4 with leave for us to revisit it, depending on how the evidence comes out. All right, 5, regarding it's a mixture of arguments from behalf of the state regarding prior acts of violence from the victim.
think you already ruled on this as it pertains to the pistol whipping incident. I already said that I'm not going to elicit other incidences other than just a very generalized assertion that these folks had a toxic relationship with my use.
The pistol whipping incident was completed before. 5 days before.
Yes.
So the pistol whipping incident was 5 days before. The incident with the injuries in her head was 5, not 2.
That's a pistol whipping incident.
But the pictures were taken 2 days before the shooting.
5 days.
5 days before. Where am I getting 2 days from?
I'm not 100% sure because I was also having the same issue. I really don't know where we're getting your dates and stuff.
I think we all said a couple days.
And I just took a couple days to get to. Could it be from the orphanage? That there may have been out. Do you guys remember if someone, my sister, 2 days before and saw the injury?
From what I remember of the depositions, the mother said she flew, I believe, the next day and probably 4 days before.
Right.
They were at her sister's house, Crystal's house, for a period of time. I don't recall if they testified that they actually saw the injuries when they were there, or if they just saw it through the photograph. I'm not 100% sure. But those photographs were sent 5 days prior. And I don't unfortunately have the transcripts from the Arthur hearing for the second day where the mother and sister were not, neither of myself or Mr. Thomas were involved.
Do you want to email something from us regarding why it's going to be stuck on 2 days versus 4 versus 5?
No,
At the end of the day, it's a short time period, but and I may be conflating days based on testimony from the other hearing of the sister and mother, because they weren't there the day of the pistol whipping.
Correct.
But they saw immediately after.
Correct. And really, this and even 6 go specifically to what we've been talking about with regards to the toxic nature of the relationship and whether or not any other act is admissible. I don't believe any other act could be true. I don't really think that act 5 days prior to it, when there's intervening circumstances that's admissible. I understand the court's ruling, but I don't think any other act can be brought in by defense. I don't think Crystal can testify to it. I don't think the mother can testify to it. I don't think, I know for a fact.
Well, let me ask you this. They're on and off again romantic relationships. Doesn't that go to course of conduct? Or no?
No. I don't think so.
So that's separate from what you're asking to limit it by.
Right. We know that it's a toxic relationship. I have no problem saying that we're going to say that it's a toxic relationship. What the issue is for example, if Josephine Perez comes up and testifies and says in 2014, Pedro Jimenez, that's inadmissible. It's 10 years prior, 8 years prior. There are 8 years of intervening causes at that point. Same thing with Crystal. They can't testify to anything about any of that other than that pistol whipping incident that occurred 5 days prior, because there's significant intervening time, causes. Again, they were advocating. He says that in their statement. So I don't think any of that stuff is admissible, and I think the case law is pretty clear that it's inadmissible.
But language regarding toxic relationship, volatile relationship.
I have no problem.
Off again, on again.
I have no problem with that. It's really the acts of violence.
Unhealthy relationship.
I'm fine with that as well. It's the acts of violence that cannot come out of it.
Unless they are connected to her state of mind.
Which is the one incident.
Okay. Do you want to respond?
No, I'm general agreement. I'm just trying to anticipate any possible scenarios that maybe we can avoid or discuss now. Like one scenario that I can envision is, for example, assuming that the defendant testifies, and because I think the level of cocaine he had in his system at the time is highly relevant, I can envision the defendant saying, he's on coke, he gets really aggressive.
I don't see how that's relevant. at this point, because again, number one, that goes to a verdict rule, which no notice has been provided. There's been no actual evidence shown by the defense that that is the case. Ms. Lincoln particularly says when on drugs, she doesn't say cocaine. She mentions that she does curl her back on him when she picks him up, but she doesn't say when he's on cocaine, he's very aggressive. That's reputation evidence that is inadmissible.
I think it goes to her state of mind. I think him being on cocaine that day is referenced in her statement. It goes to his behavior and the way that she's perceiving his behavior. I think it is relevant. I don't think it's not reversible in the rule.
It absolutely is, because it directly goes to 94.4, which is the Williamsville statute reputation evidence.
But can't two things be true? It could fall into both buckets.
Well, sure, but they still need to put the in on terms of what they're actually going to be producing in evidence. Now, obviously, we don't know if the defendant is testifying or not. I'm going to mention it at this point. And the rules are very different when the defendant is testifying versus when a defense witness is testifying. But regardless of that, the court still needs to limit what exactly is coming in and what is not coming in. Because if we're going to go back to the very beginning of the relationship and explain that, well, you know, in the beginning it was fine, but then we started going to go into our 1-year anniversary, and that's when everything, you know, went to hell. He was aggressive for 9 years. None of that is admissible. Because again, what I don't have the case law in front of me, but the two cases that I cited in my motion to compel /under testimony specifically go to that. Because at that point, then we're having a trial not about what Ms. Link's actions were, or not whether or not they were justified, but about the victim and his character, which there is not a single court in this jurisdiction that says that is permissible.
I understand. I also appreciate its nuance, because especially about his cocaine use, drug use, that's come up over and over again.
Right, and we're going to be introducing that.
To different witnesses.
Right, and we're going to be introducing that to our medical examiner that he has cocaine in his system, but that's different than saying when he is on coke, he is aggressive. There's a difference there, right? Because him having cocaine in his system, having marijuana in his system, I think he had maybe alcohol in his system as well, ethanol in his system. That's different, right? Because number one, Dr. Matthews could testify that the cocaine actually helped him survive all of this. But that's one thing. The other thing is how far are we going back into this history of aggressiveness?
So this is what we're going to do. For now, the only five bad acts are from 5 days before. If it can be introduced as relevant evidence and it goes to our state of mind. The wording of aggression while on drugs can be allowed on a limited basis if, again, it is relevant to her state of mind and the shooting, but it's not going to become a feature of the trial. So, number 5 and 6, I'm going to reserve ruling. I think I've laid general ground rules for trial, and we'll just revisit it as issues come up and as evidence comes up. Okay, number 2.
So do you want to do that first?
I'm sorry, 7. Well, yeah, I mean...
I plan on putting a rebuttal case on. As a matter of fact, I actually was able to amend discovery. I know I don't have to for rebuttal witnesses, but I was informed of a rebuttal witness last night. I turned that witness over, gave a proper vote to testify at the defense counsel. But I wanted to put that in there just to let everybody know that I'm intending on calling the rebuttal witness.
Who's this witness?
His name is Silvino. I just want to get it right.
Is that the landlord?
No. I'm still attempting to get in contact with them. His name is Silvino Martinez. He lives in the general area. A few days prior to this incident, Pedro Jimenez was at the beach. He's at his home, or his sister-in-law's home. They were having a get-together party. His son shows up, points a gun at everybody, including the victim, and says to Pedro, if you don't come home, they kill you. Which goes to, for rebuttal case number 1, it shows the victim's peacefulness, which I'm allowed to introduce into evidence, should his violence come up in any way. So that would be number one. And then number two is directly rebut that they were not living together and that he did not live there.
Do you want to respond?
Well, how many days prior to this incident?
A few days.
Is it more than 5?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Is it between 5? Is it before or after the facility incident?
It might be before. He spoke Spanish. I'm not good at Spanish. I'm going to have to sit down and have a translator. But again, it doesn't really even matter if it's within a short period of time because it goes to the victim's peacefulness. And it's also showing that they live together as husband and wife.
The odds of us having a hearing on that is pretty high.
That's fine.
Yes, you can have you call a list of witnesses or summons granted, but depending on the nature of what the statement, the testimony is going to be, we have to hear a hearing on that. Okay, number 2, any reference to self-serving statements?
Well, I thought about that.
Number 2, would you envision this going to?
Any statements in the same things that I would introduce.
All right, do you want to respond to the rest?
Well, I think the state's the one that's going to claim an introduce the statement.
So we'll just take it one piece of evidence at a time, depending on when they introduce the statement. Mr. Brigadier, we're not playing games.
No, I'm not. I genuinely, I said this a few days ago.
Let me take that word back. It's not a trial is not gotcha, right?
And I'm not trying to indicate, Your Honor. I said this a few days ago that I may not introduce your statement. I've been having conversations with both the detectives that were in the room about the pros and cons and even using it instead to impeach her instead of presenting it in my case in chief. The likelihood of me introducing her statement into evidence for her statement is very, very slim. I will more likely than not be eliciting the testimony of what she said to the officers through them, and then using her statement to impeach Ms. Lynch when she does testify. That is how I'm envisioning this trial going at this point, which I brought up to the court and defense counsel about a week ago.
How long is the statement been? The substance of the statement?
2 hours maybe, hour and a half.
You have the transcripts?
Yeah, the 30 days.
If I can get a copy of it?
Sure.
You're assuming the statement is in its entirety self-serving, right?
It is.
What if the court disagrees with you? Can then defense introduce it?
I don't know how the court could disagree with me. It's black letter law, and she's saying, I mean, she doesn't say that she's afraid. She says, I shot at him because I was trying to scare him, which is self-serving hearsay. I didn't do this on purpose. Self-serving. Everything in her statement is self-serving. I'm not really sure how the court could find that not self-serving.
All right, let's take it one at a time. Anything else that I can take care of for you all regarding the preliminary matters?
So, Judge, just to avoid an interruption of opening statements, I figured we might as well do it now. During my opening, I do intend on mentioning various things, including the fact that Mr. Jimenez is no longer on the lease, the locks were changed, and that is he didn't have parental rights, and that's the reason why Ms. Lynch planned on taking it and leaving the state. And that is what I intend on introducing during my case. I just want to mention now, again, to avoid any interruptions during the opening, and if the state wants to make their position known, they can do it now.
Yeah, I would object to any reference to him not having parental rights because there is zero evidence of that. I have not been provided any signatories, any documents, any testimony, nothing to say that he did not have parental rights.
Do you have a good faith basis to say that?
I do. I've been advised not only by my client, but multiple other people, and I truthfully believe them. I don't have the document. I'm trying to get it, but I have a good faith belief that it's true. And also, I wouldn't be admitting to a jury that my client was about to commit parental kidnapping. I believe that she was intending to leave because she believed that she was legally able to do so.
But again, he doesn't have it. And so, if he doesn't have it, we don't know if it's going to be produced. We're making promises that don't exist at this point in time. And again, who other than the defendant is going to say this? There has been zero testimony of that in any deposition, and more importantly, that document, as of right now, does not exist.
Understood, but I can't stop them from saying what they want to say in openings. Talk to your client, Mr. Gomez. If either side overpromises to this jury, as we know from tradition, jurors may be expected what lawyers promise in an opening statement to be provided and proven in court, right? We just know that. We know that, okay? So, and not everything needs to be laid out in opening statements. You all at your discretion can make that strategy call as you see fit, but, experienced lawyers know what the common pitfalls are in opening statements. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying you can never talk about the lack of parental rights. This is going to be a multi-day trial. The issue becomes, what do you want to tell the jury at this stage, meaning me, you guys, versus what you expect to come out during the trial. Okay? We have a few minutes, so you can confer with your client about that. But if you have a good faith basis to say it, I am going to let you say it. Okay? Once the jury comes in, this is what I want. Okay, Mr. Alcala. I don't want anyone to see the jurors' faces. That's why the camera is the way it is. Mr. Alcala, can you point it up? Yeah. Okay, can you...
Want me to shift it this way?
Yeah, shift it this way a little bit. And you can shift actually the whole television contraption. So are you all okay with it looking like this to start? Can you all see it? Is that okay? Yes, sir. It can be moved a little bit more. Yeah.
Because right now it doesn't have any of the jurors.
No, they're going to walk in. So eventually, you're going to, with the defense's permission, he is going to point it down and point it back up as the jury leaves. And look, I can always do this too. Okay, I can also control it. So maybe what I'll do is I'll try to control it on my end. Now I don't know how to open it up again.
It's going to have to go on over here.
Can you do it so we can figure it out?
You'll have to allow access to turn on. If you make this account co-host, you should be able to just turn it on and off without. There you go. You can run it off.
Yeah.
Yep. No issue turning it on and off.
So that's what we're going to turn it off. And I'll play what and see. No, turn it off. You can turn it off. And when the jury comes in. We can go off record while we wait for conversion results of the jury's officer.
I think I'm going to fast forward through this. Doesn't seem like much is happening here.
I'm not inclined to let anybody else in unless you are identified for me that they could be like, and we'll look at this with a different confidence. Are you saying with other people?
Yeah, I've already
Do solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence? And I do.
All right, thank you all. Can you see it? All right, folks, these are some preliminary instructions I have to read to you. I have to read to them into the record, but you all will read along with me. Just like I gave you a copy of the Beyond Reasonable Doubt instruction, I think we all absorb better once we read, follow, and also hear. There's also note-taking opportunities, so I'm going to start with page 1 of the preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Daisy. This is a criminal case. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder with a weapon, the weapon being a firearm. The definition of the crime charged will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it would be helpful if you understand how trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorney the chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statement, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be introduced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make your closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the officer will be released and you will retire to the definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I give you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be solely based on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, and make any inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties, likewise, have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media or a website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you are in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise you. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in the silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, videos, recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. This is during deliberations. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. And this trial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent, and no time is the duty of the defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, the jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by them alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of the time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case, and no taken by jurors. If you like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to you, and then they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. And as I said, the lawyers have an opportunity to make opening statements. The state goes first for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early morning hours, Saturday, June 25th, 2022, while most of Homestead was asleep, a single gunshot echoed through a quiet neighborhood. One shot. That's all it took. That's all it took to end a man's life. One pull of the trigger, and a father, a partner, a human being, was left bleeding in an alleyway while the person he shared a home with stood just steps away. Before this happened, you're going to get to learn a little bit about the relationship between the defendant, Daisy Link, and the victim, Pedro Jimenez, as well as what happened leading up to that moment. The evidence is going to show you that the two of them, they've been together for 9 years. It was on and off, but in fact, they had 2 children together. And you're going to learn it was an unhealthy relationship. But even though it was an unhealthy relationship, they all lived together as a family. But you're going to see Mr. Jimenez, he wasn't always home. And why is that? Well, he was a truck driver. He was out on the road. And just like in any relationship, it wasn't perfect. It had its problems. There were arguments, anger, and even jealousy. So, on Friday, June 24th of 2022, while being back in town from work, Mr. Jimenez began to have suspicions that his partner was cheating on him. So, he decided to ask and see whether or not that was true. The defendant ends up denying it. They go on about their day. They continue to act as if they. In fact, you can see surveillance footage of them that night coming back together to the home as a family, together with the children. Now, video later on that night, that's when the murder occurs. But as that night progresses, Mr. Jimenez can't stand the fact that potentially his partner is cheating on him. So what does he do? He decides to go over to a friend's home. And while he's there at that friend's home, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. He was drinking, he was smoking weed, and he had cocaine in his system. But while he was there, who shows up to pick him up? The defendant. And she comes to that home and demands that he leaves there and comes back home with her. So he complies. He goes back home with her. Now, the night progresses. It's Saturday, June 25th. And you're going to find out that Mr. Jimenez and the defendant, they decide to step outside of the home and to go into the porch. Miss Lane, she wanted to smoke a cigarette. But interesting enough, she brought out a firearm with her. While the two of them were outside, the evidence is going to show you. In fact, Miss Lane tells police officers that when she saw Mr. Jimenez out there, he had a look of betrayal. So she told him and confirmed that she had cheated on him. Now, Mr. Jimenez, rightfully upset, he doesn't pull out any weapons, he doesn't hit the defendant, but instead, he threatens her by telling her, "You're going to sleep outside tonight." He's going to lock the doors. And you're going to hear in evidence that this wasn't the first time that that had occurred, and that she didn't like having to stay outside. So, in a fit of rage, she pulled out the gun, pointed it at the victim, and the facts will show that when the defendant pointed the gun at Mr. Jimenez, he had turned around and was running away in fear. And fear of Miss Lane. The defendant then pulls the trigger and fires one shot. And the surveillance you see this week, it's going to confirm that. It's going to confirm that the victim was running away. You're going to hear the 911 calls. You're going to get to see the body-worn camera. And on that body-worn camera, you do see Mr. Jimenez take his last breath. This week, you're going to hear from several civilians. You're going to hear from officers. You're going to hear from homicide investigators and even CSI personnel. They're going to tell you about how this investigation led to that defendant. You're going to get to see the defendant's text messages. And you're going to be presented with evidence on how the defendant acted after the shooting. And how that behavior doesn't show or line up with self-defense. At the end of this trial, after all the evidence has been presented, the state is going to ask you to render a verdict that justice demands. Guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Take your shot caller. Mr. Ross.
So,
Yes, Pedro Jimenez and Daisy Link were in a long-term relationship together. They had 2 kids in common together, a boy and a girl. At the time of Mr. Jimenez's death, the boy was 7 years old, and the girl was 5 years old. As you heard from the state, they were together for a pretty long time, and you're probably going to hear there are going to be a lot of things that myself and the state don't agree on, but we can all agree that this a very toxic relationship. And in the days leading up to Mr. Jimenez's death, the relationship took a significant turn for the worst. What do I mean by that? 5 days before Mr. Jimenez's death, he showed up unannounced to Daisy Link's home. And to be clear, the evidence will show it was her home. He didn't live there anymore. He was removed from the lease. The locks were changed. He was not allowed in there unless he was specifically invited. And yes, he would be invited because they had kids together, and Miss Link was gracious enough to let him see those kids, even though he didn't have a right to be with them because he lost his parental rights to those kids. Now, he showed up unannounced 5 days before, and Miss Link had some guests in her home. She was in her home with her 2 kids, and she had her cousin with her cousin whose name is David, and he had his kids with him too. Mr. Jimenez showed up unannounced, and immediately he accused Miss Link of cheating on him, even though they weren't together anymore, cheating on him with this man who we saw in her house. Mr. Jimenez was informed, hey, I'm not cheating, that's my cousin, and I'm not sleeping with my cousin. He's just here because he's family. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Mr. Jimenez did not accept that explanation, and he physically attacked the cousin David, and he physically attacked Miss Link. Now, when I say physically attacked, I'm not talking about a love attack. I mean, he grabbed her, he took a firearm, and he pistol whipped her with this firearm. He essentially split her head wide open. He left multiple lacerations on her head, and that caused spilling of a lot of blood. This blood's already dry, but you can imagine how much blood that was. He caused her to lose consciousness. I'm not just saying this, he very easily could have killed her. And he did it in front of his 2 kids. And he didn't stop until his 7-year-old son said, Bobby, please stop. Bobby, please stop. So at that point, as toxic as this relationship was, as I mentioned, it took a drastic turn for the worse. And that event, which happened 5 days prior to Mr. Jimenez's death, created a chain of events. And what is that chain of events? This is it. It's over. Daisy Link made a decision. Her family made a decision. Her family came from Texas, came down here for 2 reasons. One, to be with her, to take care of her after she had this unfortunate attack happen to her, and to prepare for her and the kids to leave the state. And that is what was going to happen. That's exactly what was going to happen. Now, did Miss Link do everything perfectly? No. With the benefit of hindsight, could things have been handled differently? Yes. Should Miss Link have decided to not have any contact with Mr. Jimenez from that point on? Yeah, she probably should have. And she didn't. She did have contact with him. And yes, you will see that on the day that Mr. Jimenez lost his life, she did pick him up and bring him. She brought him to see the kids because, as you will hear, she was going to leave and she wasn't coming back. And no, Mr. Jimenez did not live there. That was not his home at that point anymore because, as I mentioned, he wasn't on the lease anymore. The locks had been changed, and he had just almost killed her a couple days before. So no. And what you will see that Mr. Jimenez, before the shooting, you'll see him running back and forth. You'll even see Miss Link come outside and yell at him, asking him to leave, and him running away. And you'll see on the video him coming back and forth, back and forth. And what you will also hear is that when this is happening right before he gets shot, You'll hear from the medical examiner that he was whacked out of his mind on cocaine. I'm not just talking about a little cocaine. You'll hear from the medical examiner. This man took so much cocaine that the cocaine alone could have killed him. That's how much cocaine he used. And the state told you that he was in fear for his life immediately before he got shot. Well, that's not what the evidence is going to show. And you're going to see it and you're going to hear it for yourself. Immediately before he got shot, he told Miss Link in a guttural, visceral scream, "I want to die, I'm ready to die." So she asked him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave. She did everything she could to get away from this man, who, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to trample on anybody's grave, but the evidence will show this man was out of control. He was unhinged and he was dangerous. And she fired a shot to get him to go away from her, to go away from her home, which was locked, which she was not allowed inside of, where her kids were sleeping inside. She did not want him barricading himself in that home and doing something God knows what. We already know what he was capable of from just a couple of days before. So, Miss Link gave him every opportunity to leave a place which was not his home. He did not have a right to be here. It was her home that she was protecting, which she had the right to do. He didn't have a right to be there. She did. She asked him to leave. She did everything possible. He screamed at her. He made it clear to her that, "I don't care what you do. I'm ready to die. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to do what I want." And that's when she fired. And she wasn't even firing trying to hurt him. She wasn't firing trying to kill him. She shot at the floor. And just so happens that this bullet, and this is going to be the strangest one-shot killing that you'll ever see. This bullet went up through his heel, and somehow it exited his foot and then went into his leg, and somehow that ended up killing him. So this was an extremely unusual trajectory from a bullet that you will see. So clearly she didn't intend to kill him, even though, and I will submit to you, the evidence will show she had every right and she was completely justified in using deadly force at that moment. And you will know that because later on, you're going to hear the instructions on the law from the judge, and those instructions will spell out to you, and you will see clearly that she was justified in her use of force in that specific situation. But she wasn't even trying to kill him. She wanted him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave before she fired that shot. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show she fired that shot because she had no choice. And under this scenario and under those facts, that means she's not guilty, because it's not a crime to defend yourself when you have a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm to yourself, to another, or from somebody committing a forcible felony against you imminently, which all those things she was in danger of in that minute. So when I come back at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to find her not guilty, and that is the correct verdict. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. First witness state.
Yes, sir. At this time, State Hall, Pedro Jimenez to stand.
Does have permission to reposition the podium? Yeah, go ahead. Both sides have, just don't unplug anything, but both sides can have standing permission to move podium, standing permission to approach the witness.
Yes, Judge Singh.
All right, Mr. Bonilla, over here. Ray's going to swear you in, so I'm sorry, Mr. Bonilla. He's going to swear you in real quick. Come around here. If you hear someone say objection, stop answering, and I'll tell you if you're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question. You understand me? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you please say your name for the record? Mr. Bonilla, do you know Pedro Jimenez, the victim in this case?
Yeah,
How do you know him?
previous friend.
How long have you and Pedro Jimenez, how long were you friends for?
Not sure, a couple years ago.
And were you with Pedro on June 25th, 2022?
Yeah.
And what were you and Pedro doing that night?
Goodness.
And around what time was it?
I'm not sure. Well, I was getting off work.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Have you testified before?
No.
Okay, so I know you may be a little nervous. Stop moving for a little bit. Okay, it's gonna make it easier for you to talk. It's also gonna make it easier for the jury to hear you, okay? All right, go ahead and re-ask the last question, please.
Around what time was it?
Not sure.
You mentioned you were getting off work. What time did you get off work?
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on, Ms. Campbell. You're helping her turn off the phone. Is it off now, Ms. Smith? Is the phone off now?
It's inside.
All right, thank you. We're gonna put it away because we want to pay attention to what's going on here. Thank you, ladies.
Sorry.
Can you push the mic closer to you? All right.
What were you and Pedro doing at your house?
Just chilling.
How did Pedro get to your house, Mr. Bonilla?
Yeah, I picked him up.
You picked him up?
Yeah.
Who'd you pick him up with?
Some work dudes.
Where did you pick Pedro up that day?
From his house.
And who was there?
Just him and his girl.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit.
Him and his girl.
Who is his girl?
Daisy.
Right. How long had you known Daisy for?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
So when you and your friends went to pick up Pedro, he was at the house with Daisy.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when you guys got to the house?
No, we just chilled.
Did Daisy ever go to your house that night?
After, yeah.
And what did she go do at your house?
She just wanted to go pick up Pedro.
Did she say anything to you when she got to your house?
Not really.
So when she got there, was she looking for Pedro?
Well, when she got there?
When she got to your house?
I guess she went.
She went to look for Pedro?
Yeah.
Okay, did she find him?
Yeah.
Did Pedro say anything to you when Daisy got there?
Not really. It was just like, all right, peace. Gonna take off.
He left with Daisy?
Yeah.
Was Pedro upset or anything?
No.
Okay. Was that the last time you saw Pedro, Mr. Bonilla, before he was shot?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So before Pedro left, was it your house or your friend's house?
What you mean? It was his house where I picked him up at.
Oh, it was his house. Okay. You picked him up and then you went where?
To my house.
Your house? Who else was at your house?
Just me, my cousin, dudes from work.
Good. And while you were there, did you observe Pedro using any drugs?
Not really. Just smoke, but I don't even think he got to smoke.
You don't even think what?
He got to smoke.
Okay,
He left his weed, he was like, roll up and be back.
So he was rolling up a joint?
I was rolling it up.
You were rolling it up. Okay. So other than a joint or marijuana, what other drugs were there?
No, I was drinking. I don't know if they was drinking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, how many people were there?
I don't know, to be honest.
All right. So we know that there was marijuana there. We know people were drinking. What else? Was there cocaine? Was there meth? Was there anything else there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do none of that stuff, so.
To your knowledge, do the other people who were there do that stuff?
Nah. Not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
Yeah.
And were you with Pedro the entire time, or did he go off to another section of the house where you didn't see him?
Yeah, I think he went to the kitchen or something.
Okay. So you don't know exactly what he was doing that whole time, correct?
Not really.
Okay. And other than being there hanging out with these people and smoking, you have no knowledge of what was going on in the personal life between Pedro and his girlfriend and his kids and his family. You're not privy to that information. Is that correct? All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Bonilla, when Daisy got to your house, did she wait outside for Pedro?
Yeah, I don't know, she was like, where he at? I was like, probably inside. Since the door was already open, she just went inside.
So she went in your house to look for him.
Yeah, probably to the kitchen, I don't know. I wasn't with him, you feel me?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
I said I wasn't with him after that, you feel me? 'Cause he was inside.
But she went into your house to go get him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. May the witness be excused? Yes, you can step down. You're excused.
I go outside or what?
I think you're excused from the subpoena, right? Yes. Yeah, you're excused from the subpoena. Alrighty, next witness, please.
The city is bring Mark for purposes. Yeah.
Any objection?
So now,
Alright, so it'll be admitted.
both times.
Go ahead.
Exhibit 1A mark representation now becomes state exhibit 130.
How long is it? Just to give a preview to the jury. Few minutes. So this is the 911 call. Once an item gets moved into evidence, whoever's moving it into evidence can publish, meaning for you all to view or listen. In this case, it's the 911 call. That's a few minutes long.
Saturday, 2022, 03:21:57 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming and it's loud. Just go everywhere.
Okay, down the line with you. Let me put that traffic bomb to see where you are.
Okay.
Do you know what happened to him? Down the line with me. Is he awake and breathing?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here at 1300. 1808. Down the line with me.
Where?
Going good. Are you in Homestead now?
Yes, I know that.
Down the line with me. What is the phone number you're calling from?
76-562-9539.
76-562-9539. So let me get Homestead so he's on the line as well. Iris is already in round. Do you know what part of his body he's injured or what?
I think it's the right hand.
Down the line with you. Can you have a clean dry cloth or towel applying pressure to where he's bleeding from?
It's okay.
Yeah, just to be ready. Going home better than Monday day to leave. Yeah, just to stay at nothing. But the address is 1300, not 1153. She's alive and then she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. I asked her to see if she can look and see where his body, the blood is coming from. She said the leg. I'm not what happened. I have her on the line. And his phone was 76-562-9539. And where are you sitting today? I'm in position 150 with you. And what level? And you have right to that, right? Yes. Perfect. Thank you, Cammy. Yeah. Ma'am?
Hello?
Okay, you said he looks like he's by the alleyway?
He is. He's in the alley.
Is he at least breathing?
He's breathing. He's saying that he can't breathe.
Okay. About how old do you think he is?
I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know.
Between like mid-20s to maybe 30?
Yeah.
Is he able to tell you anything? Like what might happen or anything like that?
Hello?
Yes, can he tell you
what happened? No. He said he doesn't know.
He doesn't know? Okay. I have police on the way. I have the ambulance on the way. Just stay on the phone with me, okay? And he said it looks like it's mostly from his legs.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to say now. I think it is. Hold on. me see. It is, there's a, hold on. I see an entry, hold on, one time, and I see an exit.
Was he shot?
It looks like it is, yeah. He's breathing off to his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up.
So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way.
Can you bring it?
Ma'am, were you able to get a plate yard off the towel, high pressure? For his leg?
I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg.
You tied him pretty good.
Hey, hello? Are you okay? What the fuck happened?
Is he still breathing, ma'am?
Yeah, but now, yes. They're calling for you now. I'm calling for you now.
Just let me know when they make contact with you, Ben.
Yeah.
Do they say you? Okay. Still awake?
Yeah, I'm with you.
And you see the evidence?
I see him here. Stay with me.
And you can still...
They're here. Stay.
Contact. Oh, go ahead, that's gonna come. Okay, thank you. Saturday, June 25, 2022.
Judge, at this time, the state calls Officer Draymond Nicholson to the stand. Nicholson with an N or an M? And Nicholson. You can come on up.
And you find part time because one of us did the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
I did.
Morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Sergeant Tripmont Nicholson.
Sergeant Nicholson, how long have you been a police officer?
A little over 9 years.
And what department do you currently work for?
The Homestead Police Department.
How long have you worked for that department?
A little over 6 years.
And prior to Homestead Police Department, what department did you work for?
Florida City Police Department.
What is your current assignment, Officer Nicholson, as of today?
I'm one of the afternoon shift sergeants.
And in your 9 years of being a police officer, about how many homicide scenes have you worked as a police officer?
Approximately 50 to 60.
Now, on June 25th, 2022, what was your current assignment?
I was a road patrol officer for the midnight shift.
So I want to take you back to that date. Were you working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
What were you dispatched in reference to?
I believe it was in reference to a male down, covered in blood, possibly shot.
Now, Officer Nicholson, before you were dispatched, were you already in the Homestead area?
Yes, ma'am.
What area were you in before you were dispatched?
I was in what we consider our Alpha 1 area, which is in the same area as where I was dispatched to on that night, approximately 3 or 4 blocks from the location.
And when you were in that area before you were dispatched, did you hear anything?
Yes, prior to being dispatched, I heard a pop.
Did you check out where that pop was coming from? Did you try and check it out?
So when I heard it, it sounded like it came from south of my location. So I traveled south slowly on 14th Avenue, which is one of the main roads that runs north and south. I looked down every street as I passed it to see if anybody would flag me down, if I seen anything suspicious, and I kept going until I was dispatched.
Okay. And when you were dispatched, what street were you on? Do you remember?
I believe I was on 4th Street and 14th Avenue.
And you mentioned you had passed 14th Street.
Correct.
Was that where the dispatch sent you?
Correct. Dispatch sent me to 14th Street.
When you passed 14th Street, when you were first looking in the area, did you see anything?
No, it was a pitch black road.
Now I want to go back to when you were dispatched. From the time you heard that pop noise to the time you were dispatched, Officer Nicholson, how much time had passed?
I would say approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
And how long did it take for you to get to the dispatch area from where you were?
Roughly another 2 to 3 minutes.
And when you got to where you were dispatched, what was it? Was it a house? Was it a location? What was the location?
So when I arrived on scene, the location was in an alleyway. The victim in this case was in the alleyway.
And who else was there when you got to the alleyway?
The defendant in this case.
How did she appear to be when you got there?
She was standing next to him. She was yelling. When I got out, I walked up to the victim. I asked him, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" There was no response from the victim. And then at that point, I asked, "Do you know him?" to the defendant, and she said it was her husband.
So I want to go back to when you arrived at the alleyway. Where was the victim in the alleyway?
He was laying on the ground in the middle of the alleyway.
And where was the defendant when you got there?
Standing over his right side.
And when you were asking the victim questions, was he able to respond to you?
No, ma'am.
What kind of questions were you asking him?
I was asking him, was he hurt? I asked him, what's his name? I asked him, was he shot?
Did he appear to be injured to you at that time, Officer Nicholson?
I did see blood on him. There was a good amount of blood on his legs, on his abdominal area. At that point in time, the alleyway was very dark. I lit it up with my lights of my police car, but it's still a dark area. I had my flashlight out. At that time, when I first arrived, I didn't see where the injury was.
And who was answering the questions you were asking to the victim?
The defendant answered the majority of the questions.
What was she saying?
So, like, when I asked him what his name was, I believe she said his name. I asked him, "Are you shot? Where are you shot?" And the defendant was able to point at the location of where the GSW was.
But you weren't able to see immediately when you got there where the location was?
No, ma'am.
Now, what was the victim wearing when you arrived?
He didn't have a shirt on. He had on what appeared to be black shorts and boxers.
Okay, was there a lot of bleeding?
So, like I said, he had a lot of blood on him. But when I responded to gunshot victims in the past, you typically see where the blood is coming from. In this case, I was unable to. The blood was smeared in different parts of his legs. And I was unable to see where the bleeding was coming from.
Did he appear to be in distress or pain?
Yes.
Was he? Sorry. Was he conscious when you got there?
Yes, he was conscious. At one point, I believe he tried to get up. I told him, stay down, because I was trying to figure out where the injury was.
What was the defendant's demeanor as you were trying to assess the victim?
She was screaming. Believe at one point she stated what happened. Like she was asking him what happened. She was upset. She was asking where rescue was. And things like that.
When she was asking him what happened, did it make it seem to you as she didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Hold on, stop. Sustained. So the jury will disregard the last answer of this officer. You can ask the next question.
Yes, Judge. Did she tell you how she got there?
She said that she said that she was out looking for him.
Okay. And do you remember her saying anything about the shot and the wounds on his body?
Just when I asked, were you shot? She said, I believe he was shot, and then she pointed to the location.
And did you try to help and treat the victim's injury, Officer Nicholson?
Yes. Once I was able to locate it, my partner was pulling up by that time. I asked him to grab my med bag that I had in my vehicle. He was able to do that. He then took the scissors out because at that point my hands had blood on them. He took the scissors out. He cut the shorts to open up the area, and then he applied pressure.
Okay. And was fire rescue also dispatched to the scene?
With the reference to the way that the call came out, fire rescue is automatically dispatched when we are.
How long did it take them to get there?
I would say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
And
after I got there. So,
was there any point you had to do CPR on the victim?
Yes, there was a point where when my partner had pressure on the wound, I was constantly checking his pulse. He initially had one. Then at one point, I didn't feel one, so I started CPR. I continued CPR, sporadically checking for pulse until fire rescue got there.
And when fire rescue got there, did they try to revive him?
At that point, when fire rescue got there, I walked away. I started securing the scene because I allow them to administer the life-saving measures.
And before we get to you securing the scene, was fire rescue able to revive him?
No, he was pronounced deceased at the scene.
Sir, were your body worn camera that night?
Yes, I was.
And if I were to show you a clip of where your body worn camera was, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what has been previously marked as states 1F permission. That the record reflect that I tried the defense counsel. Does permission to approach the witness?
Yes, standing permission.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Nicholson, in the CD, is it your body worn camera that was on and activated and captured everything that happened on June 25th on the police?
Yes, it captured my involvement.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now listen to evidence with the police part of case 1F.
No objection, it'll be admitted.
Exhibit 1F mark identification of month day exhibit judge.
If you're going to publish, hold on, Mr. Aktala. If you're going to publish, how long is it?
Judge, it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
You're going to play the whole thing?
Yeah.
All right, so just so everyone can get comfortable, right? All right, thank you. Go ahead. It has sound as well, correct?
It does.
Go ahead.
Permission to publish?
Yes, does anyone want to leave the courtroom before we do that? Okay, go ahead. I just don't want it to be interrupted. We're going to play it through.
Yes,
Hey, what's going on, man? I see it. A horse on the back, a horse on the front. Son's fucking back. I took off his name. No, he's actually my husband. Okay. Right here, right here. You see from the front, you can see the right. Hey, just stay right there, boss. Are you okay? Hello? Stay with me. Okay. Hey, there's another GSW. Yeah, that's all. Gonna be to the right lane, to the right side, and out the right side. No, hey, stay down. Stay down. Hey, stay down. I'll be in a truck. Stay down. Go in my truck, grab right there's my trauma kit. Grab me gauze and all that. Okay. Hey, Joe, what the fuck happened? Hey, Joe. What the fuck? Where's the ambulance? They're coming. Open it up. I got my hands in dirty. Let me check. Oh. We're gonna get that office. Yep. Just cut it off. Got this election. Doesn't hold my hand. What's the best way to come out? Hey, hello. Yeah, I'm in the alleyway. Sorry. Hold on, get your name on here. Hey, Joe. Stay. Hello. Look at me. Hey, Joe. Hello. Look at me. Are you here? Are you with me? Hey, Joe. Hey, boss. Oh my God. No. All right. Hey, Joe. No. Hey, I need you to relax. I need you to calm down. Give me a second. Huh? Hey, Joe. Hey, put pressure on him. Edwards, put pressure. Hey, hey, I need you to calm down, Mama. I need you to calm down. What's the GW? Right there in the top. Hey, no, hey, look at me, please. Pedro, hey, look at me, please. Pedro, please.
Celebrating as a 30
Hey, Pedro, please, stay with me. Oh my God. No. Pedro, please.
447.
Need your backup, please. I need your backup. Backup, please. Pedro. Stand up. You're fired. Other competition. Is it okay? Can I move? Okay. Oh, please. You tell them we're going to start seeing us. Hey, did rescue see where we're at? I heard the truck. The truck should be on that side. Andrew! Andrew! Come on, Pedro. Stay with me. Yeah, relax. There you go, Pedro. Come on, give up, Pedro. Got this, bro. Come on, guy. Hey. Pedro. Pedro.
Before her fire, they're showing a run.
So, I'm leaving it.
Yeah. From the ground, like the 33 kids, good.
You take it back, please. Relax, relax, back up. Pedro. Hey, boss. Did you tell me what happened? Pedro. Who did this to you, bro? Come on, Pedro. Pedro. Hey. Pedro. Pedro. Hey, it's got a leak post. GSW to the right now. Okay. So it looks like a through and through. Where's the lead? Like this, yeah. When I got here, this is where it goes out. That was. I'll follow it down. Okay.
433 is off. Walk in, roll 36. Let's complete that. There is a young way that represents a large trade. If you have series. Whatever. Okay. Sorry, moving on here.
Accurate. What? Just have him back. Where's she moving? Let's start lifting it off.
So I get to start rolling up the air gunner. Now, we're going to work on that. We're going to start to rope off here.
Yeah.
You did that rolling down the area.
Sammy, pull my car back. Pull my car back. Pull it back. Pull it back in this open spot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll show you. I'm just thinking of like 336.
Hey, get it back to the opening, Shane. Watch your feet. Back it up. Go ahead, Shane. Watch out, LT's coming back. Where did Chevy go? Hey, stop, Sheriff. Turn your wheel. All the way. Got the tree. Turn the wheel hard this way. This way? Yeah. Back it up. Hey, pull forward. My patches got look like my patches. Right there above my headrest, look. Hey, kill my headrest.
I think it's gonna be on the north side. And sometimes I use the BS-25 and 338 on the directions. And what are you looking for right here?
Good dog, all
right. There you go.
What? Look, right there above my headrest. That's your side. Hey, thank you. Hey, let's start here and just go to the top. I'm just dropping off this whole creation. Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. Yes, get off. We'll have to put a car on that end. No, I don't know nothing. She said he left out. He had to come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway, and she seen that he had in and out in the right thigh. What was that? I was at 17. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard like a pop, and I started driving this way. I didn't hear it. It sounded more like a fire. So I started driving down 14, and then that's when they gave me the call. You got more this way, Shed? We got blood there. Hey, look. I said we just want more stuff on that. Somebody must have been driving. Here in the passenger. Walking up the street. Hey, give me hey, somebody got a car? Got the call. Man, rescue's out with him, man. Yeah. Yeah. Complete block of different street. Yeah. It wasn't even that long ago, bro. I heard a pop. So I started driving down there and they gave me the call. No. What? Hey, bro, I need your fish. Appreciate it. Everywhere. 150, they said they found a possible scene. 1012. Current and Falls 89 Northwest 4th Street in Stratford. Why you not right? Why not? According to the blood trail, he seems to be walking around in circles, double walking off the entire street.
I'll do it.
And I
Need it more west? Oh, that's good there.
That's good. Yeah, I'm going to 3-4.
Gotta get his good folks. Hey, Chevy, that's good stuff. Chevy, they right there, so she's got it. The whole thing. Hey, Chevy, you got to work it right? I don't know, man. Can I rescue her? And they said, can you get her info and then his info from her? Please. Yeah, this folks gonna have to. We're just gonna we broke up the whole room. That's what I'm saying. But these houses right here. Yeah, so we'll shut down the whole front, and then also in the back. Somebody else got tape. Is their car close? Yeah, rope off this backside for now. Can we figure out what we got? All right. And now, where is that now? Possibly. I don't know. It's hard to tell. They're getting his info and her info. Thank you, man. Only 2 bags can. Yeah.
439. Details for 423.
Now you got one.
423,
Oh, blood everywhere, but we're gonna block up this whole. Just block up the whole alley. He's been all over.
Let's see if we can do a little for nation. If we get some coming early.
Here.
Here's the observation that
we're going to go back a little bit more. Doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, we're just gonna shut the whole alley down. I'll get her all the way. Yeah, somebody. This is this.
I'm not going to fuck up these people. They want to come up for it.
No, they ain't coming out.
So, if there's anybody on this that we can clear, I believe we should have maybe 5. The whole thing.
Oh, they ain't coming out. It ain't what it is. Is there homicide investigation?
That's because it's blocking.
They didn't give you a blanket to this guy. Fireman, leave a blanket. Let me see if I got one in my car.
Children, I'll be around something. All right, now, 1-7-8.
Bro, you can't walk around the house, bro. You walked all over there. Yeah, bro, there's blood everywhere. There's blood in the SUV.
Yeah. Hey! Burn! Rescue out there? Is rescue out there? Can you get their info? At one point, she said about 5,000 times of pregnancy when I walked the street. She said earlier today in the white van, I don't make my own, there's a passenger van, a white van, so there's a white van. But a couple of the trucks, when he got back to the bank, that's when I started walking around the circle, walking all over the place. Then she didn't see him for about 45 minutes, so she started driving, so she talking back. So that's info there? Yeah. And middle street, but
Now, Officer Nicholson, do you remember the defendant telling you where she was before she got to the victim?
I don't recall.
We're looking at your body worn. Refresh your recollection. That portion?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna probably have to go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. See, yes. Well, I'll have to put a car on that. Well, just. No, I don't know nothing. She said he left out. He hadn't come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway.
Is your recollection refresh?
Yes, ma'am.
So, where did the defendant tell you she was?
Originally, she was at her residence, and then she left looking for him.
And do you remember her mentioning Pedro hadn't come home, so she went looking for him?
Correct.
And then she mentioned she found him in the alleyway. Now, I want to talk about securing the scene. We saw your body worn, that you secured the scene, so let's talk about it. When fire rescue left, did you begin an investigation into what had occurred?
When fire rescue left, at that point, we knew it was a homicide investigation. We don't investigate homicides, Miami-Dade does. So we secured the scene. to conserve as much evidence as possible. And then we allow Miami-Dade to come and investigate what happened.
How did you secure the scene?
So different officers were shouting, as you could see in my body-worn camera, there's blood here, there's blood here. So at that point, being the lead, I make a determination along with the supervisors to how big the scene is going to be. In this case, we ended up making the scene approximately probably 2 blocks because it was between the alleyway and the main road.
Why did you secure such a large area of the scene?
There was blood in all those areas, approximately from the initial residence where we found the blood to about 2 or 3 residents away.
Officer Nicholson, if I were to show you a picture of the scene that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now, the record before counsel, witness would have been previously marked as stage 1B. The record reflects that I'm showing the defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, it's a standing permission.
Officer Nicholson, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is the photo?
The scene that we of the incident.
The fair and accurate representation of the scene of the incident that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022.
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to evidence what was previously marked as 1.
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
Exhibit 1B, mark identification, now become to say exhibit 3, Judge.
Judge, permission to publish?
Sure.
And permission to have the officer step down?
Yes, we can step down.
Okay. Officer Nicholson, can you please tell the jury where is it that you saw the blood trails when you secured the scene?
So initially,
Let's hold it up high so everyone can see from both sides of the jury seating.
So initially, the victim was located here. When I'm walking on the body camera, to see me walking with my lieutenant, we start walking this way. The blood trail goes around over here. There was blood pool here, comes down along the backside of this duplex. There's this trampoline, goes on this side of the trampoline around to these vehicles. Blood pool here, and then it comes up and then back right into you. There was, I'm sorry. On the secondary search, when I walked back by the vehicle, this is where the officers told me there was more blood in here.
Thank you, Officer Nicholson.
Here.
Yes, you can come back.
Now, you mentioned earlier that once it's a homicide investigation, Miami-Dade takes over.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you contact a detective from Miami-Dade?
Yes, I did.
And what detective was that?
I believe it was Detective Morales.
And did you brief Detective Morales when he got there as to what you learned, observed?
Correct.
Moment to confer, Judge.
Sure.
Judge, no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
You mentioned that this area where you saw Mr. Jimenez, without the flashlights and the lights from your car, you agree it's a rather dark area?
I do.
I think you said it was pitch black, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, Miss Link was with Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
Had she rendered aid to him?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not he had a tourniquet on his leg?
He had shorts. He had his shirt. I don't know if it was off of him, but it was there. But I'm not 100% as far as a tourniquet. A physical tourniquet, I didn't see.
Okay. But when you arrived, did she wave you down? Did she help direct you to where she was, to where Mr. Jimenez was?
As I pulled into the alleyway, I could see her. She was standing there, and yes, she was waving me down.
And you stated a moment ago that at this juncture, this is not a homicide investigation. Right now, the only focus is render aid to this person, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what Miss Link was doing too, correct?
When I got there, I seen her standing there. I didn't see as far as rendering, unless you consider her flagging me down, then yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
No redirect. And the witness be excused?
Yes, you can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break now. It's 12:05. We'll come back we're going to start promptly at 1:15. So it's a little bit more than an hour for you all to plan accordingly. I'm going to ask that you all think about where you want to eat so that you do it as efficiently as possible so we can keep this moving. I will give you all coffee and snacks at 3 o'clock. We'll take a little mid-afternoon break. You can let Umberto know if traditional coladas are okay. That's what I normally get jurors, which is what it's the normal ask, and I have some sugary snacks. Please follow my instructions about not talking about this case with anyone, not doing any research on your own. I will ad nauseum repeat it over and over again just to remind everybody. I think that's all that I have for you all. Umberto will tell you where to meet him. It's probably going to be on the 3rd floor, but I'll let you all do that. You can go ahead and put your notepad in the envelope, make a little marking on the outside. It can be your initials, it can be a star, be a big old cross, whatever it is that identifies it as you. They are safe in the courtroom, and he'll make sure that you get them when we come back from lunch. All right, folks, thank you very much. Follow Umberto outside.
All right, so good.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Every witness, every person that's related to this case, I've told them to ignore you. So no one should be talking to you about this case. If they do, tell me and tell Umberto immediately, all right? Thank you very much. I'll get you some tea. Okay. Do you have a preference between black or green or?
Green.
All right, green tea.
All right, thank you.
All right, jurors have left. Can you be seated? I think you all heard Ms. Smith just asking for some green tea instead of coffee. That is the only thing she said. Okay, so we're going to be able to go through 5:30 p.m. today. I mean, up until 5:30 p.m. with witnesses.
We have about 4 or 5 officers outside ready to testify. I think that would probably be towards the end. I'm also filing a request for judicial notice. We can address this at any point in time. I've done a very thorough search for any documents related to the termination of parental rights. Florida law is very clear. An order actually needs to be entered. It can't just be by agreement. There is no such record from what I can see. I'm asking the court to take judicial notice of the lack of record.
All right, give Mr. Lamas an opportunity to get that justice, and we can address it later on today or tomorrow. Thank you. All right, we're adjourned for we'll take a break. We'll come back at 1:15. Thank you.
All right, so yes, we can zoom, and but I'm going to do a quick recap, and quick little recap here before we continue on. All right, so for those coming in fresh, the afternoon session gets better in the sense of they must have worked on their camera angles. Well, I saw an operator. If you look back, you'll see. There's a 2-angle shot, and the one that we're watching right now is fixed on the wall in the corner, and then there's one you can see there's a guy operating. It looks like a guy, somebody's operating it. So that I think now is what, and they had that at the very beginning, and the audio was terrible. They fixed it. Whatever they did over the lunch break, they fixed it. So It does get better. The angle gets a lot better. All right, so let's go through State's opening. One shot, one pull of the trigger. They were together for 9 years, off and on. They had 2 children. She's cheating on him. He's drinking, smoking weed, doing stuff with his nose there. She comes home and demands he leaves. Now, June 25th, Saturday, they both decide to step outside. She wants to have a cigarette, but she also brought a firearm. Daisy tells law enforcement she told Pedro she's cheating on him. He says, "You're going to sleep outside tonight." In a fit of rage, she pulls out her weapon and shoots. As he's running away in fear, she pulls the trigger, fires 1 shot. Surveillance will show him running away. Body cam will show him take his last breath. So then defense opening was, yes, a long-term relationship with 2 kids. The boy is 7, the girl is 5. Pedro lost parental rights. He shows up unannounced 5 days before. Just make sure my audio is okay. Okay. Let's see. He attacks her with the firearm. He basically pistol whips her. Let's see. He doesn't stop until the son says, "Papi, papi, please stop, please stop." That's what he was saying, right? Yes, this is a toxic relationship. Chain of events created 5 days before. The evidence will show, they always like to say that. Her family comes from Texas. They're coming to take care of Daisy and also prepare for her to leave with the kids. Hold on. Let me back up. So she lost consciousness after he hits her. She had multiple lacerations on her head. She could have been taken out in front of the 2 kids. So I want to see photos of that. If he truly did do that to her, I want to see that. Did she go to the hospital? Did she take photos? Or is this another, Sarah Boone kind of thing where she's like, he did this, he did that. Did she go to the hospital? Let's see. She picked up Pedro the day of so that he could see the kids, but he didn't live there. The locks had been changed, and he was off the lease. He says you'll see video evidence of him running back and forth. She asks him to leave. He's whacked out of his mind. The nose candy he's doing could have killed him alone. He screams, I want to be gone from this earth. I'm ready to be. She did everything she could to get away. He was unhinged. She fires 1 shot to get him away. She didn't want him barricading himself in the home with the kids. Daisy gave him every opportunity to leave. So it was her home and she was protecting, which she has a right to do. All right. But he's got an attitude of, well, I'm going to do what I want to do. She shot at the floor. The bullet went into his heel and into his leg. So it ricocheted. He says, this is the strangest 1-shot deletion you'll ever see. She didn't intend to take him out. She had every right to use deadly force at that moment. So then first witness was Kevin Bonilla. He's a friend of Pedro's. He sounded like a dude, right? He's known Pedro for a couple years. So he picks up Pedro at the house Pedro's off the lease, so I guess Daisy's house. Takes him back to his house. They're hanging out with some friends from work, whatever. And then Daisy was at her house, and then she comes and looks for Pedro. So then Cross comes in. It says, so they go back to his house, meaning Kevin's house. A cousin is there. Some dude from work is there. He says they just smoked, but he doesn't think that Pedro had a chance because he was rolling up one, but Pedro didn't have a chance. He was drinking, meaning Kevin was drinking, but he wasn't sure about everybody else. He doesn't know if anyone else was, what everybody else was doing, but Pedro did go into the kitchen at one point. So then on redirect, Daisy gets to Kevin's house and she asks, where's he at? He said the door was open, so she just went inside to get Pedro. So now, depending on which side you believe, she's going in, hey, I'm leaving and I want you to see our kids one more time. Or is she being aggressive and she's going in and she's pulling him out? For what purpose? I don't know. So then we get to Sergeant Nicholson. Actually, before that, we get to this 911 call, and it's the operator's asking, do you know what happened to him? And she's like, I have no idea. She didn't even know how old he was. She's like, he's 25, I think. I don't know. She's been with him for 9 years, and she doesn't know, so that's a little weird. She talks about he's bleeding out of his leg. It was a very, very strange 911 call for sure. Hey, Amy, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so next up we have Sergeant Nicholson. So he's road patrol midnight shift. He heard a pop. So he's driving around, right? He's just driving around. He hears a pop, obviously a gunshot, and then dispatch. So there was about 5 to 8 minutes between hearing the pop and then dispatch calling him. Then it's another 2 to 3 minutes for him to get to the location. And then think about it. Then it's another like 5 to 10 minutes for EMS. So that's a lot of time. That's say 5 minutes. And then another 2 is 7 minutes, and then another 5 minutes. It's like anywhere between 12 and 15 to 20 minutes after Pedro was shot. All right, so he gets to the scene. Pedro's in the alley with Daisy. She's standing over him, yelling, not at Pedro. Well, not at Pedro, but at. Sorry, she's not yelling at Pedro. She's just yelling, for the officer. He asked Pedro because Pedro's still alive, right? So, hey, Pedro, are you okay? No response. So Pedro is on the ground in the middle of an alleyway. Let's see, middle of the alleyway. She was standing over him on his right side. But he could respond to questions, or she could respond to questions. Maybe he could respond to questions, huh? But he asked if he was okay, but no response. All right, that's a weird note. He said there was a good amount of blood on the legs and abdominal area. He couldn't see the wound. Daisy, and this is all from the body cam, and I'm sorry, no, not yet. So he asked Daisy, what's his name? And she's like, his name? Like she's like trying to distance herself from Pedro. I don't get that. So he says, typically when he sees a gunshot, he says he sees the wound, right? You can see the wound wherever it is. But he said he couldn't find the wound. He said blood was smeared all over. So Pedro was conscious, and he was trying to get up. All right, that's really weird. So he asked Pedro, is he okay? But he doesn't get a response then, but then he was responding to other questions. All right, anyway. So Daisy was screaming and was stating, what happened? And EMS took another 5 to 10 minutes. They did CPR, or he was doing CPR, and there was no pulse at that point. Then fire rescue got there, so he then secures the scene. Pedro was pronounced deceased at the time, or at the scene, I should say. So this is when they show the body cam. She told law enforcement Pedro didn't come home, so she was looking for him, found him in the alleyway. And since he's part of Homestead Police, so they don't investigate homicide, so that's Miami-Dade. And if you guys don't know, Homestead is just south of Miami-Dade. Let's see. So he secured the scene, and he said it was large. It was about 2 blocks large, 2 blocks wide. He said there was just blood in all these different areas. He said it was at the initial residence and then 2 to 3 houses away. So then Detective Morales comes from Miami-Dade to take over the lead. And then during cross, Daisy waved down law enforcement, and then she was standing there, and then that was it. All right, were they dating? JNR, they were in a relationship for 9 years off and on. They were they had kids together. So were they actively dating? Probably not. I don't know for sure. Probably not. It sounds like they were saying it was a toxic relationship, so they probably were not dating. So, Mel, as a survivor of severe DV, there was plenty of evidence in your case. Kathy, I hate those kind of relationships. You grew up in one, but this is sus. Well, I want to see what. No problem, JR. And I want to see what, like, if he actually hit her with the butt of a firearm, probably the one she shot him with. I want to see her injuries. Let's see her injuries. Yeah, they had 2 kids. We found out a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old daughter. So, all right. So now let's get to afternoon session.
Your client is alert, she's looking at me, she's listening, so I'll just let you and her have that conversation.
And Judge, yes, and I'll advise her, don't even look that way, don't communicate with anybody, just keep your focus on this side of the room.
I get emotions are high.
Yes.
And we all have to compartmentalize And that's the way it's going to work in a court of law. The court will not tolerate anything less. Anything else I need to address before we bring in another witness?
Nothing from the state.
I think we're ready based on. We're just going to bring down the jurors. So I'll record for now, or we'll just keep it close by, maybe about 10 seconds.
Tomorrow?
The C sounding?
It is.
I think it can still be done by 10:30. Because it's about 35 pages, which isn't bad for a C sounding. And whatever we don't finish by 10:15 or so, I'll just leave it on the trial. The young man in the back is with I need your name.
Victor.
With which side? What's your last name? Who are you related to? Who are you related to?
No, just from
Are you in the school?
No,
So what brought you to this courtroom? What brought you to this courtroom?
just a trial offer.
If you can't dispel my concerns, I'm going to ask you to leave. So you have to be more specific. What brought you to this courtroom?
I always come here. I'm always around a bunch of trials.
I haven't seen you. You need to step outside until I talk to the lawyers and figure out if I'm going to let you back in.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anyone recognize who he is?
No.
I didn't feel comfortable with him just saying, Victor, I'm a spectator, even though the courts are open to the public. Considering the attention this case has had, I don't feel safe for anyone who attended being here the way that he answered. I can have my bailiff follow up with him, or have a liaison follow up with him. I'll probably just have a liaison follow up, that way it's 1 degree of separation between me and my bailiff. So we'll do it like that.
Understood.
Yes, sir. I have a Benjamin Pierre on Zoom. Anyone know who that is? He hasn't identified himself. He's been here since this morning, so he's not an ASA or some lawyer. No. We're ready to go, Roberto? Can I bring the jury?
Yes,
All right, let's bring the jury.
all right, the jury.
Scroll back, you can see it, the jurors are accounted for, the lawyers. Looks like we're all seated. Next witness for the state, please.
Yes, so at this time, state calls Officer Dennis Aguilar to the stand.
please? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You got the truth.
Permission to continue, Judge? Yes. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Dennis Aguilar,
Officer Aguilar, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been in Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Since January of 2024.
And how long have you been an officer in total?
Total going on 7 years.
Now, back in June 25th, 2022, what department were you working for?
With the Homestead Police Department.
And what was your current assignment back on that night?
Road patrol.
Okay. Did you respond, Officer Aguilar, to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was?
Basically, we discovered someone that was in the alleyway and that had been shot. And basically, I was there just trying to separate the other party while they were trying to help him.
When you say the other party, can you say who that other party was?
The female, I forget her name, but the defendant.
The defendant in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak to the defendant that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened?
She said that he had left the house 30 to 45 minutes ago.
I'll break it down. Who had left the house?
The victim.
Okay. You can continue.
Basically, she said that she heard him start screaming, and that's when she called the police.
So she told you the victim was at her house that night?
Yes.
Then she said she heard screaming.
Correct.
Did she tell you how she got to the alleyway?
She heard the screaming. I don't recall how she got there. I believe she drove.
No further questions, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
May the witness please? Yes. Thank you. Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Edwards. Please stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Edwards with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Edwards, how long have you been a police officer?
A little bit over 8 years now.
And I know you mentioned you work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office now. Back on June 25th, 2022, what department did you work for?
Homestead Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer?
With Homestead?
Yes.
3 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Did you respond that night to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was when you got to the scene?
I was the backup officer. I arrived, rendered aid to the victim, and then I helped secure the scene.
Who were you a backup officer to?
Officer Nicholson.
Eventually that night, Officer Edwards, did you end up speaking to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you end up speaking to her?
In the front of the residence.
About how long after that you arrived on scene to when you spoke to her, how much time had passed?
A few minutes, because she was there initially when we were rendering aid to the victim.
She mentioned you were speaking to her in her house.
In the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, what did she tell you when you spoke to her?
That the victim wasn't a bad guy. She doesn't know who would do this to him. That he provides for the family.
You mentioned she told you the victim wasn't a bad person.
Correct.
Had you asked her about the victim and what he did for work?
She pretty much just said that he goes out of town about 3 or 4 weeks out of the time and provides for the family.
Provides for the family. And what did she tell you anything about their relationship?
She advised they were together for about 10 years and that they've had their ups and downs. However, she didn't know who would possibly do this to him.
Did you ask her what happened, how he got shot?
I asked her, but she advised me that after he arrived home, they were watching fireworks, and then he went for a walk.
So she mentioned to you that they were together that night at the house?
Correct.
And that they were watching fireworks?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you, based on what she was telling you, Officer Edwards, and based on everything, did you believe she was the one who shot him based on what she was saying to you?
Province of the jury.
It's the same.
Who to strike.
There's no answer, there's nothing to strike. It's outside of what
Officer. Officer Edwards, when you were speaking to the defendant in front of the house, was she arrested at this point?
No, ma'am.
Was she in handcuffs?
No, ma'am.
Was she free to go?
No, ma'am. I mean, she was free to go. She was not free to go.
Was she free to move around the area?
Oh, yes. Yes, I let her move around.
Did you let her go in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you let her go outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
So, sir, just to be clear, she was not free to go, correct?
Correct.
So she was basically in custody at this point?
I wouldn't say in custody. I treated her as if she was a potential witness or involved to the incident. She was the wife of a deceased person, of a person who was shot.
Well, if she wasn't free to go, then obviously you, in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, you placed a restriction on her ability to leave. So she was, at least to some degree, in custody, correct?
And she was a witness to a homicide. She was a complainant.
In custody or not, sir?
She wasn't detained in custody.
All right. So you were asked specific questions about what she said to you. This conversation you had with her, was it recorded?
Sure was.
Okay. So the whole thing was recorded?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you withdraw? No, Judge. Over your right. All right, you can step around.
Thank you.
Judge, yes.
Turn the state calls Officer Yadiel Rodriguez.
This one. This one.
Raise your hand, please. You sound so firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Sergeant, can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Yadiel Rodriguez.
And how long have you been a police officer / sergeant?
Police officer, 13 years, sergeant, about a year now.
Okay. And what department do you work for today?
The Homestead Police Department.
Okay. And then how long have you worked in total then for the Homestead Police Department?
7 years now.
Okay. So then I want to take you back to June 25th, 2022. What was your role then in the Homestead Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. Now, on that date, June 25th, were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What exactly were you dispatched there in reference to?
The call came out, I believe it was a 214, a male that was shot, and he was located in the alleyway.
Do you mind explaining to the jury what a a 214 is?
It's pretty much an emergency call, injuries, and then the dispatch advised that it was a male that had been shot.
Okay, so when you get those types of calls, is that your priority at the time then?
Yes, it's a priority call, so we go emergency mode, lights and siren.
So then you went to the scene then in emergency mode?
Yes.
All right, so about how long did it take for you to arrive then to that address?
Probably a couple minutes.
And where exactly did you get in your car when you got there? Where were you?
When I arrived, I believe I parked on the east side of the alleyway. There was a couple officers already on scene, and then I started walking up towards where they said that they located the male, and I walked up the alleyway to where those units were at.
Okay, so what other officers or what people were there then in that alleyway?
I recall Officer Nicholson, who's now Sergeant Nicholson, Officer Chevalier, Officer Edwards, Officer Dennis Aguila. They were already on scene when I arrived.
So, did you speak with any of them, or did you just get to work?
When I walked up, there was a couple of officers next to the male that was on the ground with fire rescue, and then they asked me to go ahead and go speak to the female on scene and try to get her information.
Okay. Now, you didn't assign that role to yourself, did you?
No, it was the primary officer, Officer Nicholson, who was with the male, so he wanted me to start assisting with getting the information from the female.
So then your role when you're on the scene is not to give out people assignments, it's just to do what you're being told right there then?
Yes, once you arrive, usually what happens is whoever's a primary officer who got assigned that call, they're the lead, unless the supervisor arrives there and starts delegating other tasks, but they're the lead, and then kind of get with them and see what they need.
All right. So you've been now given the task to speak with who?
It was the female on scene. I don't recall her name. She was ended up being the guy's spouse or the guy's girlfriend.
And where was she located then?
She was off a couple feet off towards the front of the actual residence where she resided.
All right. Now, when you first saw her, was she in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was she walking around freely?
Yes, sir.
So then, as you're approaching her, how's her demeanor? What does she look like?
She looked anxious, a little irate.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
What exactly were you talking about?
I asked her in reference to the male if she knew who he was and what was his name. I asked him in reference to their relationship, and then if she knew what happened. And just asked pretty much anything that she knew in reference to what happened that night.
So what did she tell you about what happened?
She said that he had left in a white van. She wasn't able to describe if it was a work van or a passenger van with some friends of his. And when he returned, he was very flustered, I think is what the exact word she used. And he started walking around the area, and then she started driving around trying to find him. And that's when she found him on the alleyway.
So did she ever tell you that she was with them, or that he came out of a white van?
She said that he came back after the white van and he looked flustered and he just started walking around the neighborhood.
So as an officer who's being given this information, what's going through your head then about what you're looking for?
We started obviously sharing the information in reference to the white van, trying to locate that. I asked her in reference to the friends if she knew who they were, their names. She said no. And we just try to get whatever information we can in reference to obviously the statements that she's given.
So no names of who was driving it. Any time? Were you given any time that this van was in the area?
No, she said it had been several minutes, but she wasn't able to tell us the exact time frame.
Okay. Did her story seem consistent with what you observed on the scene?
At that time, no. Like I said, from what she was stating, she said she was driving around. The male was located in the alleyway, and he was like kind of behind some houses and stuff. So, me driving around, I wouldn't know how you'd be able to see him from the roadway.
Okay. So, did she ever go into detail about how she found the victim, or did she not talk about that with you?
No, the only thing she said, she was driving around and she saw him on the alleyway.
Now, Sergeant Rodriguez, did you have body-worn camera on that night?
Yes, I did.
And how exactly does that body-worn camera work?
Once we get out of the vehicle, we usually activate And then it starts recording. Usually, once you turn it on, it takes, I think, depending on which mode you have it in, on sleep mode or ready mode, it records 30 seconds back. There's just no audio, and then the audio starts once you actually activate.
So was your body-worn camera then activated that night?
Yes.
I'm now showing the defense has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1E, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 4, Judge.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 4?
How long does it take to kind of preview?
Yes, Your Honor, it's about 5 minutes.
Sure.
Do you know where he was at tonight? He was here. The whole time? No, he was here off and on. He initially was with some of his fucking friends. I don't know what the fuck their name is. And he came back home and he was flustered. He was really flustered. And he wouldn't talk to me. He kept fucking leaving over and over again, walking around, over and over again, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back. And finally, you could hear him, you could hear a wail, you could hear him wailing. And I drove around to see him. The second time I went through, I see him laying on the floor. I don't know, I didn't say you could hear him wailing. You could hear somebody screaming, help.
You do verification, you can come in early.
When I see him, he was bleeding everywhere. He was bleeding everywhere. I only found one. I only found one hole in his leg. I don't know if there's another one. I only found one. So when you say he was walking around, what was he walking around? His neighborhood? Or just a certain place? I don't know if it was just in the same place or if it was all around the neighborhood. I don't know. The last time I saw him before this, it was about 30 to 45 minutes. So where was he? When I found him, exactly where he was. Walking. I saw him walking this way. Walking through here. Walking this way. I'm just walking through here. So I'm just on the record? I'm just this way. Do you know the friend's name that he was with?
No, I don't.
What did it look like?
He just left in a white van.
Yep.
Is he breathing?
This is
No, is he breathing?
You said you tell me what van was it?
It was just a van. I don't fucking know. It's just a white van. I don't know.
You said what van was it?
I don't know. It was a white van. He's trying to see if he's breathing.
There wasn't one out. Yeah, I didn't say anything. Is he your hostage or is he your boyfriend?
I don't know.
How many friends was he with? Can you please come over here, please? Yes. If you tell me, give me information. I love this. Pedro Jimenez. Yes. 5'6". Oh, 6. Yeah. So those are the first. Will you carry me? Okay. This is good. No, she's down. No? Yeah. We got the. Did you say behind the table? Just give us a few minutes. There's people with him right now. I don't even go over there. Mom, simply stay behind the table. Please. What is the need for me to go over there? There's other people over there. Please go behind the table. What's the need for everything else? We're trying to get out of the way.
Can you please just see if he's breathing, please?
I need you to listen to me. Please go behind the table.
Now, they're watching your body on camera. When you were speaking with the defendant, did she know at this point in time who the victim was?
Yes.
And did she tell you about the relationship?
Yes.
Did you learn about the victim's job at that time through your conversation with her?
Yes, she said he was a truck driver.
And did you understand what the defendant meant when she said he's not into that shit?
No.
Now, what did you do after you had this conversation?
At this point, I went over to Officer Nicholson, who was the primary officer on scene that day. I handed him the information that I gathered from the defendant, the victim's name and information. I gave it to him, and then I don't know if you can hear in the radio, there was quite a few calls pending, so I started to head out to where my vehicle was to go handle the other calls, and I think on the way back I spotted a trail of blood, and I had to come back and advise him again, and then after that I left.
So you noticed a trail of blood. How much blood was it? It
was a lot.
Now, where exactly do you remember this by, that blood?
From the alleyway, and I kind of followed it in between two vehicles where there's about two puddles of blood there.
Do you notify anyone?
Yes, I spoke to Officer Edwards, and I advised him of it, and then, like I said, I had to go back to answer, to help out with the other calls that were pending on the city.
Now, do other officers that are responding there with you have body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H. Now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Is it your body-worn camera, though?
No.
But did you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what you saw and what you were doing on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1H, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 5, Judge.
And how long is it? So we just have a preview of what to expect?
Yes, Your Honor, 2 minutes. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 5?
Like, you haven't heard what happened. The wife you're not conscious and then. Damn, bro. This dude put out a lot. Oh, the way it went up. Like a lot. Does that photo there, the way it's flat? The way it's like full? No, not full, but it's flat. Like your mom's flat. That one's coming in the hand, which it's not like these, you know, as the strike straight around.
So, what did we just see you there doing?
We were following the trail of blood, and then we located in between the vehicles a couple different puddles of blood.
Now, we heard a little bit of conversation regarding splatter. Are you a blood expert or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So you were just speaking out loud about what you were observing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what exactly were your roles then throughout this entire investigation?
I was just assisting. My role mainly was to gather the information from the defendant and the information that I could gather for the victim, and then once I was able to grab that, like I said, I had to end up leaving to go assist with the other calls that were pending in the city.
So you completed your role and then you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this wasn't your investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were just doing your job?
Correct.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's no cross-examination. You can step down. State next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State call was Detective Suyapa Hubbard.
Detective Hubbard.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind please stating your name for the record?
My name is Suyapa Hubbard.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
I have been a deputy sheriff for 16 years.
So, what is your current assignment with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to the Homicide Bureau as a homicide detective.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
5 years.
Now, within those 5 years, do you receive any type of specialized training or have to do any training?
Yes.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's learning how to investigate homicides. There's different aspects of deaths and how to identify and collect evidence and how to do that properly.
So, were you working as a homicide detective on June 24th and 25th of 2022?
Yes.
And how exactly did you first get involved here in this case with Ms. Link?
So we work as a team concept, and my team was on call. I received a phone call that a homicide had taken place, and I was requested to respond and assist with the investigation.
So you just said you work as a team.
Yes.
What do you mean? How do homicide detectives work as a team? What do you guys do?
How it's organized, there's a sergeant assigned, and then you have a team of either 3, 4, or 5 detectives that work together each investigation.
Now, are you guys given specific roles, or are you all the lead in this?
No. Typically, the sergeant will assign a detective within that team as the lead. So the lead then will assign the other detectives different tasks.
Okay. Did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
I did, yes.
Now, that's in Homestead, and you said you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. How do you get called out to Homestead?
Because there's certain jurisdictions within Miami-Dade County that do not have a homicide team. Therefore, there's an agreement between the Sheriff's Office and those municipalities, and so we go in and we investigate homicides that happen within those jurisdictions.
Now, this address that you responded to, is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Okay. So, around what time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday.
Okay. And when you arrived, was the victim already determined to be deceased?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first get to the scene, who do you speak with first?
Well, I made contact with my sergeant, Jason Wade.
What exactly did you learn from your conversation with your sergeant?
My sergeant then indicated that Detective Joseph Cruz was going to be assigned as the lead detective for this case.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Detective Cruz?
Yes.
And did he give you any specific tasks or assignments?
Yes. Detective Cruz requested that I document and work with crime scene, with the scene portion of the scene of the investigation, and also to document the body.
Okay. So you said your task is to document, but what specifically are you documenting?
I'm documenting the scene, so taking note of everything specifically of evidentiary value within that scene, and to determine how big that scene is, and just note everything that's in there.
So in order to document the scene, do you ever have to do a walkthrough of the entire area, or?
Yes, so preliminarily, once the crime scene detectives arrive, we're going to work together to make sure that we don't miss anything. And we at first do a walkthrough through the scene.
And what did you learn from your walkthrough?
Well, that there was blood throughout quite an extensive scene, which started on the west side of the duplex. So the duplex that we were responding to is 1237. Just to the north of that, attached to that structure, is another duplex, which is 1255. There was a large tree just west of that entrance to 1255, and that tree had blood on the exposed roots. So once I see that, that's my starting point for where I see blood. Then following the trail, I follow that trail towards the southern part, in between that structure of duplexes and another structure of duplexes that are just west of the 1237 and 1255. There was a large concrete pad. In that concrete pad, there's 3 sets of droplets, and they are traveling west and south. From that pad, there's also a concrete walkway that exits out to the southern part of those other set of duplexes on the west side. There was vehicles there. I followed the blood trail through those vehicles. There was 3 vehicles parked from east to west. There was a white pickup, there was a gray SUV, and then there's a green pickup. In between the gray SUV and the green pickup, there was blood. Specifically, I saw a lot of blood on that passenger door of the green pickup and on like the step up, on a step that's on the outside of that pickup truck. The blood trail then follows west into a grassy area. That grassy area is on the west side of the west structure of duplexes. I follow that blood trail towards an alleyway that's on the north side. There's a vehicle right before you enter the alleyway. That vehicle also had blood. I follow the trail then now into the alleyway, and just west of the trail, I observed the victim's body covered with a yellow tarp.
Now, I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1C. It is. I have State's Exhibit 3 here, as well as C. Do you recognize this image and the second image?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the property that you were just describing?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement was to introduce us to mark for identification purposes. State's Exhibit 1C into evidence.
No objection.
State Exhibit 1C, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 6.
And Your Honor, permission for the detective to stand?
Yes. Just like with the other witness, as high as possible, so both sides of the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
For reference, what's been introduced in evidence, you'll go back in with you into the witness.
Now, detective, where exactly did you start following this blood trail? If you could just mark it for the jury.
Okay. There's this large tree here, and then these are the duplexes that I was referring to. So I started the blood trail. I noticed I started here at the roots of this tree.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
You can mark a circle. And then where did you finish following the blood trail to?
To here, the vehicles that I was telling you. So there's this concrete pad here. We go through here. This is that green pickup where I saw a lot of the blood. Then the trail goes on this grassy area along the west side, following this other vehicle where I told you I saw blood. And then this is the entrance to the alley. So following this, all the way to under these trees here, that's where the box is.
Thank you. you said you arrived to where the body was located, you saw that it was covered in a yellow blanket.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it's to preserve the evidence and preserve the body and to give respect to that deceased person as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about the body?
Yes. The victim's body was supine on the ground, and there was a gunshot wound to the right thigh.
What do you mean by supine?
Face up. He was laying face up.
Now, the gunshot wound was left or right thigh?
Right.
Do you have to, as you said, you're documenting the scene and the body, so what does that mean? What are you doing with the body then?
I have to examine the body, touch the body, take the clothing so it can be documented. If we see any defects on it, that gets also documented along with crime scene. So they'll be taking photographs of everything that I'm showing them. So also of the wounds, we document the wounds with a photograph, and I also take notes and document it for my report.
Okay. What was the victim wearing then when you were observing the body?
So the victim had on a gray tank top, black shorts, black underwear, black socks, and black shoes with a white sole.
Can you describe the condition of the clothes?
The clothing was blood soiled, and like the shorts had, hole where the gunshot wound went through, and it was wet and soiled.
So after you document this and make all your observations, what's the next step in your investigation?
After that, I coordinate with the medical examiners, and they're going to take the body to the medical examiner's departments for a autopsy. And after that, I assist with whatever else is next to do in the scene or with the case. In this case, I interviewed an individual by the name of Joel Gramajo Perez.
Okay, and who was Joel Gramajo Perez?
A neighbor.
Okay. Now, after you speak with this neighbor, do you document this conversation?
I did, yes.
And where does that lead you to next?
So after I conclude that interview with him, I assisted with a search warrant and a search by K-9 Detective Victor Gill.
Okay, so let's break that up. We have two separate things there. You're executing a search warrant. What are you doing? What are you looking for? What's the goal of that?
The search warrant was of the 1237 Northwest 14th Street. And the goal of that is to collect more evidence, see what else we can find in there that can help us piece together the events that took place and that led to the victim's death.
Did you locate anything inside the home then, you and your fellow officers?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover?
There was a Ring camera that was collected.
Okay. Now, after all those observations and executing the warrant, you had mentioned that there's a K-9 unit as well too.
Yes.
Did you call that K-9 unit, or were they just helping you on the scene?
I don't recall if it was myself personally that called them, but they do get called out to all of our homicide investigations, especially those that involve guns, shootings. They have a dog that is trained to detect ballistic evidence. So whether it's a gun, a bullet, a spent casing, that's what they do. They're pretty good.
Okay. But you're not the one that's handling the K-9, you're just observing?
Correct. I happen to be on scene, but that is something that is completely done by the canine detective and his canine.
Okay. If they locate anything, do they inform you?
Yes,
Did they locate anything?
they did. So Detective Gil told me that the dog hit on.
It's the same.
Without
He's gonna ask another question.
without telling us the contents, did you see him locate anything?
Yes, a gun was located inside an areca palm in front of or west of 1237.
Okay. Was it on someone else's property?
No,
Okay, that palm tree was then on whose property then?
it's just west of the front door of 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
Now, after you accompanied the detective that located that, what did you do next?
Okay, so once we have a gun, it gets documented with crime scene, like everything else that we document together. So it's photographed and then it gets impounded so that it can get further testing on it. After that, I made notification to the victim's family.
And is that something that you have to do as part of every homicide investigation?
Yes.
And who did you notify?
I spoke to the victim's father.
Now, did you do anything else on Saturday, June 25th, 2022?
No.
When's the next time that you get back involved with this investigation again then?
The very next morning, I returned back to the scene.
Now, what do you do when you're back on the scene?
Well, I requested for another canine detective to respond to conduct a secondary search for ballistic evidence.
Why is it important then to do a secondary search then?
So as the investigation evolves, we learn more information. In this case, we learned the defendant said that the shooting took place on the east side of 1237 Northwest 14th Street, which would be the rear side of that duplex. Therefore, we need to go and look for evidentiary, anything of evidentiary value at that point, more specifically casing or anything of ballistic value.
Okay. Is this the same canine unit from the day before, or is this a new canine unit?
No, this is a different canine unit.
So, did that canine unit locate anything? Because I know you had mentioned the first one had found a firearm, but did this unit find anything?
No, their search yielded negative results. There was nothing else found.
Did any of the canine units find any type of shell casing of a bullet?
No.
So after this secondary search with another canine unit, where do you go next?
Well, I had right before we call them, they have to come out. So there was a gap of time. I went and accompanied one of my team members, Detective Morales, to go view a surveillance camera that we had found.
What did you see in that footage?
In that footage, at 3:13 in the morning, the victim is observed on the alleyway. Shortly after that, the defendant's vehicle is observed driving from west to east on the alleyway. Then at 3:21, that vehicle approaches from the west towards the east, and the victim's body is laying on the ground. The defendant exits the vehicle, runs towards where the victim is, goes back to the vehicle, and then returns back to where the victim is and starts tending to the victim.
And you saw that video footage firsthand?
Yes, I did.
So, after you review that footage, is it your job then to collect that video footage?
No.
Okay. Someone else's job then?
Correct.
So where does your investigation then go next?
Then after I saw the video, then I went and made contact with the other canine detective. After I do that, I went back to try to make contact with the victim's mother.
And did anything else happen on Sunday, June 26th of 2022?
No.
Was that the end of your investigation?
No. I continued to look for leads. I did an area canvas, basically go door to door to talk to all the neighbors. I also went back to talk to the victim's family. There was an individual, and all we had was that his name was Kevin, but we wanted to interview him because I learned that the victim had spent some time with Kevin right before he got killed. So I wanted to know the specifics of that. And I also knew that there was a woman that went to look for the victim, and then the victim left, and that was the last time that Kevin saw the victim alive.
So you didn't know Kevin's last name at first, correct?
I did not.
Did you eventually find it out?
Yes.
And what was his full name then?
Kevin Bonilla.
Okay. So overall, did you do anything else in this investigation?
No.
So then, one last time, what exactly was your role then in this homicide investigation?
To document and process the scene and the body. I also interviewed a neighbor. I then talked to the victim's family, and I also conducted an area canvass of all of the houses within the area so that I can speak to anyone, and basically just looking for any witnesses that can help us piece this together.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
Any thoughts?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, I think your testimony was that Joseph Cruz was the lead detective in this case, correct?
Correct.
Were you working under him, or were you his co-lead? I mean, what was your role more specifically in this case?
As I stated before, he was a lead, yes, and he tasked me with the scene and the body portion of the case.
Okay. Other than the specific task that you yourself performed, or as one of the detectives, you're privy to the rest of the information in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Now, Detective Cruz at some point interviewed Miss Link, correct?
Yes.
Were you present for that interview?
I was not.
You were not. Can you tell us whether or not any of Mr. Jimenez's belongings, clothes, personal effects, things of that nature, whether there were any of such items in that home on that night?
I don't recall. You would have to ask the detective that took the lead on that search. I was just merely assisting.
And I intend to, but as somebody who was privy to all the details of the investigation, as you sit here right now, are you saying that you are not able to tell us whether or not Pedro Jimenez had any belongings in this home, which the state has claimed was his home at that time?
No, I cannot answer that. I was not tasked with that documentation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Step down. in New York?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Detective, you're not the one that's personally executing the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
There are other officers that have that role?
That's correct.
Okay. And your main job was to document just the items associated with the actual homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just because you don't remember what was found inside the home doesn't mean stuff was found inside the home, correct?
Correct. That's why we work as a team, because it's a lot of information and we want to capture everything and be extremely detailed. So that's why we have to divide the tasks to make sure that everything is done correctly.
And that was not your task, correct, to search inside the home and document that?
That's correct.
Your Honor, state has no further questions.
Yes, thank you. You should now step down, right? Yes, you now step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Judge, at this time, the state calls Robert Cisneros to stand.
Is he an officer? I'm sorry, is he an officer?
No, Judge. He's a firefighter. Can you be more closer?
Firefighter?
Firefighter, Judge.
Firefighter?
Yes. But he wasn't not on the scene.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, please. Please sign swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yeah, please be sure.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic,
And what department do you work for as a firefighter?
City of Miami.
How long have you been a firefighter?
22 years.
And where do you currently live?
1300 Northwest 15th Street in Homestead, Florida.
How long have you lived in the Homestead area?
All my life since I was a child, with that particular residence since 2000.
Now I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that night?
I was working that night.
Around what time would you say you got home that night?
I get off shift about 7:30, so it takes me about 45 minutes to get home, so about 8:15, 8:20.
So you got home 8:15, 8:20 on June 25th, the morning of June 25th?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And as you were getting home, approaching your neighborhood in Homestead, did you see anything?
On 15th Street, which is also 304th Street, as I'm approaching my house, there's an elementary school, and then there's 12th Avenue. I did see a big police presence down that side street. And then, but yeah, to answer the question, I did see a lot of police presence.
You mentioned you saw a lot of police presence. Did the police ever try and go speak to you at your house that morning?
Yes, they did later in the morning.
Why did they go speak to you?
They, I believe I'm not mistaken, it was initially a Homestead police officer, because they did notice that my cameras in the back of my residence, one of them does point towards the alleyway that's behind my property.
You mentioned that you have a camera in the back of your residence that points towards the alleyway.
Yes.
How close is your house to that alleyway, would you say?
My backyard is very small. My property line, it's from the back of my house to the property line or the fence is about 5 feet. I pretty much don't have much of a backyard. So the camera does, it's not really intended to look into the alleyway, but it does see some aspects of the alleyway.
So it's close to that alleyway?
Yeah, it's very close.
And how many cameras do you have in total in your house?
I want to say I have 7.
What type of cameras are they?
Digital. They're hardwired. They're not internet connected cameras. They digitally records to a digital video recorder that's inside my house.
Okay. If I were to show you, Mr. Cisneros, a photo taken of the scene of your house that shows those cameras facing that alleyway, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what has been previously marked as 1I. Let the record reflect that I show defense counsel Judge, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Cisneros, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
What is that photo of?
that is the back of my house.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back of your house on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1I.
No objection.
Thank you. So you
State Exhibit 1I, mark for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 7, Judge.
Permission to publish, Judge, to the jury. Now, Mr. Cisneros, were your cameras recording that night?
Yes, they were.
And did the officers that came to your house, you mentioned they wanted access to that camera?
Yeah. Initially, the Homestead police officers asked if they were working, and I did let them know they were. And then later on, I believe Dade County detectives showed up, and they wanted to see the footage, and I allowed them into my house, and we reviewed the footage that night.
So you mentioned detectives came to your house to see the footage. How many detectives came to see that footage?
If I recall correctly, it was a female detective and a male detective. Unfortunately, I don't know forgot their names.
No worries. Did you show them the footage?
Yes, we went over together. I was standing next to them when we saw what they were looking for, what they wanted to look for.
Were you standing next to them the entire time that footage was playing?
Yes.
What did you see in that footage that you reviewed with the detectives that day, Mr. Cisneros?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, best evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
Sure. If the coffee's ready, I'll bring it in now with the snacks. So I'll ask the set for that. So we'll be in there for about 10 minutes. Okay, so thank you.
All right, the jury.
That evidence are admissible in court. It looks like they are. If the state can lay the foundation of how this evidence is quote unquote not available at this time. I don't know if you're going to be able to get into this witness.
I am, Judge.
He's going to say what?
So if I can prompt it to the court, this witness will testify that he was present when the detectives tried to remove the DVR to then take it to recording, but within that process, it got destroyed. This witness will testify to that.
Right. Look, if we can lay the foundation, it seems like we can get it in, meaning what he saw, which is substantively evidence, his observations, instead of the actual surveillance from his video system, right?
Yes, Judge, he saw this video.
Okay. Do you want to object or do you want to be heard?
I want to hear the witness about what happened with the technical issues.
So why don't we bring him in before we actually have him testify in front of the jury, like a cleaner way to do that.
And Judge, I will preference that defense can voir dire this witness. However, the court is aware that we have two witnesses, one being an expert in the DVR process who will best describe and will testify how exactly this video got destroyed.
Yeah, but you want him.
Understood, Judge.
You want him to testify before these other two, right?
Yes.
So if I understand your proffer, he's not only going to lay the foundation for this quote-unquote missing evidence, he's also going to tell us what the evidence is, right?
Yes, Judge, thank
So
you
why
so
don't
much.
we call the other two witnesses maybe before, or maybe call him after those two witnesses? It sounds like you want to lay the foundation. Additionally, you want to lay additional foundation with those two other witnesses, right? Regarding his home surveillance?
Yes.
So are they outside?
No, Judge, they're not outside right now.
Why don't we bring him back in? And then we'll give the defense an opportunity to walk out.
Danny Morales is outside, but Zuleika Fernandez, who's the video forensic retrieval expert, is testifying tomorrow.
So, but you guys believe that based on his testimony today, you can lay the foundation to get the substance
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in.
That's fine. Yeah.
You
Okay, we're just going to go back on the witness stand. It's just thank you. Okay, State, why don't you just lay the foundation? Or Mr. Gomez, you want to go before the state? Or you want to walk out? You can do that before the state.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, first off, tell me about this camera system that you had.
It's a little on the older side. It's a digital video recorder. All the cameras are hardwired to it. Like I mentioned before, none of them transmit. There's no Wi-Fi access to them direct to each camera. All the recordings go to a digital video recorder.
So the cameras are, these are hardwired cameras. They're a little older.
Yeah.
They all transmit what they record to a DVR machine, right?
Yeah, through a wire, not through
Through a wire.
signal. Yeah.
Through a wire. The DVR machine is in your home, I presume?
Yes.
Did the police take the DVR machine at some point?
Yes, because they attempted to download the image that they wanted at my house, but they couldn't do it for whatever reason. So the forensics personnel from Dade County took the DVR to their lab. But in the process, unfortunately, the video was gone.
Well, you weren't present when that happened, right?
No.
You don't know how the video became destroyed or deleted?
No. I mean, I can only speculate, but...
No, I don't want you to speculate.
No, in the process from them taking the DVR to their lab, and they had it for some time. I can't give you an exact timeline, maybe a few weeks.
Did you get it back?
They returned it.
So when you got it back, was it working?
It still worked. Just that whatever it does record, it's just that for whatever reason, I guess when it was without power for so long, the hard drive just it doesn't hold the memory.
When you got it back, were any of the old videos still on it?
No, there was nothing on it. The memory was blank.
So before the police took it from your home, the DVR, it had footage from that day and before, correct?
Yes.
None of that footage was available on the DVR when you got it back, correct?
No.
All right. Now you're not able to say whether the machine deleted it on its own or whether it was deleted by somebody else?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I want to pause and send on there.
back up a little bit. You said that you played this video for some police officers and you stood there with them while they watched.
Yes.
Now, when they were watching it, is it on? Do you have a monitor that's just for playing the different camera angles?
My main TV in my living room. That's where the digital video recorder is located, adjacent to it. So I can't see the cameras through that my TV.
All right. And how many different cameras are there?
There's 7.
7. So on that one TV, you can see 7 different screens, correct?
Yes.
And you watched this with how many other officers?
I want to say initially, if I'm not mistaken, I did show it to the first Homestead police officer that arrived. And then some time later in the day, the 2 detectives from Dade County arrived and I showed them the same thing.
Okay, so you showed it to a Homestead police officer first. Was that a uniformed officer?
Uniformed officer, yeah.
Did he have a body-worn camera?
I don't know.
He had a little box that looked like a camera on his chest?
I can't recall.
Can you tell me what his name was?
No.
Okay. So you did that first, and then you did it with 2 other officers?
Yeah, 2 the Dade County detectives. They were in like office style, plainclothes.
Plainclothes detectives?
Yes.
Did they have any body-worn camera or other type of recording device?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. But it did play, correct?
Yes, it did play.
So at what point did you learn that it wasn't working, or did you not learn that?
Not that day. Because the forensics team actually arrived to my house because they wanted to download it directly. But they just, for whatever reason, they couldn't download it right there, so they wanted to take the device to their lab. So then that, like I mentioned before, in that process, in between taking it to the lab, that video that we saw was gone.
So it sounds like you viewed it on 2 occasions. The first occasion with 1 officer from Homestead, and the second occasion with 2 detectives, correct?
Yes.
The first occasion with the Homestead officer, did he make any attempts to record it in any other way?
No.
Okay. And it was working fine as far as you know on that occasion?
Yes.
On the second occasion when there were 2 detectives, the video was working fine as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
Did those detectives make any efforts to record it at that juncture?
No.
No. So somebody picked it up, and when they left with it, as far as you knew at that time, was it working fine?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the video, it played fine?
Correct.
All 7 cameras were functional as far as you knew?
Yes.
Until the police took it and left your home?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that they were trying to download it?
Yeah, because it does have a USB port.
Okay.
And which I'm not really tech savvy, so I don't know what the purpose of the USB port is, maybe to install an accessory device or something else. So I believe they tried to connect it that way to download the images. But like I said, the digital video recorder is an older model, so maybe their software didn't integrate to the software in the digital video recorder.
So is it fair to say they tried to download it there, didn't work, so what, they said, we got to take it with us?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Okay. So, you can step outside.
Okay.
So, Judge, specifically based on the TDR case, which I believe you already reviewed, they have to establish that it was lost or destroyed. I don't know what happened, and neither does he. So I need to hear from those other witnesses.
So, before he can testify about what he saw on that video, the foundation hasn't been able to. He hasn't connected the dots. State, do you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge, they would like to be heard. Judge, we heard testimony from the witness that said he showed the detectives this video. The detectives attempted to download the video. They couldn't download it. This witness also testified as to the age of the cameras. He said that they weren't new cameras, they were older cameras. That this streaming was connected through not a DVR or anything, it was connected to a cable, Judge. He also testified as to them trying to download it, it didn't work, therefore they took the DVR, and he testified when they got the DVR back, every single video, even the ones from before that night, were deleted, Judge. The state is arguing that that is sufficient to establish that this witness has knowledge that the contents that he's trying to testify to, that he saw simultaneously while watching that video, is enough that it got lost, destroyed under the exceptions to the best evidence rule 90.954.
He doesn't know what happened to it, and they need to establish this.
He does.
Hold on, we're not gonna argue about this. It's gonna be the state law, I can't go back and
No,
forth.
Judge, I'm going to make the argument. He does, and he's testified.
She's doing a fine job.
I know she is, but as the lead prosecutor on the case with the most knowledge about this case, I can speak to what every single witness in this case is going to testify to. I have the utmost respect for Ms. DeLeon. That's why she's the second chair on this case. But again, I've been preparing this case a lot longer. He does, and he's testified he knows what happened to it. When he got it back, it didn't exist. They tried to download it. It was retrieved by an expert. They tried to download it. They couldn't. They took it, and then it was gone.
Was it corrupted in front of him, or destroyed, lost in front of him?
That doesn't matter.
So you use the words maybe, I guess.
But again, what the court, we're conflating issues on whether or not it. So 9954 says in order for this to be admissible, it can be destroyed, they can talk about it, so long as it is not made in bad faith. There is nothing that defense can bring up to say that this is bad faith, that it was destroyed in bad faith. He is absolutely able to testify about what his observations were, and then I can bring in my expert tomorrow. I've already spoken to her on the phone. She's planning on testifying tomorrow. She will be my first witness called if I need to, and everything she can testify to about it being downloaded, it getting corrupted, it not being able to play, those things will come in, so we can subject it to link up, but he is absolutely able to testify to all of this now and his actual observations.
So doesn't have personal knowledge of that faith. You may have to call him again.
We are.
You may get to where you want, you just can't get it.
Well,
what he testified
right.
to now.
So then we have to stop today, now. We're going to stop his testimony. We're going to have to bring in Zuleika Fernandez as our first witness, and then he will be recalled immediately. So we have to stop.
Unfortunately.
No, I'm just saying. I'm letting the court know this is.
Is there anything else you want to get into evidence with him today regarding laying the foundation?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to call him back in. He's going to sit here, and then Mr. Leon can either finish or follow up with any questions. I'll allow cross-examination, redirect if appropriate, and then you'll just be dismissed for the day.
Sure.
Okay.
Judge, my questions were about the video, and that's all he was going to testify to, so I would just at this point say I have no questions for today.
You're going to do it in front of the jury?
Yes, no, I'm going to testify.
All right, so let's knock on the door, so we can start the talking, and we can start. No, stay on record. We need a couple of minutes. I'm good. No, I
All rise for the jury. We're missing one judge.
All right, I can be seated, all jurors are counsel for the defense, the state attorney,
Judge, at this time, the state has no further questions for this witness today.
So we have no further questions for you today. We can see if the defense has any cross-examination.
That's right. Hello again, sir.
No,
A little deja vu for you.
a little bit.
So, again, tell me about this camera system that you had in your house. How does it work?
They're hardwired, mounted on the exterior of my house. They all are hardwired to one digital video recorder that's in my living room.
So we're talking about 7 cameras that are connected to a wire. This wire goes to a DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And it all gets saved onto this DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And am I correct that you can view all 7 camera feeds at the same time on a screen? Correct?
Yes, you can. You could highlight each individual camera on the screen, but yeah, you can see all of them at the same time.
All right. Now, I'm not going to get into the contents. We're not going to talk about that right now.
Okay.
But as far as you know, on at least 2 occasions that the police went to your house to view this footage, it was working fine, correct?
Correct.
And other than the footage from the day in question, you had footage from other days on the DVR as well, correct?
Yes. I can't give you an exact time span, but I think it's maybe like a month's worth of recordings that it can hold.
And it had about a month's worth of recording at the time?
Yes.
At some point, police took the DVR from you and they took it with them, correct?
Correct.
At that point, when they took it out of your house, as far as you knew, all that footage was there and it was working fine, correct?
Yes. Judge, facts not evidence outside the scope of the record.
Okay. Same. Just gonna ask another question.
You were able to view surveillance on 2 occasions before the police took the DVR, correct?
Objection, Judge, facts not evidence outside the scope of the record.
Sustained. Just gonna ask another question.
At some point, you got your DVR back, correct?
Correct.
Objection, Judge, facts not evidence.
Hold on. Overruled.
At some point, you got your DVR back, right?
Yes.
How long after?
It's been so long. I want to say it was several weeks, maybe close to a month that they had it.
When you got the DVR back you got it back from the police?
Yes.
Was there any footage on the DVR when you received it back from the police?
No.
It was gone?
Yeah, it was gone.
All right, thank you. That's all I have to ask.
Can you read it?
No regard for Judge.
Your seat.
Thank you.
All right, next witness, please.
Good, we have another today.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, guys. Can you go back and do your third one?
All right, jury.
Okay, Courier is back. Thank you for seeing it. I would have appreciated a heads up because I didn't know when was the last witness.
I told you. Why not?
I missed it. Did I miss the last one? This was the last witness?
We had more witnesses, but they were going to testify to what the court is saying. We cannot have them testify to.
Their observations was on.
Correct.
How many did you call today?
I think 5 or 6.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're going to be calling this witness, but.
I have 7 judges.
7. And you've already informed Mr. Tomaso who you're going to call in your case in chief?
More or less, yes.
So more or less, time and more?
I can't say definitively, but I would say if we called 7, I'd probably have another 12, 13. Mr. Moss and I were talking about whether or not the officer is going to testify. I still don't have an answer to that. It's up in the air at this point in time.
So 12, 13. Can you do your best to get as many outside and ready to go tomorrow and Friday?
Yeah, so I've already spoken to Detective Morales, who's going to be here in the morning, Detective Fernandez, who I've been texting with. I know she has some child care issues, but she's going to be the first witness we're going to call, and we have to finish up with Mr. Cisneros as well. We'll have substantive testimony in the morning and then carry it on into the afternoon. We also have, there is our CSI officer has a doctor's appointment at 1:30, but we're going to do our best to get her in as well.
Because I think we could have done a lot more 2.5 hours a day.
I agree with the board.
Okay. Having been on the receiving end of many witnesses that get upset at me when I was a trial attorney, you guys just have to deal with it. So get as many here tomorrow as possible. If they have to come back, because you don't get to them tomorrow, I'd rather them here than not here.
We really only have law enforcement left, and they're all pretty understanding.
But for example, the medical examiner, he's not that far away.
Right. He's already informed us of what his schedule is and we're going to work around his schedule, and Dr. Mathis is also pretty understanding.
Would it be possible to do most of the state's case in chief tomorrow and Thursday, and tomorrow and Friday?
I think we can get through the majority of it, yes.
Okay, and if we don't, it would leave maybe 1 or 2 witnesses for Tuesday.
Right. What day of the week? Or I'm sorry, what day is Tuesday? Is it the 15th?
The 14th.
The 14th then will be fine, and we should be able to finish it. The only reason I ask is that I believe Dr. Mathis said he was not available on the 15th and 16th, but we'll, like I said, work around his schedule.
Alright, so I'll just tell the jury we're done early for today, and we'll have them come back tomorrow at the same time. Alright, Mr. Glass, is that okay with you, the schedule?
Yes, sir.
So we can just stay behind and chat about a few things after the jury leaves. Alright, so.
All right, so the jurors, your presence.
Step counts, not. We're all seated in the count for jury. Alright, folks, so we're done a little early today. We'll plan for the same thing tomorrow. Folks, 10:30 to 5:30. Just went over a few scheduling things with the lawyers. So we'll try to make, again, best use of our time, be as efficient as possible tomorrow and Friday. So please follow my instructions that I read to you earlier today and that I informed you before we went to lunch. Don't do any research about this case, don't look up anyone about this case, don't let anyone talk to you about this case. If you come across any violations of the rules that we all went over today, please inform me and or Roberto, available. We'll give you instructions on where to meet him tomorrow. It'll probably be 34.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And he'll let you know. Why don't you take your envelopes with you? You'll just hand it to him once you all leave together on the 3rd floor.
At what time do you want them?
So we're going to start at 10:30. I know Mrs. Smith, you have some issues with the ride. Well, so now that we know we're sort of in a routine, we can probably plan better and differently tomorrow, right? Okay, so thank you all. See you tomorrow.
All right, so the jurors.
All right, jury results, you can have seats. So the state asked, and I think it's appropriate. I think there was one officer you didn't cross-examine. I'm assuming that's based on strategy.
Yes.
I just want to make sure Ms. Link is in agreement with that. Okay. We still have a few days left. If there's anyone that wanted to be called, maybe the state's assistance or my assistance, we're issuing subpoenas, we're getting folks in here, let us know, and we can try to get that accomplished. Is there anything that I need to take up before we come back tomorrow?
I think so. I would just ask what time it's starting, or what time should I have notices here? I guess that's the question.
It's my intention to bulldoze my way through my morning calendar, and if it means leaving cases on for trial, it's a sounding. Leaving cases on for trial for the sounding, I want to do it. If it means asking my colleagues to across from me, Judge Brinkley or Judge Hernandez, to take over my sounding, I will do so. I will be done with my sounding between 10 and 10:15.
How long's your camera?
It's about 35 pages.
Today.
Yeah, we have some of the division prosecutors on the scene, so I'm sure they've heard that. I am doing the majority of the witnesses tomorrow as well as Friday. I have a sentencing for Judge Brinkley that I will get covered for. I would like to stop and speak with the next thing. Prior to that, I don't foresee an issue.
That's fine. So we need to let Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Polanco is on and so is Ms. Heath, but I'll text everybody and let them know.
Ms. Heath as well is on, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Heath is on. I'm sure she'll relay the message that we need to get through the sounding as efficiently as possible. Whatever I don't get done at 10:15, I can send to the Brinkley or Judge Hernandez. Understood. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you all tomorrow at 10:15. Thank you for clarifying who your picture is with Idagma.
With who?
You're with Idagma, right?
Yes.
Yes, so in the future, just identify yourself fully. Otherwise, if I don't know who you are, and the way things are going these days, I'm not letting strange people into my courtrooms, right?
I understand.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Gamache, you know Idagma, right? She's with the state attorney's office. She's been there for a long time. She's their witness coordinator on homicide cases.
Yes.
The young man is with her. He does watch trials from time to time. She does. Yeah, he does. So that's why he's allowed back in, because he could identify him. Right, so.
That's right. Yeah.
It's animal life that messes me up. Every time I say.
All right, that is very, very strange. She doesn't allow strangers into her court based on things that have been happening. So I don't know. I don't know what that's about. All right, we're going to get to day 2 in a second. Let me just go through. And Richard sent us a picture of Pedro. So thank you, Richard, for that. I'll have to put him in when we're not streaming. So we'll put that in after we stream. All right, so we heard from Officer Dennis Aguila. He interviewed Daisy. He said Daisy said Pedro left the house 30 to 40 minutes before and heard screaming, and then she called 911. Then we heard from a Deputy Edwards. He spoke to Daisy as well. Said the victim wasn't a bad guy. Couldn't imagine who would do this. He goes out of town 2 to 3 weeks at a time and provides for the family. So she said they watched fireworks and then he went for a walk. She believes she shot him, and then that was objected to. That was struck, and then they had a sidebar. She was not free to go, even though she was not in custody. So then Cross gets up and says, wait a minute, she's not in custody, but she's not free to go. He treated her as a potential witness. So we're hearing conflicting reports. So she's telling one body cam, she's telling Sergeant Nicholson, I don't know, what's his name? I don't know his name. And then now she's telling another deputy, he's a great provider for the family. So she's giving conflicting reports. Then we heard from Sergeant Gabriel Rodriguez. He was on patrol. It took a few minutes to arrive after dispatch. He also talked to Daisy. He said she looked anxious and a little irate. He asked about Pedro and the nature of the relationship and what happened. She says Pedro left in a white van with friends, and he returned. He was flustered and was walking around. So then she was driving around, found him in the alleyway. Body cam is shown. She says, I've known him for 9 years. He came back home. He was really flustered. He was walking around and coming back. I could hear him wailing. So then she drove around to find him. She said you could hear someone screaming. So the second time she found him after she's driving around. He was bleeding everywhere, and I only found one hole in his leg. So the last time she saw him was about 30 or 45 minutes ago, and she found him exactly where he was. So he left in a white van. We heard that. They ask, is he? She asks, is he breathing? So she sounded distraught. She asks, is he breathing? She's like, I don't effing know. It was a white van. He asks, is that their boyfriend? She's like, can you please just see if he's breathing? So to me, she sounded distraught at that point in time. Daisy knew who the victim was at this time. Remember the very first responder, Sergeant Nicholson, said, what do you know who this is? Do you know his name? And she's like, name. And so she didn't know who. She's like, I don't know who well, she didn't come out and say that, but it was as if she didn't know who this was. But then now that she's being interviewed by other law enforcement, now she's saying, oh yeah, I know him, and he's a truck driver and all this stuff. So she said he's not into that, and he didn't know what that meant. Like he's not into that. So then he went. Then this Sergeant Rodriguez went to go handle other calls. That's when he found a trail of blood. So then he goes back to the scene, and he spoke to Officer Edwards. Then they played more body cam. Then we hear from a deputy sheriff, and I didn't quite catch her name, Suya. That's all I could catch. So anyway, apologies for not catching her entire name. So she comes from Miami-Dade. So Homestead is south. So Miami's like here, and then you go down to the Keys, right? So Miami's here, you go down to the Keys. Homestead is like on your way down to the Keys. So it's maybe 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes to a half an hour. And that's where they actually have NASCAR. So if you guys are into NASCAR, they have that's where NASCAR has their racetrack. Let's see. That's also Hurricane Andrew wiped Homestead off the map at one point. All right, back in 92. All right, let's see. Then we get this deputy sheriff. She basically goes there and she identifies items, right? So she identifies items of evidence. So she spoke to. She arrived at 6:18 that Saturday morning, and so she followed the blood throughout the parking lot. She saw. Okay, so this was really interesting. So Pedro was wearing a gray tank top, black shorts and black underwear, black socks and shoes. So she said there was a hole, and thank you guys for pointing this out because I missed it to begin with, but you guys pointed it out. I went back and I confirmed. She said there was a hole in his shorts that was from the bullet. So from what I'm gathering, Daisy aims down, shoots down, ricochets off the ground, hits him in the heel and the leg, and then I guess it has to exit. Well, I don't know. We have to hear from the medical examiner which way. I still don't know. I still don't know if she shot him from behind, shot him, if he's running away and the bullet ricochets, hits him in the heel and then travels up, and then it's like the magic bullet, right? I mean, how does it hit the ground, hit his heel? He must have been facing away, goes into his leg, goes up into his leg, and then exits through the hole. So I don't know where the hole was. I'm not sure where the hole was, right? It is the weirdest shooting. Well, that's what defense said. This is going to be one of the most bizarre shootings you'll ever hear. So they were right about that. Very, very bizarre. So the ME, I got to hear from the ME because where was the exit wound? Was it in the front? Or I'm sorry, the exit to the shorts. Was that in the front of the shorts, the back of the shorts? ME is going to definitely help clear up a lot of questions. So then she spoke to some neighbors. Oh, she found the gun, the weapon. So let's see. She found some. She had to identify. Oh, I'm sorry. She had to notify the victim's family. That's what she does. So she told Pedro's father. Then she looked at some surveillance cameras, ring cameras, whatever it was. She saw Daisy's car driving back and forth, back and forth. She sees Daisy gets out. She goes to him. Then she goes back to the car. Then she goes back to Pedro. So we'll see that video, I'm hoping. Then Robert Cisneros, firefighter, he was off duty. So his big thing, and he was the last witness, his big thing was that he I think he said he backs up, or he's close enough to the scene where they came and they asked him for his Ring camera. And interestingly enough, then they had to do a whole voir dire. They had to take the jury out. So he has old school, or his setup. He's got 7 cameras, but they're all hardwired. They're not Wi-Fi. So law enforcement came, or crime scene techs came, and they tried to USB it and download it. They couldn't, so they took it to their lab, and footage got destroyed. So that's interesting. So what was that footage? Was that footage of Pedro punching? Or was that footage of Pedro pounding on the door? You know, we're never gonna know. We're never gonna know. So, all right, there's a poll brought to you by Woke. Woke came up with the idea for the poll. So if you guys haven't taken the poll yet, please do so. All right, Barry, you have a question. Let's see. Why did lead investigator not testify? She said she wasn't the lead as the lead detective, Trooper Proctor Brady. To be determined yet. We haven't heard from the lead yet. Maybe that's coming up. All right, CCTV is on Court TV YouTube. Okay, all right, we'll see. We're going to get to it. Missy Russell, I can understand her being afraid of him, but if he was evil to her, but if he turned away, he wasn't attacking her. All right, we're going to have to see. We're going to check out day 2 right now. But who is doing better after day 1? What do you guys think? Who's doing better after day 1? I'll give you a moment to answer the poll. Who's doing better after day 1? The state, defense, both equally, or still too early to decide? All right, so now we're going to pick up on day 2. They started at 10:30, so we're not too far behind. We're only 2 hours behind. Oh, and don't forget, we're going to pick up on Bianca. So don't, after this stream, we're going to pick up on Bianca because there were some interesting developments in there as well. So we will still stream Bianca after this. Don't worry. All right, let's get to day 2.
As well as to others. So I know that that's what the information you receive and then you relate to me. So I felt the need to disclose that. And look, I think I've already told both sides that please do not look at each other, do not communicate with this side of the bench, is not allowed to communicate with that side, and vice versa. That's the way it's going to go. If folks start violating the sport's rules, meaning the orderly way that this trial is going to proceed, I will remove folks from the proceedings. That's just the way it goes. All right. Anything that we have to take up before I check in with my data to see if all the jurors are here?
The only thing that I want to mention to the court, I obviously mentioned to Your Honor in the back a few minutes ago, and I spoke to Mr. Tomas already. There are a handful of witnesses that must be called this morning. I'm asking that we just work through their testimony. One of them is Detective Fernandez, who's going to be talking about the retrieval process of that DVR. Depending on what the court's ruling is, whether or not that satisfies the court or not, I have Detective Danny Morales in the courtroom as well, who will also talk about what his observations on that video from Mr. Cisneros was. I can call him this morning. If not, I understand, but I do have my CSI officer, Detective Fernandez, and then Mr. Cisneros as well. I'm going to ask that whatever time they finish, is what time we finish, and then we can break for lunch. I have a handful of officers for this afternoon. I'm going to ask that we finish with the officers, whether it's early or not today, and then I should be, my hope is that I'm able to rest tomorrow.
So we can work through lunch. We'll just gauge to see if the jury needs a comfort break here and there, and if we need one also. But for 7 purposes, that works for me. Did you guys say you know, usually you have pictures of water, so you all let me know. Mr. Jones, anything that are you okay with that schedule?
Yeah.
Lunch?
That's fine.
I can go off record until we wait for the jury and the debate to wrap it up.
Thank you. Judge, sorry, I forgot. I have a quick court hearing at 11:45. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can
In this building?
Yes. Can we just, when that happens, just so I step up and handle it and come back?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Just remind me. Just so
I will.
you know, the sidebar. We'll take a little break.
Yes.
Jason, can go off. All nine jurors are accounted for, is seated, lawyer present as well as All right, Mr. I guess you're cold, you'll put your jacket on and the hoodie. That's fine. But if you start, that's fine. But it's not going to cause you to like doze off or anything, right? You're not going to get too cozy, you know. If it's too cold in here, I can ask the building manager to come up and make it. It's okay. We'll let me know. All right. State your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state calls Detective Zapata to the stand. Permission to read.
Go ahead.
Good morning, raise your hand. You solemnly swear affirmative the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, keep hearing that.
Judge, may I proceed?
Yeah.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Inaris Zapata.
Ms. Zapata, what is your occupation?
I am a crime scene technician.
And how long have you been a crime scene technician?
For almost 10 years.
And what department do you currently work for now?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
For almost 10 years.
Do you have specialized training as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Can you please explain to the jury what that training is?
Specialized training consists of going to training. For example, some of them could be a 4-hour course or an 80-hour course where you would spend the entire week doing crime scene processing, photography, doing things with blood spatter, fingerprint, just anything related to crime scene.
Now, what is your role as a crime scene technician?
My role as a crime scene technician is to respond to various crime scenes where I'll be processing and documenting the crime scene.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that morning as a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I did.
And what did you respond in reference to, Detective?
I responded to a reference to a homicide investigation.
Now, as a crime scene technician, what is it that you do when you arrive on scene?
Typically, the first thing that I do is that I speak with the detective on scene, where they would give me a brief synopsis, case summary of what might have occurred, and then after that, we'll do a walkthrough of the scene.
And what detective did you speak to in this case?
It was Detective Cruz.
What time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And I know you mentioned you spoke to Detective Cruz. Did he brief you on what had happened?
Yes, he did.
And you mentioned you did the walkthrough, so I want to talk about your walkthrough, okay? What is it that you did in reference to photos? What did you take photos of?
As soon as we did the walkthrough, we started taking photos, and the photos will consist of overall photograph, basically when I get to the scene, what I see, and then after that it will be mid-range photos, and then close-up photos of anything that is related to the scene and or items of evidential value.
So I want to talk about those overall photos to start. Judge, permission to introduce what has already been admitted to evidence based on stipulations by the parties?
Sure, just let Ray read it into the record.
Stay Exhibit 1L, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 8. And 1M, Stay Exhibit 1M, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 9.
Permission to publish, Judge. Go ahead. Now, Detective, what are we looking at in this case? What is this photo?
What we're looking at is kind of like a bird's eye view of the scene where I responded to.
And what is this photo?
That photograph is a front view overall of the front of the residence.
And is this where the residence is?
That's correct.
Okay. And this photo?
That photo shows an eye's view of the entire scene.
Okay, next one. And what is this photo focusing on here?
That photos is showing the also part of the scene, but more so concentrating on the alleyway where the victim was found, and also 2 vehicles.
Is this the alleyway that you're talking about?
That's correct.
What is this in reference to the defendant and victim's house? Is this the front of the house, or what part of the house is that?
That is the front of the house if you're viewing it from the street.
Next. And what is this area?
That is the front of the house also.
Now, where are we in this area?
We are in front of the house, but at an angle of the front of the house.
Okay. Now, Detective, now that we got to the overall photos of the scene, what else did you take pictures of?
I photographed various areas where there were apparent blood, more so a blood trail. I also photographed vehicles and also a firearm.
And where is it that you observed these blood trails?
The blood trail appeared to have started from directly in front of the residence, leading towards the front of the residence, the walkway, a walk path, leading towards the sidewalk, the residence next to it, eventually through an alleyway, and then it ended where the victim collapsed.
Judge, permission for the witness to step down.
Go ahead, step down.
And permission to retrieve what has already been admitted to evidence as States Composite 1 and 2?
Yes.
Detective, can you mark for the jury where is it that you saw these blood trails in the entire scene?
So it's tied to the camera.
Sorry.
Thanks.
So there were various areas where blood was observed from here, leading here, 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 here. And there might have been some on here.
And where is the alleyway for the jury?
This is the alleyway here. What we consider the alleyway was basically all this here, and then there's a vehicle here, and the victim was found somewhere on here.
And for clarification, what exhibit are we looking at?
State's Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it started here and it went all the way here, and then the cars and the alleyways here.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, if I were to show you photos of those blood trails you took, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties, what has been previously marked as Stage 1N.
State Exhibit 1N, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 10.
Now, before I show you the photos, Detective, how is it that you marked where those blood trails you observed are?
The blood trails were marked with orange evidence cone and also orange flags.
Now, where was this blood trail at?
That blood trail, it's on the ground.
Is this near the alleyway?
It appears to be.
Now, I see an evidence marker here. Is that where a blood trail was as well?
That's correct.
And the defendant's house, is it onto the left?
That's correct.
Was this, what area was this blood trail?
That blood trail, it's on the walkway right before that previous photo that we saw the vehicle, that was behind the vehicle.
And where was this blood trail located at?
That blood trail was on the grass. It might have been on one of the residents.
Is this also where one of the residents was?
Yes, that was leading towards, it was in front of the another residence leading towards the back way of the house into the alleyway.
Now, Detective, where is this particular house?
That house is adjacent to the residence where the victim might have lived. Right in front, excuse me.
So their residence is to the right?
Yes, the residence is to the right.
Was there significant blood trail on this truck right here?
Yes, there was.
And now, what you demonstrated to the jury with that aerial mark, is this the path that the victim took while he was leaving out?
Yes, it's kind of like in between that trampoline and the vehicle. There's an area where it leads to the alleyway.
Would it be this area right here?
That's correct.
Now, Detective, I know you mentioned that the blood trails were on some of the cars and also in some of the alleyways. I want to talk about the alleyway now. Did you take photos of the alleyway?
Yes, I did.
What was it that you observed in the alleyway?
In the alleyway, what I observed was also, in addition to the blood trail, there were 2 vehicles, and obviously where the victim expired.
What color were the 2 vehicles?
The first vehicle is a red truck, and the second one is a silver vehicle.
The silver vehicle, where was that vehicle located?
The vehicle was located in the alleyway. In relationship to the body, it was towards the victim's feet, in front of the victim, but in the alleyway.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence what is already, based on stipulations of the party, what's previously marked as States 1-0. Go ahead.
State Exhibit 1-0, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 11. Good.
Now, detectives, where is this red car in relation to the alleyway? Is it close? Is it far?
No, it's relative nearby the alleyway.
And is this, why did you photograph right here?
Apparent blood.
Is the blood located right here?
Yes.
Now, in the aerial scene that we already showed the jury, is this the alleyway we were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's leading towards the alleyway.
Was there a lot of blood on this car?
Yes, there was a significant amount of blood.
And is this the car that was closest to the victim's body?
That's correct.
Was there any blood on the car?
I believe so. Do you have a different photograph?
Now I want to talk about the victim's body. What did you see when you observed it?
The victim was covered with a yellow first aid blanket. Underneath the blanket, it was a victim, and he had
injuries?
Yes, he did.
What were those injuries?
A gunshot wound.
If I were to show you the photos you took, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence what has been based on stipulation by the parties, which has been previously marked as 1P, States 1P.
State Exhibit 1P, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 12, Judge.
Now, detective, are these evidence markers blood trails as well?
That's correct.
And this yellow part, is that what you were talking about earlier, where the victim's body is?
That's correct.
And is this the silver car we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Where was that money found?
That was also in the alleyway, in close proximity to the victim.
Is this the tourniquet you were mentioning earlier?
Yes.
Now, detective, aside from taking photos, did you collect and document any other evidence from the scene?
Yes, I did.
What did you collect?
A firearm.
Before we get to the firearm, did you also document inside of the victim and defendant's house?
Yes, I did.
You took photographs of it?
That's correct.
If I were to show you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties what's been previously marked as states 1Q.
State Exhibit 1Q marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 13, sorry.
Now, detective, where is this area in your house?
That is the living room.
What about this one?
That is a kid's bedroom.
Now, where is this?
That is also in the residence. It's the other bedroom.
Now, in this photo, detective, I want to focus here to the left side. Does this appear to be male clothing?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Now, let's talk about the firearm, detective. Where did you observe the firearm was?
The firearm was located in a tree that was practically directly in front of the residence.
Was it located in plain sight?
No, it was not.
Where was it located?
It was.
Where did you photograph that it was located?
It was. So you have a palm tree. Sorry, I just kind of to show you guys. You have a palm tree, and then at the bottom you have the trunk, and then it had branches and bush. It was inside of it. Now it wasn't visibly. You couldn't visibly see it. You had to kind of like move out the branches in order to see the firearm.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties was previously marked as states 1R.
State Exhibit 1R marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 14.
I want to start with that tree we were talking about. Is that the tree?
Yes.
How close is this tree from the victim and defendant's house?
A couple of steps. It's very close.
And is that the firearm that was located?
Yes.
What type of firearm is that?
It's a semi-automatic.
Did it have a magazine?
Yes.
Was it loaded?
Yes.
Is that where you found it?
That was.
Is that where you photographed it, sorry?
Correct. Yes.
So is this what you were talking about when you mentioned earlier that it wasn't in plain sight?
That's correct.
Where did you have to photograph for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Where did you have to photograph for it? Did you have to go inside the tree and photograph?
Yes, we had to move some of the branches out in order to be able to see the firearm.
Now, detective, if I were to show you the firearm that you collected, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now directing court, counsel, and witness to what has been previously marked. As states 1G of the record reflect that I'm showing the defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness?
Remember the standing permission.
Oh, yes, Judge. Detective Zapata, is this the gun you collected from the scene on June 25th, 2022? Yes. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on June 25th, 2022? Yes. Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1G.
No, Your Honor.
Stay exhibit 1G, micro-identification now becomes stay exhibit 15.
Judge, permission for Detective Zapata to publish it to the jury? Sure. The firearm is not loaded. This is the firearm that we recovered on scene. This is the magazine. On scene, the magazine was inside of the magazine box. This is the cartridge that was located inside of the firearm. Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
Let's see if there's a cross-examination.
Can I see exhibit 6 real quick for everybody? Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Standing permission for both sides to approach the witnesses.
Figured I'd ask since I had asked you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I'm showing you exhibit 6. Just for my own edification, can you tell me where is the house where Daisy Link resided? This is the house, okay. And where is the spot where the body was found?
That's me on here.
Okay. So the blood trail, can you kind of tell me where it starts and where it ends, if you're able to tell me?
There was a blood trail, or the apparent blood around here, all this area here, off and on, leading up to here.
Okay. Maybe it'll help if I can. I don't know if the projector will cover all this. But
Do you want her to step down and publish?
Yes, please.
Go on, please step down.
If I can do it on the projector, I'd like to try to do it. Okay, ma'am, do you mind? So I'll ask you what I just asked you. Actually, where is the home where Daisy Link resided? This home right here. And there's a red line here which signifies a blood trail. Is that correct?
Yes, the line that I attempted to draw signified were areas where there were on and off apparent blood leading up to the body.
So there's a line here, right? Is that correct?
There's blood there.
Well, there's also, you drew a line signifying that, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we start here, goes all the way over here, all the way over here, and then we'll move this down a little bit. Oops, turn this around. Then that line comes over here, and you said the body was found here, is that correct? Where the X is?
Approximately.
And there was some blood over here, and apparently it went as far as this white car over here, is that correct?
No, this line all the way here, I was just talking about the alleyway.
Okay. So this on the right side, this red line, this circle, there's no blood over here, is that what you're saying?
Correct, not that I recall.
So the blood that we found, it would be all in this section, correct?
And in the alleyway.
And in the alleyway. Anywhere where we see a red line other than this part, is that correct?
Correct, and maybe somewhere.
All right. So let me turn this around again. And again, this is Miss Link's house, right?
Yes.
What's in this part of the house, if you can recall? And while you're thinking about that, give me one moment.
I believe it's another duplex.
Just give me one moment. Okay. So I'm showing you what has been admitted as composite exhibit 8. Several pictures of the house. But is this Miss Link's house as far as you can tell?
Yes.
So we see some windows here, right?
Yes.
This part of the house that we're looking at, is that what we would see on this side, or would that be what we would see on this side of the house?
Should be on this side, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Now, this right here that I'm showing you, same exhibit, is this the front door?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to this picture, if you could tell us, if you know?
If I recall correctly, the front door should be.
All right, so you can take a seat now. Thank you for bearing with me. So we can agree that based on the blood trail, based on the red line that you drew for us, Mr. Jimenez was right at the front door, right? At one point.
It appears to be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Detective Zapata, did you collect any bullets or casings
From the scene, did you photograph any bullets or casings from the scene?
No, I did not.
And I know defense asked you on cross-examination whether there was blood right in front of the house that they lived in. Was there blood right in front of the house that you photographed that they lived in?
I'm sorry, I don't recall him asking if there was blood right in front of the house.
Okay. Was there blood in front of the house?
In front of the house, as in like down the steps?
Yeah. Yes.
There might have been blood there, yes.
And if there was blood, Detective Zapata, would you have marked it with an evidence marker or flag?
If it would have been right in front of the house, it should have been something. If not, then you would have been able to see it with the photographs.
I'm showing you what has already been entered into evidence as States 1, Exhibit 8. Is that the house?
Am I looking at the
front of the house? The front of the house.
Yes.
Is there any markers or anything there?
No.
No further questions, Judge. May the witness be excused, Judge. Yes.
State Consul Rico Fernandez.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Go ahead,
Yeah, just trying to fit in the chair.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Sergeant Zuleika Fernandez. I'm with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
since 2006.
And is that formally known as the Miami-Dade Police Department?
Sorry?
Is that formally known as the Miami-Dade Police Department?
Yes.
It's the same department?
Yes.
Different names?
Yes.
And what unit do you work in?
Currently,
Yes.
I'm in the Kendall District, so I'm in uniform patrol at the moment.
Do you have a specialized role in the unit?
I'm a sergeant, so I'm the sergeant right now in Kendall District on midnights.
Do you work in video retrieval?
I did at one point, yes.
Now, I want to take you all the way back to June 25th of 2022. Did you work in that video retrieval unit then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your duties in that unit?
My duty was basically to respond whenever detectives from different bureaus would contact us to export video evidence for their case.
Okay. And in order to be in that unit and to retrieve those things, do you get any kind of specialized training?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain to the members of the jury what that training is?
So I went to Dorothy Stout training. It's a 3-day course, which actually it teaches you how to export videos from different systems. And then we had LEVA, which is, there's 4 different LEVAs. I went to LEVA 1, and that one is a little bit more in depth. It actually shows you how to go into the hard drives in case that you're not able to actually export video the native way. So then you would basically go into the hard drive and try to get the video that way.
And would it be fair to say that based off your training that you get in the video retrieval unit, that you get specific trainings on different types of recording systems?
Different systems, completely. NVR, DVR, cloud-based systems, any type of system.
Okay. Now, I know we kind of already mentioned this already, but were you working in your capacity as a police officer in that video retrieval unit on or about June 25th of 2022?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer in the video retrieval unit on or about June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
What about to June 29th, 2022?
I was still within the video forensic unit.
Okay. Now, before we move on to those dates, can you explain to the jury the process of actual video retrieval?
So normally what we do is we actually document everything about the DVR, from the serial numbers to the cameras that the system actually holds, to the amount of cameras that are actually working at the time. If there is any offset, so if real time and offset do not match, we actually document that to show that even if we pull video for specific times, the reason we got that video at that time is because DVR time and real time were completely off. We document the earliest recording, so anything from if the incident occurred in May, but the actual DVR holds video until March. So you can go back all the way to March. We document the cameras and the actual times that the detectives request, and that's pretty much it.
And are you trained in the process of, let's say it doesn't work, if you're called out to a scene, it doesn't work there, are you trained in the process of, let's say, bringing it back to headquarters to retrieve it in a different way?
Yes, so if we're not able to export on scene, we obviously speak to the detectives first, let them decide. We'll let them know in that moment, hey, it's not working, we're not able to export on scene. However, we do have DVR examiner back in the office, so we could plug it straight into the hard drive and try that method.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR examiner is?
DVR examiner allows you to go into the hard drive and export the entire thing, so the entire data on the actual hard drive.
Now, does it work for every single unit, or are there sometimes failures?
No, there's definitely failures. A lot of times when you get hard drives, either they're already failing or they're corrupted. And if you plug it in, it's the same thing as a USB. A lot of the times they get damaged over time.
Okay. Now, on June 29, 2022, did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was requested by homicide detectives to respond.
And do you know who the owner of that home was?
Personally, no. I don't.
But did you know his name?
Cisnero?
Is that a Robert Cisneros?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection?
I could look at my report and see.
If you can, don't just look up when you're done.
Yeah, Robert Cisneros.
Great, thank you. Did you make contact with him?
I didn't. I made contact with the detectives. The detectives were the ones making contact with him.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after arriving on scene?
Once they allowed me to access the DVR, that's exactly what I did. I went straight to the DVR and I started working on trying to get the export.
Okay. Did the homeowner give you consent, or did you have to get a warrant to get that DVR?
I would have to look at my...
Please.
So it looks like it was verbal.
Verbal consent.
Verbal consent.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the members of the jury what DVR system Mr. Cisneros had?
So he had a Shield DVR, which is it's a regular CCTV system. It's not cloud-based, it's not MVR. There is no client, anything like that. It was just a basic DVR system.
Was it an older model, newer model, if you knew?
I wouldn't know that information.
Is this a model that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR had, like, in order for you to download it?
To export?
Yeah.
So normally with that system, you would go to their main menu, and you would either look for the backup or the export option of the system. So the route that we were going to take that day was USB, which would be the native export.
Did it have a USB port that you could plug in to download?
Yes.
Were you able to download it on scene?
No.
Why not?
For whatever reason, when I went, the dates were available and the system actually went back to April. However, when I went to go back to the times to actually export the times, for whatever reason, the times were not available.
Okay, but the date was?
The date was.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering anyway with that system when you were viewing it?
No, because for me to say that there was tampering, I would have to say that the entire hard drive was completely wiped out or formatted.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury? What do you mean by that?
With DVR systems, you can't go back and delete just one incident or one day or 1 hour, 2 hours. When you format a hard drive within the DVR, it completely wipes out the entire hard drive, meaning everything will just disappear. And in that case, the date was available, everything went back to April, which means that nothing happened. There was no way it was formatted.
Okay. Now, before we move on, were there specific days or times of interest that you were attempted to cover?
Yes, if I could look back on my report though. So they wanted June 25th, 2022, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Now, were you able to confirm at the time before you were trying to retrieve that video that the DVR itself was in working order?
The DVR was working, yeah.
Now, when you said that you were unable to download it via a USB, what, if anything, did you do next?
Once I wasn't able to export, I let the detectives on scene know, and at that point, I believe they received consent from the owner to take the DVR for further examination.
Did you take possession of the DVR?
I did.
And where'd you go with it?
Once I get the DVR, I take it back to the office.
And what did you do at the office with that DVR?
At the office, I plug it into DVR Examiner, and at that point I attempted to conduct DVR Examiner on it, and for whatever reason, the actual hard drive was not scanning. It wasn't even allowing me to get to the point where I could export or even request to export.
Can you explain a little bit more what that means?
So I would plug it in to DVR Examiner. I would scan the DVR to actually pick up the hard drive, but it wasn't picking up the hard drive at all.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering when you were doing that?
No.
Why not?
Because I couldn't even get to the hard drive.
Okay. So the fact that you couldn't get to the hard drive was evidence itself that there was no tampering?
To me, evidence enough that the actual hard drive was damaged or somehow corrupt, because I was never even able to enter into it. I was never even able to get into it enough to do anything.
Okay. What after that, did you inform anybody that their video was unable to be recovered?
Yes, detectives. Detective Denoris.
Chinoris.
Sir, yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the DVR after that?
Once I let them know what was going on, I just let them know the DVR is ready to be picked up. I documented everything, and that was it.
When DVRs are in this manner returned, either because they cannot download those videos or things like that, is it a likely outcome, possible outcome, that everything gets wiped from those DVRs?
So normally when we return the DVRs, we never plug them back in. And the reason for that is because if you plug it back in and there is, for whatever reason, data on there or anything like that, that they will need later down the line, if you plug it back in, it normally resets the hard drive altogether. So a lot of times we don't do that, because just in case the detective says, hey, we need more time, or we need to pull extra time, we just got more information. So we don't plug it in for that reason.
Did you purposely delete any video in this case?
No.
Is there any evidence that anyone purposely deleted any kind of video in this case?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, good answer.
No.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
In cross-examination of the students.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, ma'am, I just wanted to clarify, because you said a few moments ago that you were asked about tampering, and I believe you said tampering would show that the entire hard drive was wiped. Am I quoting you correctly?
If you're asking if certain times were deleted from the hard drive,
right,
you can't delete just 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day. When you format a hard drive, it'll format the entire thing, which means I would not be able to go back to April 29, 2022, which was the earliest recording on this DVR.
So just so I understand you, so you're saying if somebody were to tamper with a DVR hard drive such as this one, that would result in everything being deleted?
Yes,
okay.
Because it's a hard drive within the DVR and it's not NVR or any other, there's no other method to actually extract or delete any video.
All right. As far as you know, when you took the hard drive into possession, the footage on it, it had footage on it, correct?
There was footage, but not the footage that the detectives were looking for. So the time frame that they were looking for was not there.
Okay. So I want to pinpoint exactly when it was that you took possession of this item.
When I took the DVR?
Yes.
So I was there at 9:21 a.m., so somewhere around that time,
This is
on the 29th, June 29th.
June 29th. You arrived at the home
Correct.
of the owner of the home who had the DVR?
Yes.
Who else was there when you arrived?
Detective Guinors and Detective Morales.
And you said that you didn't make contact with the owner of the home, correct?
I don't make contact with the owners.
So you only interacted with those detectives?
Correct.
And it was the detectives and not the owner of the home who gave you the DVR, correct?
No, the DVR was on scene.
Okay, so you watched some videos on the scene?
No, I don't watch videos. I only export the videos that they're requesting.
Did you unplug anything?
I unplugged the DVR once I noticed that it was no longer an option to export on scene. And they advised that they gave consent and that they want to take it to the office.
Without telling me the contents or what it is that you saw, if anything, did you see anything, any footage from that DVR before unplugging it?
No.
No. Okay. So how is it that you know that? Well, you said so. You weren't talking about what's on the DVR. You just tried to download it on scene, and you were not able to do that.
Correct.
And that's when you took it with you.
Correct.
Correct. So is it fair to say that you yourself weren't able to verify what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment because you didn't see anything?
I didn't view any video.
Okay, so you can't say what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment?
No.
All right, thank you. You get back to the station, and at the station you find what? That there are no videos on the DVR?
No, when I got back to the station and I plugged it into DVR Examiner, it will not scan the hard drive. So I was never able to pick up the hard drive to get to the export.
You couldn't get into the hard drive?
No.
Were any attempts made to, rather than get into the hard drive, to at least view what was on the hard drive through another screen or another monitor?
No.
Why not?
Because I went through the export option to try to get the times that they wanted, and it said no record, no data, so the times are not there.
So, from your perspective, when you checked, are you saying that there was no video for you to watch, even if you could watch the video?
I wouldn't go back to watch the video. I only export.
I understand, but your goal is to download these videos to be watched so that you can watch them at a later time, correct?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't watch the videos. I only export the video and then I provide it as evidence to the detectives.
Let me rephrase. Your goal is to get this video so that somebody, like a jury, can watch this video at a later time, right?
For me, it's for the detectives. I don't do anything as far as the case goes. I get the video, whatever it is that they ask for, camera, dates, times. I get that video, I put it onto a USB, and then I would put it onto a disc. Then at that point, that's the evidence.
Let me rephrase my question. Let's assume that the detectives asked you to do this because they wanted to have a video, which is evidence, which they could later arrange that video to be played in front of a jury or a judge at a trial, right? Okay? So your purpose was to get that video so that they can use it later, right?
Yes.
You tried to download it for that purpose, and you weren't able to because, as far as you can tell, the DVR didn't have any data on it, correct?
It had data. It just wasn't exporting the dates and times that they were asking for.
All right. So you couldn't export it. However, you know that the detectives were able to watch some of the video before it was taken from the owner's home, correct?
Normally, when they ask us to come out, it's because they've already reviewed video.
Okay. So we know that it was working and you could see videos on it before it was taken from the owner's home, right?
What was that, sorry?
We know that this DVR has footage which the detectives supposedly had already seen, and that's the reason why they're sending you to retrieve it, right?
Yes.
You're not able to retrieve it?
No.
So, wouldn't it be effective to plug in that DVR, which you're not able to get anything from, plug it into a monitor to see if you could still play the videos, just like the detectives had done back at the person's home?
It would have been the same thing. I'm just taking it from one monitor to another. What I was able to see on scene is the same thing that I was going to see back at the office.
Right, but you could see it, and then you could record it another way, right? Like a body-worn camera, or with a phone, or just record something so you preserve it as evidence, right?
There was no evidence. I was not able to export the dates and times that they were asking.
And I think we're not understanding each other. I understand that you couldn't download it, but my question is, your job is to retrieve this so that it could be watched later. We've established that, right? So you can't download it. So as an alternative to accomplish your task, my question to you is, isn't it true that you could have found a monitor, plugged in the DVR, play the video that you're looking for, and record it with another device, such as the body-worn camera that you're wearing, take out a phone, record it in any other way, and that way we have a recording of the evidence this evidence which pertains to a murder case. Isn't that a solution to the problem?
Are you asking about playback?
Yes.
Like to actually play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
My job is not to play back the video. My job was to respond and export the video.
Okay.
He's asking, did you have the option of playing it?
The playback option is there. But my reason for responding was to export the video. And when I went to export and it will not be exported, at that point we took the DVR back to the office.
All right, so all those other options that I just explained to you, none of that was done, correct?
No.
And at some point the DVR was returned to the owner, correct?
Yes.
And if the owner, when he got the DVR back, found that everything had been erased, can you explain how something like that could happen?
If I run DVR Examiner, like I said, I don't plug the hard drives back in for that reason, because it usually resets the hard drive or wipes it out completely. So
you wouldn't have wiped it out completely?
No.
Right.
No.
Okay. So if we have a DVR that was in this home, and this DVR had about a month's worth of footage on it, then it's taken from the home. And then sometime later it's returned to the home. And now when it's at the home, it's working fine, but all that month-long footage is gone. How do you explain that? How does something like that happen?
I can only tell you that I unplug the DVR, plug it into DVR Examiner, and normally when we plug it back in, which is the reason why we don't do it, we don't plug the DVRs back in when we return them in case detectives need more data later. Normally when you plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
So is it fair to say that as you sit here, you are not able to tell us how it was that a month's worth of footage was lost while it was in police custody? You're not able to tell us how that happened?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, just to clarify, when you plug in the DVR to DVR Examiner, you do not plug it in again, right?
No.
And that's because why?
We don't want to plug it back in case the detectives need more data later on. If we plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
And so the hard drive then would be blank.
Correct.
Because it's been reset.
Correct.
So when a homeowner gets a blank DVR, or excuse me, a DVR back and plugs it back in, it would reset?
It will cause the reset or the format of the hard drive.
Which would delete everything?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, John. I'm going to go sidebar.
You can step down.
Wow, so that was a lot of talking. So basically, she was called to Mr. Cesaro's house. She was called there because detectives found something. So she gets there, she tries to download it, can't download it because it's an old system. So then she takes it back to the lab and she tries to use some software to export it. It couldn't, and so she stopped. She let the detectives know. So if she plugged it back in, so that's when the hard drive would be wiped. So if your DVR is ever taken by law enforcement and they extract it, then they hand it back to you. You plug it back in, it's going to be gone. Your footage is going to be gone. So did she do something accidentally? Is she telling the truth? I mean, we don't know, but we have to assume she's telling the truth because she's on under oath. But the detectives saw something and they wanted her to come out and extract it. It's interesting.
Robert Cisneros back to him.
It's the last officer, excuse me, no, he's female, she is, yes. Okay.
You're still under oath from yesterday.
Okay.
So come on back in. Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Cisneros.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to where we kind of left off yesterday.
Okay.
You mentioned that the police came to your house to ask for your cameras.
Yes.
Did you view those cameras with the detectives while they were playing it?
Yes.
Did you stay there the whole time?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what it is that you saw in that footage?
Same objection, Judge.
It's the same. Lay the foundation.
Understood, Judge. Mr. Cisneros, before we get into what you saw, did the officers try and download the video that you viewed together at your house?
I believe that was their original intention, yes.
Were they able to download it?
No, they were not.
Do you know why they weren't able to download it?
Not exactly. No, I'm under the assumption it's because like I mentioned before, the device is an older device.
Sorry, can you say that again?
That why they were able to download it, I'm not exactly sure. Just maybe the programming wasn't compatible. I can't really say for sure.
At some point, did someone come and try to take your DVR to get that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give them the DVR?
Yes, I handed the DVR.
It's just this last part. You're soft spoken.
I'm sorry. I handed the DVR. Yeah.
Was there any evidence of tampering with the DVR before you gave it to the detectives?
No.
When the detectives were viewing your video, did you see them mess with the DVR at any point?
No.
Did they try to delete the video?
No.
Did they try to tamper with it?
No.
Did they cut a cable?
No.
Did you cut a cable?
I did not cut any cables. No.
Did you try to tamper with it?
No, I did not.
When the detective came to retrieve your DVR, did you give it to them?
Yes.
Were they able to retrieve the video?
As far as I know, no. When it was in their possession, no.
When you got the DVR back, were there any videos on it?
No.
Was there any evidence of tampering when you got it back?
No.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
No, let's continue.
Now, Mr. Cisneros, I want to talk about that video.
Okay.
What did you see in the video?
Same objection, Judge.
Oh, yes.
When we got to the time frame that the detective wanted to look at, I know it's in the middle of the night. I can't recall the exact time. We witnessed a person that he was interested in running from the property directly behind mine because that property, there's no fencing, so anybody can just come in and out of that property. And I have an alleyway behind my property. It's one of those old type alleyways where garbage used to get picked up behind the houses. He's running towards the fence, towards my fence. Obviously, I have a 6-foot wooden fence, so I couldn't keep going. So then he changes direction and goes, I want to say, in an easterly direction. Goes out of view of the camera. A few seconds, maybe a minute later, he's more like not running anymore. It's more like stumbling. And then he drops out of view. Just keep in mind, I have a 6-foot fence, so anything on the ground in the alleyway, you can't really see it. But you can see individuals walking back and forth, and also vehicles.
So I want to break that down. You mentioned that the individual the detectives were interested in was running.
Yeah, initially. Yeah.
He was running towards where?
He ran, my house faces north, so he was running towards the back of my house, so he was running in a northerly direction, and then changes direction and goes easterly down the alleyway, out of view of the camera. And then a few seconds later, he comes back, but stumbling now. He's not running anymore.
You mentioned he was stumbling. Did he appear to be injured?
Judging from my experience as a firefighter, the way he was stumbling, yeah, he did appear like he was injured.
And when he stumbled, what area did he stumble in, based on the video you saw?
He fell right behind my property, more on the easterly side of the end of my property, but in the alleyway.
And what else did you see in the video?
Maybe a few minutes or 10 minutes go by, there's a vehicle that approaches.
You mentioned 10 minutes go by.
Well, just generalization. Yeah, again, any kind of time that I give you, it's generalization because it's.
So some time goes by, a vehicle approaches. What else do you see?
We see a female get out of the vehicle, approach the area where the subject had dropped, and I don't have any sound on my camera, so we can't hear what's verbally being said. And the female paces back and forth several times until I believe a Homestead police officer arrives.
Does she ever get back into the car in the video you reviewed?
To the best of my recollection, I believe she did. But I don't believe she left the area. But then again, the angle of my camera only faces one direction. She did go out of view several times, but...
She went out of view of the camera?
Yeah.
When she goes back into view, do you see her try and approach the male that you saw stumbling?
Yes, she did.
Were you able to see what she was doing?
No, unfortunately, no.
Why not?
Because the height of my fence blocks any view of the ground level.
What was the female that you saw in the video doing after she approaches the male that stumbled?
The best I can describe it, she looked maybe emotionally distraught. A couple of times or maybe a few times she put her hands on her head. And the way I best can describe it is her pacing back and forth, it looked like she was upset.
And did you see when the police arrived in the video?
Yeah, I can't see when the police officer arrived.
Was she still there in the alleyway?
Yes.
Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
Good morning again, sir.
Good morning.
Now, these videos that you observed with the detectives, you all were focusing on a specific period of time, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been, I guess, after this man had already been shot, that would have been after that period of time, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a chance to view footage that would have occurred before that may or may not have shown him running around or doing what have you, correct?
No.
but that footage would have been there because you had, I think you said you had about a month's worth of footage on there, correct?
Yeah, the cameras record 24 hours a day.
And that month's worth of footage was there at the time that the police took your DVR, correct?
Yes.
And you said you got it back, what, a couple of weeks later?
Yeah, again, time frame wise, it was a while. Yeah.
Got it back, and when you got it back, there was nothing.
Correct.
So when you got it back, you didn't erase anything because you had nothing to erase?
No.
Did you reset the machine?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea how that month's worth of footage got erased?
I can only speculate that since it's an older device, if it's not plugged into power, eventually the hard drive just deletes the images.
But you don't know that, right?
But not for sure. No, I can't say for sure.
Okay. And as far as it being not plugged into power, well, you don't know how that works. You're speculating that if you unplug this machine, you don't know what happens, right?
Correct, yeah.
But the machine did work when you plugged it back in, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it continued doing what it was supposed to do, keeping footage, saving it.
Yes.
At any given time, you've got about a month's worth of footage before it starts recording old footage.
Yeah, correct.
All right, sir, thank you.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Cisneros, how far does your camera that faces the alleyway, what's the width and length that it captures? Like, how far does it capture out?
It'll capture where my property ends in reference to the alleyway. It'll capture individuals or vehicles passing through the alleyway.
Only through the alleyway?
Well, it's mainly focused, like I mentioned, my yard is very small. It's only 5 feet from the back of the house to the fence line. So the whole purpose is just to focus on my property in case there's any trespassers or for whatever reason. But since it has a wide view, it does record, it'll see anything in the alleyway. But that's not its intended purpose. It's mainly just to keep an eye on my property in the back.
Now, this incident happened at 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Can you tell us how close that address is to your house?
We're on the same block. My house is on 15th Street, and then that address is right behind us.
Would your cameras capture all the way to that house?
No, there's heavy shrubbery, trees. The only thing you can see is just trees. There's really nothing, you can't really see anything past that point.
So it wouldn't have captured, even if it wanted to, it wouldn't have been able to capture it?
No, not past that point, no.
Judge, permission to retrieve what's already been admitted into evidence as states 6?
Yes.
Mr. Cisneros, can you show, permission to step down, Judge, the witness. Permission to the witness. Can you show the jury where your house is in reference to the alleyway?
My house is this.
So when you mention your cameras only captured here?
Yes. There's a doorway here, cameras. It's difficult to tell. This is actually it right here. And pretty much this is what it seems.
Now, are you able to say what direction, when you viewed that video, the male was running?
Here, it came out of this area. The angle of the camera actually seen here. So it looked like it came from this general direction, and then he ran this way. Came from this direction, came in the view of the camera around here, and then he ran this way. Like I said, he disappeared for about a minute, and he comes stumbling back, and he actually, this is a canopy of a tree, but my camera can see underneath it, and it drops around here.
And then where does the female that you see in the video approach from with the vehicle?
I believe there was this general direction, because since it was dark, the headlights illuminated this entire area. So that vehicle was there the entire time. And then she walks in initially, then just paces back and forth several times until the first police officer arrives.
Thank you. You can sit down. Were you able to see in the video if she was ever on the phone or anything?
No, I can't say for sure. Like I mentioned before, she goes out of view of the camera several times, so it's possible.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You can step down. Folks, I need to take about a 10-minute break before we go on to the next witness. We'll probably go till about 12:30 today, and then we'll take our break at 12:30. So let's just go back into the jury room for about 10 minutes.
All right, for the jurors.
All right, so they called back Mr. Robert Cisneros. Law enforcement tried to download footage. They weren't able to. He assumed it was because it was an older device. He didn't see law enforcement mess with it, tamper it, delete it, cut cables. He got the DVR back. There were no videos were there. So he watched the video. So in watching the video, he said he saw, so he actually watched it. So he said he saw a person. All right, so this is what we're all wondering what he actually saw, what was on the video, or what was on the DVR. So he watched the video. So he saw a person running from the property line directly behind him. So he has an alleyway without fencing. He says it's like old school where they would come and pick up garbage. So he sees them running towards the fence, changes direction, and goes out of view. Then a few minutes later, he's stumbling, then drops out of view. So he has a 6-foot fence. So I'm guessing he's got his back is exposed with the alleyway, but then he's got fencing on either side. So the person ran north, then goes east down the alleyway, then comes back stumbling. He appeared injured. So he fell into the alleyway. Then he says 10 minutes go by and a vehicle goes by. Female gets out, goes to the person on the ground, paces back and forth until law enforcement arrives. He said he could not see what she was doing due to the fencing blocking the ground. So, all right, let's fast forward here. We can zoom to the next witness.
And then we just cross-examine number one.
It,
You have free reign to end a little bit before 12:30 if that's the natural break. Do not end up with 12:30.
The next officer that we're calling is the canine officer who found the firearm, so it shouldn't be.
Sorry, it's on. We'll go through that.
All right, for the jurors.
Jurors, count for lawyers and slip. You can be seated. The plan is still to break at 12:30 for lunch. The next witness to the state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Pedro Jimenez.
And thank you, our jury, for indulging that. Incorporate that into your record.
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record?
Victor Gill.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury what's your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Going on 26 years.
So what exactly is your current assignment then with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am a canine handler with the within the narcotics section, and I have a firearms detection dog.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury what some of your roles are as a canine handler?
My daily roles are to assist detectives in their investigations where they need to locate or assistance in searching for anything related to a firearm.
Now, back in June of 2022, what was your assignment? Were you still a canine handler?
Yes.
Okay. So what type of training do you need to undergo as a canine handler?
Myself and the dog in our unit, the way that it is the dog and I are chosen. We're both in my situation. I was a green handler, meaning I never handled a canine prior to this, and the dog was never on any scent, meaning the odor that they have to detect. So we both start off green. We have an independent trainer who trains us together, puts us through a whole process. And the dog, basically everyone knows what a dog does. They love to find food. We use that natural instinct to train them to find. We give them a toy. From the toy, we insert the odors that we want them to find. And then we go through the process of training together.
So what's your canine's name then?
It's a female Belgian Malinois named Nani, Nany.
So you had mentioned that you were green with Nani. When did that happen? When did you guys first start working together?
I got to canine in February of 2018.
Okay, so then by 2022, you had already been together for a few years, then, right?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to break down a little bit about what you talked about regarding scent and how they're trained to find a certain type of scent with their toy.
Yes.
What exactly is Nani trained to find then, and how did you guys do that?
So, like I said, it's the natural instinct of the dog to search and to find food. We take that natural instinct and we introduce what is a toy. I didn't bring my Kong, but it's a Kong. It's usually a red or black toy. We introduce that. We play with them to see their enthusiasm, to see how much they actually interact with you. In that process, now we introduce the two odors. The two odors that we associated to firearms are gun oil and black powder. The reason for those two odors is because black powder obviously is in ammunition. So when a firearm is fired, it also causes combustion, which makes the round go out the barrel. So that stays in on the casing or on the actual firearm. The gun oil, every firearm from manufacturing, from the first day that it has to be lubricated so that it can move, all the mechanical parts can move freely. So that's why you have gun oil and black powder, and they both have to be from inception fired to make sure that the firearm is working. So we know from day one, whenever this firearm was sold, it had to be through a testing process to make sure that it works and that it's oiled properly. So those two odors are the two that we associated to the firearm.
Okay, so you know that you're in the narcotics section, but you look for firearms. Is your dog trained to look for narcotics too then, or?
No. In our section, what we have is what we call single purpose. So sometimes you'll see some dogs will have what they call bite dogs, and then they also can alert to odors. Our dogs are single purpose, so we only focus on one thing, and for my dog, it's just firearm detection.
And how often is Nani trained then?
With our department, we have to certify every year with an independent someone who certifies us. Ours is through FIU, Florida International University, and it's the International Forensics Research Institute. Sends out an independent person who is not attached to our department, and they run us through a testing. I do 4 areas outside of casings and firearms, and then 4 areas interior, and I have to find all 8 of those aids in those locations to pass certification every year.
I have a couple more questions about Nani.
Okay.
Has Nani ever had any other handler?
No.
So you've been the only person with Nani?
Yeah, she will retire with me.
Okay. Now, does Nani just use her sense of smell, or is she trying to hear or look for things with her eyes?
She actually calls for speculation.
The dogs are based off odor, so when we don't see it, they don't look for the actual item. Again, it's the odor that emanates from the item. So it's the black powders and the oils is what the dog is actually alerting to.
Okay, so I want to bring your attention then to the morning of June 25th, 2022, a Saturday. Were you on duty that day?
I was called out on that day.
Okay. So you were called out, but did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the scene, how does that start off? What do you do?
I usually make contact with the detectives. We do so many of these calls that we're just tools for the detectives. So we usually respond to the scene. We speak to the detectives that called us out to see how they need us to assist them in whatever way.
So when you arrived on the scene, were there other officers already present there, or what?
Yeah, there was already other officers present.
Was it still night out, or was it day?
From what I recall, it was day.
Okay. So, were you given any specific roles or tasks during when you arrived?
Like I said, I don't remember the whole incident in its entirety, but I do, per my report, recall that I was asked to search a location, a residence, and an exterior part of a residence.
Sorry, the last answer again?
I was tasked, per my report, from what I recall, I was tasked to search a residence and the exterior front location of a residence.
Now, at this time, as you're there with Nani, is there any other canine unit that's there at the same time?
From looking at one of the reports, there was another the handler that was present.
Okay. Now, what do you do in order to prepare Nani to start looking for any evidence on the scene?
For the interior search, one of the first things that we would do is run through the house or conduct a walkthrough of the house to make sure that the house is safe and there aren't any objects or anything that would interfere with the dogs, especially for safety concerns, for myself or the dog.
So, we talked about that there were multiple places, that Nani had done a search. On the actual property itself, inside or outside, did Nani locate anything?
Yes.
What did she locate?
A firearm.
Okay, do you remember how she ended up locating that?
Yes, that's the part that I do remember because it was not a normal situation. I was searching the front location of the area, and as I was searching the area, my dog pulls me towards a tree, areca palm tree, and goes into the branches or leaves of it and sits down, and that's how we know. And that's her form of letting us know that there's something present.
Okay. So, is Nani on a leash as well, too?
Yes.
Now, are you standing in front of her, leading her where to go?
No.
You're letting her take control then?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm now showing defense what's been already introducing that evidence as State's Exhibit 14. Now, what are you looking at here in this image?
The areca palm tree.
Okay, is that the palm tree that you were just describing that Nani took you to?
Yes.
Now, we see this here. When Nani had sat down and signaled to you that there was something in the area, were you able to see it with your eyes what was there?
No, I was not.
Okay, so what do you do next then as you're being alerted to this area?
I know that someone was assisting me from what I remember. We moved the branches, and as we moved the branches apart, you could see what appeared to be a butt of a firearm.
And is that the butt of the firearm you're describing?
Yes.
And that's what you saw on that day with Nani?
That is correct.
Now, when you locate that, are you grabbing the firearm or touching it in any way?
No.
What do you do then?
I just notify the homicide detectives and the crime scene technicians just for a chain of custody to make sure that they can itemize and document the property properly.
So, now that you've located the firearm itself, are you and Nani looking for anything else?
I know that we continue to search to a certain extent, but there was nothing else that my dog located.
Did you find any spent bullet casings?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any empty magazines or anything else, or just the firearm?
Just the firearm.
Okay, Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
participate, not a bad thing. So we'll take a lunch break until 1:30. That should give you all enough time to travel, go wherever you go, or stay in the building if you want to go to the cafeteria on the first floor, or the cafeteria on the bottom floor. I'm going to remind you again, not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, not to do any research about this case. If you see anyone involved in this case, whether it's the defendant of this claim, the lawyers, or any witnesses or potential witnesses, there are my instructions to ignore you. Please ignore them. Marta will tell you where to meet them on the probably third floor.
Yes, John.
Go ahead and take your notebooks. Put them in the envelope like yesterday. We'll take them from you, and then we'll give them back to you once we come back. We'll aim to start testimony at 1:30, so please plan accordingly so we can start at 1:30, okay?
All rise for the adjourn.
All right, there goes the march of the jurors. No one found the casing, Alexa.
So we'll come back and we'll decide to start before 1:30. Correctional, so we'll have this made ready for us. So we'll come back to you just before 1:30. Could you inform Mr. Tomas what witnesses you would expect to call for today?
I can let everybody know. I'm calling Danny Morales next. He is one of the detectives on scene. I've spoken to Mr. Tomas as well. I need to talk to Detective Morales first. I'm probably going to be introducing the defense phone up at this point and publishing one of the ring camera videos with Detective Jimenez, but I need to speak to him first before I do that. I'm calling my DNA expert, my firearms expert, another canine officer, and I think that's a good place to stop for the day. And then tomorrow I'll have one of my detectives, my actual extraction officer, and then a medical examiner. I think that's it.
So 3 witnesses today, tomorrow?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I never asked you this, Mr. Tomas. I know we've been talking freely about the victim. Is there a stipulation to legal ID?
We're going to get to that, but yes.
I will be stipulating, yes.
All right.
I have the stipulation.
Okay, so thank you for talking before. Although I do know how this goes, right? We're gonna have a grieving family member on the witness stand.
No.
I know, but just so Ms. Luke understands why you're stipulating
Yes.
to the legal ID, even though everyone's been speaking freely about who this man was, it still needs to be proven that he was Pedro Jimenez, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll come back right before 1:30. If you guys need me beforehand, let us know. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, there's off.
I'm going to start. I'm going to start with Zoom again when we come back. I'm not going to do it now because I'm not going to let it keep running for an hour. So in case someone's like, oh, where did Zoom go? It'll be back up on 1:30. But it's
No one heard too, Kathy, was Sergeant Nicholson. He was the first responder. He said he heard one pop. So said he only heard one pop. All right, so real quick before we can zoom. It sounded like there was only going to be like maybe one or two more witnesses, so they may end early again today. And if so, we'll get over to Bianca Ellis because we have some good stuff to show there. So Deputy Sheriff Victor Gill, K9 out of Miami-Dade. He specializes in firearms, and his Belgian Malinois was named Nani, so that's cute. So Nani, they were searching the inside and then the front exterior, and he said Nani located the firearm. So he was searching the front, and Nani pulls him to a tree, and she sits down, and of course that's the signal, and there was the firearm. No casings or magazine, just the firearm. So what did she do with everything else? Yeah, why don't they cuff her while she's walking out? I don't know, Joanne. Same Deb. Yeah, no restraints. I don't know. Alexa, did I miss the medical examiner? Not yet. Yeah, another day of stopping early, Melissa. It seems like it. Sparkling Princess. Yeah, they're just letting her walk out pretty much. I know everybody's. Yeah, David. Just I agree. Barry, how long to find casings in tall grass when it snows in Florida? Yep. All right. All right. Let's go. Let's get forward. We can get zoom in here.
What's the name of the next witness?
Harold Rio, Your Honor.
And the last name?
R-I-O-E.
He's also an officer?
Yes, Your Honor. R-I-O-D.
D.
D is a boy.
Did you want to go into this history?
One at a time.
All right, for the jurors.
So the plan still is to take a quick coffee break at 3 p.m., which should be quicker than yesterday, and to be done at 5:30 to 6. So that's the plan. So, as far as state, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Rio. What's the last name again? Rio.
Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Harold Ryobi.
Okay. And what is your current position and employer?
I'm employed by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and my current duties, I'm a field training officer for Miami-Dade.
Now, back in 2022, what was your role, or what was your position?
I was a firearms canine handler.
Okay. And what exactly did you do as a firearm canine handler?
I would help with homicide investigations, any type of investigation that a firearm was used.
Okay. So were you in this role then around June 25th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, what type of training do you have to undergo to be a canine handler then?
When we first get our dog, we go through a stringent 6-week initial training where we get the firearm canine we imprint the dog as far as to learn the odors of gunpowder and gun oil.
Okay. Now, what was the name of your canine around this time?
Trigger.
And with Trigger, how long had you been working with him then?
When this occurred, approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, is Trigger still working today?
No, Trigger's retired.
And why did Trigger retire?
He was getting up in age. I had the opportunity to either get another dog and stay as a firearm handler, or since Trigger I didn't want to get another dog because I've been on 25 years, so I could leave at any point. I didn't want to have to train another dog and possibly have the dog go to somebody else or anything, so I just left the program.
Okay, but Trigger was working in 2022 then, right?
Yes.
All right, what type of training did Trigger have to go through in order to get this specialization in firearm detection?
Well, it's an associative training where Trigger learns gunpowder and gun oil. And once he's able to determine, where the gunpowder, gun oil is, he learns by, we praise him and he continues on to other.
Was Trigger trained for any other types of scent other than firearms?
No, we're a single odor organization.
Okay. Now, how often did Trigger need to be trained when he was working?
We pretty much trained weekly or daily, actually.
Okay. And how many handlers did Trigger have around this time?
Just one.
And it was you, right?
Just myself.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to the weekend of June 25th and 26th of 2022. Now, were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the scene of 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead?
Yes, I did.
All right. When you went to that scene, what exactly was your role, or what did you do when you first arrived?
I was requested to respond by Detective Hubbard. Once I got there, I was advised that a homicide had occurred, and they gave me areas to run my dog.
Okay. Now, when you were there with Detective Hubbard, was this for a secondary canvass?
Yes, it was.
Now, what is the purpose of a secondary canvass?
Just she was doing her due diligence to make sure that all areas were covered.
Now, are you looking in a specific area with Trigger, or is it just free roam?
No, Trigger's on leash, and Trigger does what he does as far as like any other dog, walking around, smelling, trying to pick up any odors that he could find as far as if there's gun oil or gunpowder.
So how does Trigger essentially let you know that he found something?
Well, if he does find something, he'll go to a seated position.
Okay. And is that standard then for, canines? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there any specific area in this case that you were looking for that Detective Hubbard took you to?
It was whatever area that I was directed to run.
Now, during your search, did you end up finding anything?
No, I did not.
Did you end up searching the property of where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now publishing what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Were these the areas that you searched with Trigger?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you find any firearms?
No, I did not.
Did you find any spent casings?
I did not.
Did you find anything at all with Trigger?
No, I did not.
Did you yourself see anything with your own eyes that Trigger might not have found?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, one last question about Trigger. Does he lead you where to go, or do you lead him?
I take him to a specific area, and pretty much he leads me.
Your Honor, just a moment to confirm. No further questions, Your Honor.
See if there's any crosses there.
No, Your Honor.
There was no cross. You can go ahead and step it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Stay close, Jason Felix.
Do you sound swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Jason Felix, last name spelled Felix.
Mr. Felix, where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years and 8 months.
And what do you do for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I work for the Forensic Technology Division, which is actually the crime lab. I work in the Forensic Identification Section, NIBIN Test Firing Unit. My work duty is to test fire crime scene recovered and found property firearms.
And can you walk us through what, if any, training that you have to do or experiences that you do to be in your position?
So this position is based on mostly previous work experience. I was in the Army for 4 years, including a deployment to Iraq and Kuwait in 2004. So I have extensive experience with firearms and ammunition. After that, I was a police officer with New York City Police Department for 5 years. I also worked in federal corrections in the municipal corrections city jail for 2 years. I got divorced and I moved down to Florida and continued my law enforcement journey here with a stint with state corrections for a year while I was waiting to be hired by the former Miami-Dade Police Department. And I have been with this agency for 8 years and 8 months. I decided that I wanted to forego work in sworn law enforcement and become a civilian working in a crime lab due to previous experience. So I completed my education. I got a bachelor's degree from Purdue University, and I applied for this position.
So it'd be fair to say that you're fairly well versed with firearms?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Now, were you asked to test anything in this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and when we say this case, is that PD 2206252100513?
Yes, that is the case number.
And is that the case that we're here for today?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have or assigned to test in this case?
Yes, so my supervisor assigned me a firearm under the case number that he mentioned, and the way that goes for my position, I'll show the jury. I'm given a property receipt, so this is a copy of the property receipt under the case number. And again, I'm assigned firearms evidence. We have a secure vault in our section that stores all of the containers of the firearms. Each container has a unique barcode identifying that that is the correct package. It is affixed with the case number. So I will go to the vault and retrieve that container number, match up the Miami-Dade Police case number with the container number, and take that container back to my desk and begin my process.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a semi-automatic firearm is?
Yes. Do you want me to explain the cycle of fire?
However you want to do it.
Sure. Okay, so a semi-automatic hand firearm, commonly known as a gun, is a device that is made up of a barrel and an action from which a projectile is fired by means of a small explosion. And I will walk you through the process of firing a gun. So a semi-automatic handgun is going to be loaded with a magazine, which is commonly referred to in civilian vernacular as a clip. It's incorrect. It's actually a magazine. It is a tubular cylinder or box shape, and it is top loaded with ammunition cartridges until it is filled to maximum capacity. That magazine is inserted into a slot that you grip on the handgun. That's going to be the magazine well. At that point, the semi-automatic firearm is loaded. So the individual in possession of that firearm will rack the slide back of the firearm and release it. When they release the slide, it will simultaneously strip a cartridge from that magazine and seat it into the chamber. The chamber of that firearm is now locked. This is now a locked and loaded live firearm. With a pull of the trigger, one pull of the trigger, it is going to release a firing pin or a hammer, which will strike forward, and it is going to strike the end of the cartridge, which has a detonating charge, which is known as a primer. The primer is going to cause a small explosion and ignite the gunpowder. The gunpowder in that casing is going to propel highly pressurized gases and shoot the projectile from the chamber down the barrel towards its intended target. At the time that projectile is being shot, the casing is going to be ejected from that semi-automatic firearm through the ejection port and land in and around the person who fired that firearm. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm because with each successive pull of the trigger, the firing cycle process will repeat itself until the magazine is emptied.
Your Honor, permission to retrieve evidence and publish evidence? Thank you. Mr. Pierce, I'm just going to hand you what's been previously introduced as States 15.
Yes.
I have some cards if you want to take that out. Do you see on there, though, while you do that, do you see a case number?
Yes.
Is that the same case number that we're talking about?
Yes, this is the correct case number as well as the correct container number. So this is the barcode that I previously mentioned that has the police case number and the unique container number that matches the property receipt and the contents of the package.
So I'm going to ask you to take out that firearm as well as the other contents. Now, you mentioned a couple of terms, semi-automatic firearm, magazine, cartridge, etc. Can you please, when you pull it out, can you explain to the jury what each one is?
Some of the contents are fastened to the original container for safety purposes. So this is going to be the semi-automatic firearm. This is the magazine, which contains the cartridges that are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the magazine well. This is the slide. You will rack this rearward and release it. A cartridge is stripped from the top of the magazine. It's going to be seated into the chamber. This is a chamber. Pull the trigger. The projectile, commonly referred to as a bullet, is shot towards its intended target. What is left is the casing that is ejected from the ejection port. And again, this will land in and around the person who is shooting this firearm.
Do you mind actually opening up where the casings are and showing that to the members of the jury? Scissors.
Scissors.
If it's easier too, I have a projector behind me.
So these are the casings that okay, I gotta explain this.
Well, before we do that, can you just show them what we're talking about when we're talking about casings?
Okay, these are casings. This is the head stamp of a casing. The head stamp of the casing is going to contain the caliber of the bullet and the manufacturer. So in this instance, this casing was manufactured by Federal Cartridge. That's what the FC on the head stamp stands for, and it also bears 9mm markings. This is a 9mm caliber firearm. So the firing pin of the hammer is going to strike in the middle. I know it's hard, you can't see it. It's going to leave a unique shape. The detonating charge is going to be somewhere underneath the lip of this casing, and the gases are going to shoot through a small hole. This briefly expands, and the projectile, which is the bullet, is what is shot through the barrel. The casing is ejected from here. Shoots out.
Now, you mentioned that when a firearm, somebody pulls a trigger, that casing will end up around or near where that person shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if, for example, I'm standing here, I shoot right here, a casing will fall somewhere around my person?
Somewhere in the vicinity, depending on the power, how powerful the firearm is, and even it can also be determined of how the person is holding the firearm when they're shooting it.
Okay. Now, I know you were about to explain about those casings that you collected. Can you walk us through what you did in this case?
Sure. So, again, I was assigned this firearm. I retrieved the container from our secure vault. I bring this property back to my desk. We have an online evidence tracking system, so through each step of the process, I tell my evidence tracking system what step I'm currently at. And then I begin the practical work on this case, which I will have to refer to my property receipt to tell me, because this case was over 3 years old and I work with a high volume of firearms. So
if it's easier to, I can take that back.
Okay. Yeah, that would be.
If you don't mind just putting it back.
Okay, sure. Okay, so this casework, we work off of, again, a property receipt. There's actually the laboratory analysis report. As you can see, it's sort of a checklist. And the police officer or lead investigator is going to check off what type of work, what type of processing that they're requesting to be done with this firearm. So this laboratory analysis report, the lead investigator is requesting biology and latents. Since they request biology, that means that I have to swab this gun for any possible DNA that may be uncovered later on. So that is the first thing that is done with the firearm. I open up the contents with protective equipment, which is going to be latex gloves, a lab coat, and a surgical mask. So I don't transfer my DNA accidentally to the evidence. I open up the box, and now I make sure the contents inside the box, inside the container, match up with what the investigator translated to the property receipt. Everything matches up, caliber, make, model, which I'm going to have to explain because do you want me to explain that? Okay. So this can be confusing because the information that I uncovered when I opened up the container revealed that this is a 9mm caliber unknown make and model firearm with no serial number. However, a firearms manufacturing company that is known for just making firearm parts has an engraving on the handle, on the grip of the firearm. That company is known as Polymer 80 Inc. So I have to explain to them what privately made firearms are, which are widely known as ghost guns. This company, Polymer 80 Inc., circumvents the federal requirements of having firearms registered and serialized because you can go to their website and just order a gun kit. A gun kit would be a frame that is mailed to you in a jig, a cutout, and it has simple instructions, and that is what is known as an 80% firearm because it's nearly constructed. The only thing you would need to do at that point is acquire a slide and a barrel from another firearm company. And in a simple internet search, anyone can put that gun together. That is what's known as privately made firearms or ghost guns, and they are nicknamed ghost guns because they're not traceable. They don't have a serial number. The firearm in this container, to my surprise, was a ghost gun, has no serial number. The lead investigator had recorded that the model number is a PF 940C. That is correct for the firearm company that makes frames, but it is not a factual for recording purposes. I cannot actually say that that is the make and model of this firearm. So for documentation, we record it as a 9mm unknown make and model with no serial number.
Did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through what the process is? I know you mentioned getting masked up, gloved up, but can you walk us through the actual process of test firing a firearm?
So the investigator requested for biology and latents. The first step before I test fire this firearm, again, is once I have established that the actual contents in the package match up with the property receipt and I made my necessary corrections, this being an unknown make and model, I recorded the information on the property receipt and in our online tracking system. I have my protective equipment on, gloves, surgical mask, and a lab coat. And I'm going to set aside 3 swabs, and I will swab with a Q-tip and treated water the front sight of the firearm, which is the barrel, and the actual hand grip and the trigger of the firearm. And then we're also going to swab the magazine. The reason why we swab the top of the magazine, which is known as the magazine lips, is because the proper way to load ammunition into a magazine is to hold it with one hand and press down on top of the magazine, usually with your thumb. That's going to present DNA in and around the lip of the magazine, so we swab the top of the magazine. So those 3 swabs are then packaged into a brown paper bag, sealed with all of the pedigree information being the case number, container number, make, model, caliber, firearm. It's also going to have my name and my badge number. And that package is then sealed and set aside to be sent to our central evidence reception center to be forwarded to the biology section for processing. The next step in the process, since this investigator requested for latents for the actual cartridge, which is the bullet that was submitted with this case, I will take it to, we have a super glue fumigating chamber, which is a square-shaped glass contraption, and I will remove the requested cartridge and from the package, place it in the sensor, of the container, and we will superglue fumigate it. And the actual ingredient is cyanoacrylate ester, which anyone can buy. If you have crazy glue in your house, that is what it is. That is what superglue is. So we apply a dime to quarter-sized amount onto a small aluminum tray, place that onto a heating pad, and we close the superglue container, and it fumigates for about a half-hour cycle. Once that's completed, I will remove the evidence, which was the cartridge, and place that back into its original packaging, seal it, and date it with my initials and batch number. Now, finally, we begin the test firing process, which is the operability. Again, with gloves, protective equipment, I will perform a function test on this firearm. Now, a basic function test consists of removing a firearm from the package, racking the slide back, and making sure that the chamber closes, locks, and battery. I will also be checking for any loose parts, any damaged parts, like a physical safety, any slide locks, making sure that they all are in serviceable and safe operating condition. Once I've determined that this firearm is safe to operate, I will then point it downrange in our indoor range in a safe manner, and I will dry fire. Dry fire just means pulling the trigger with no ammunition. So what I'm checking for when I pull the trigger is an audible click as well as a physical click, which lets me know that this firearm can shoot ammunition. The audible click tells me it has a working firing pin. At that point, I will use an engraving tool, and I will take 2 9mm test fires from our ammunition storage closet, and I am going to take that engraving tool and engrave on my test fire casings PD 22, which stands for Police Department, 22 being the year of this case, the last 6 numbers of this case number, which is 210513, and then my initials JF and T1, which stands for Test Fire 1, and the same information will go on the second test fire casing, but that will have T2 for Test Fire 2. I will take those test fires that I prepared and load them into the magazine and successfully test fire that firearm. The casings, again, land in and around my person. I retrieve those casings from the floor of our firing range, and I know that those are the test fire casings that I just produced because they have my initials on the casings. At that point, test firing is complete. This firearm was successfully test fired, and then it's on to a brief microscopic examination where I compare both of my test fires, and I choose the one that I feel like has a more obvious ejection mark, which is a tool mark that occurs on each casing when it is ejected during firing. Once I have determined one casing is better for comparison versus the other, that casing is then oriented and entered into our NIBIN software. NIBIN is an act.
We don't need to talk about that.
I don't need to talk about NIBIN? Okay, so then the test fire and operability is complete. And that's all work that I have done with this case.
Were you able to confirm that this firearm itself was operable?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of any kind of malfunction or misfire or anything like that?
No. If there is an issue that occurs in the realm of troubleshooting, I actually record that information on the property receipt and in this small box, additional notes on the laboratory analysis form. I didn't have to record anything because there were no issues. There were no troubleshooting issues during my operability testing.
Now, I know that you said that the casings you shot were around your area, correct?
Yes.
And those were collected?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
In cross-examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can step down. while we wait 2 minutes.
Yeah. So I understand. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but. Yeah.
All right, they're taking a break, I guess. All right, so let's get to. We heard from Jason Felix, firearm expert. We also heard from a Deputy Harold Reeb. He had a canine named Trigger. They did not find anything, but Mr. Felix there, the thing that came out of him was that the firearm that she had was a ghost gun. So it was a ghost gun that she had. Interesting. All right, I'm going to fast forward while we can.
Is it closed right over there?
I don't know, actually.
All managers are present, lawyers, slip. We can continue to see those. And the next witness.
The state calls Cosette Alvarez. Alvarez?
Raise your right hand. Do you sign swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cosette, C-O-S-E-T-T-E, Alvarez, and I am a forensic biologist with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 25 years in 2 weeks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what your duties are at the crime lab?
Yes, sure. So my duties consist of performing DNA analysis on various types of samples for different criminal cases, and as well as performing a peer review of those cases, which basically means making sure that the data obtained is accurate and the results are reproducible and accurate and without errors.
Can you just tell the members of the jury briefly about your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Florida International University, as well as a certification in forensic science from FIU as well.
And in addition to your education, do you get any specialized education or training in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, so essentially before I'm able to work case samples, I have to undergo a series of qualifying exams to be able to demonstrate that I can perform the tests that are needed to be done routinely and that I can obtain reliable results.
And how do you maintain your education in this field after it's completed?
Right, so to continue performing my duties, I am required to undergo what's known as continuing education yearly, at least 8 hours of continuing education, and that is attending conferences or participating in training within the laboratory.
Now, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
Who accredits it?
So the agency is known as ANAB, which, forgive me, because it's an acronym within an acronym. I don't know why they did that, but it basically stands for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Okay, and do you know how long the lab has been accredited for?
Yes, so the lab has been accredited since 1989 by an organization that was called ASCLD Lab, American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and then they merged with ANAB back in 2019. So since 1989, basically since the lab has conducted DNA testing, we've been accredited.
And what does it actually mean to be accredited?
So accreditation basically means that the laboratory meets and exceeds basically protocols that are in place for reliable and accurate scientific testing.
Now, is it part of the lab's requirements that each analyst take a proficiency test semi-annually?
Yes, in order to be able to still continue doing casework, performing casework, there has to be a proficiency test done every 6 months, basically.
And where do those tests come from?
There are different agencies that are that can administer it, and the agency that administers ours is called Collaborative Testing Services, and they're accredited and they're known. It's an agency that's known for providing this service to many labs within the U.S.
And when you're doing these tests, do you know the results before you take them?
No.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
Now, when it comes to biology and genetics, are you also including certain statistics in that?
Yes, so part of the training deals with being able to perform statistical calculations after results are obtained, after data is obtained.
And do you get specialized training for that as well?
Yes, it has its own training that includes lectures that were part of my degree in biology, and also training within the laboratory that pertains specifically to performing calculations for different casework samples.
And roughly how many times have you conducted a serological or DNA analysis?
So I have done thousands of tests. So serology, by the way, it's different from DNA testing. That's just preliminary testing for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, etc. Not every case has that. In fact, this particular case did not have serological testing done. But yes, that's different from DNA testing, and that's considered, serology is considered a preliminary testing.
Okay. Now, let's talk about DNA for a moment and DNA analysis. Can you actually explain what DNA is?
Yes, it's basically the blueprint, genetic blueprint of all living things. It's within our cells, and in this case, forensically, it's what allows us to differentiate between individuals and allows me to make comparisons between data that's obtained in, say, evidence samples and compared to data obtained from like a blood or saliva swab from an individual, and try to determine a common origin if there is one.
Okay. And where is DNA actually found in the body?
So it's found all throughout your body, in your skin cells, saliva, blood, biological fluids, hair. Like I said, skin cells, when you touch things, you deposit DNA cells from the skin, and those are some of the examples.
Okay. And I know you mentioned blood, saliva, skin. Are the DNA that is in my blood, for example, the same that is in my hair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, each person's DNA, is that unique?
Yes, with the exception of course, identical twins who have the same set of DNA markers.
Now, can one person's DNA change into another? For example, can my DNA become your DNA?
No.
Okay. Even if I mix two DNA samples together?
So if you mix two samples together, you get a mixture of DNA profiles, but it doesn't morph into one. You have a representation from both sets of genetic markers.
Okay. Now, when you're looking at somebody's DNA profile, can you tell certain things about them? Like hair color, gender, skin color, or not skin color, excuse me, eye color?
So for our purposes, no. The markers that we test in the laboratory, they do not code for hair color or skin color or any of those things. It's basically just data, as if to be able to distinguish between samples. So everyone has their own unique code, and it's basically represented in terms of numbers. It's almost like everybody has their own cell phone number, and that number is unique to the person, so that if I dial a specific number, I should only get that specific person. So that's basically a representation of what we see.
Can you go through the different steps of DNA, the process for DNA analysis?
Yes, so it can be a lengthy process. I'll just do a summary. So we have what we know as the extraction step, and this step is basically to be able to separate the cells from the sample that is provided. A lot of the cases I have, samples come in the form of swabs, like cotton applicators. So it's basically separating the skin cells from the cotton fabric itself. So that would be step one, and purifying that DNA. So then comes a step of quantification, which basically means we're, through the use of instruments, we want to estimate more or less how much DNA there is in the sample. And this is important for the following step, which is known as the amplification step, in which multiple copies, using instruments, multiple copies are made of these different regions that we test through using a series of instruments. I don't know if you guys have heard of PCR, especially with the pandemic, when we were asked, well, did you get a PCR test? Okay, so that protocol, PCR, that's the amplification step. So after multiple copies are made of the different DNA regions that we analyze, we're doing this to be able to have a visual representation on an instrument. So after making multiple copies, these areas or fragments are tagged with different colors, and it allows us to see them on an instrument. So this is the analysis portion. So after the analysis portion, there's an interpretation step. So after the analysis, I obtain data. And this data, like I said, is in the form of numbers. Everybody has their own set of numbers, like a phone number. And it is shown as peaks, and each peak is one number. So in the interpretation step, I'm basically comparing the peaks from the evidence samples to those of whatever standards I've received from an individual to see if there's a match, if they're the same, basically. And the final step would be, let's say we have determined, or I have determined that there's a match, like the DNA information from the evidence matches that of the standard. The next step would be to basically speak as to the significance of that match. What that means is what are the chances that somebody else in the population can have that same set of numbers or that same DNA profile. So it gives weight to the actual match.
Now, when you're doing all that work, are there steps taken to ensure and prevent contamination?
Yes, of course. Every single step, at every single step, there are different ways of minimizing contamination.
Now, after you do all these steps, including the statistical analysis that you mentioned a minute ago, is your work reviewed?
Yes, it is peer reviewed.
Why?
because it's a way to make sure that the data is accurate and reliable, as I said. And there are two different types of reviews. One is a technical review, which in this case, the reviewer will go through the data obtained and they reach their own conclusions, and then they compare it to what I obtain on my own conclusions. And then there's an administrative review, which is basically making sure that there are no typographical errors, that there are no mistakes with spelling or grammar or things like that, but that's the administrative side. And in this case, what type of analysis did you use? So the DNA analysis performed here is known as STR DNA analysis. And what is that? That stands for short tandem, TANDEM, repeats DNA analysis. Like I said before, what I'm trying to do is test different areas in the DNA molecule that have these numerical representations, so this genetic information that is very different from individual to individual. So these fragments in the DNA are highly repetitive, but the length, but the number of repeated fragments differ from individual to individual. That's what allows me to make these comparisons and determinations.
I think you may have answered this question already, but how actually is a match determined?
So actually, no, that's a good question, because a match is determined by looking at the data present in an evidence sample, like location by location, and then comparing that data to the data obtained, the DNA data obtained from a standard sample. Standard sample is like a buccal swab from an individual, or if they took blood from the individual, that it's particular to them. So whatever is obtained for that standard gets compared to the evidence data, and if all the numbers line up between the evidence and the standard sample, that's considered a match.
Okay, and if those matches, if those samples match, what is the next step?
So then we would have a statistical calculation performed, basically, like I said before, to determine the probability that somebody else would have that same DNA profile.
What calculation did you use to generate that statistic in this case?
So for a match probability statistic, we would use what's known as the product rule, and that is a statistical calculation that is made to obtain a number that represents the probability that somebody else in the population has that matching DNA profile. Okay, and when doing that calculation, do you use a database with many different types of DNAs, different races, different ethnical backgrounds? Yes, so a database is used that contains the frequency of observance of the genetic information for all the DNA types found, so that this product rule calculation can be performed by multiplying all of these different frequencies across. We have 21 different locations in the DNA molecule, and this statistical calculation allows us to multiply all the frequencies, and usually if there's a lot of information, it ends up being a pretty big number at the very end.
Can you explain what a DNA mixture is?
Yes, so we have what is called a single profile, which is what we normally see when I obtain a DNA swab from an individual. You would expect to only see one DNA profile, right? So a mixture of DNA profiles is any sample that you have that gives you more than one DNA profile, so 2 or more DNA profiles within a sample.
Okay, and is there a difference between DNA mixtures with a major and minor component and an indistinguishable mixture?
Okay, so a mixture that has a major or minor DNA component to them, all that means is that within the sample itself, there's obviously more than one person, that's what makes it a mixture, but within that sample, there's a predominant profile or an individual that deposited more DNA than others. So you would see it as a predominant DNA profile, and then what we call minor is whatever is left other than that predominant or major profile. So an undistinguishable would be where you have multiple individuals, but you can't really, because of the way that the mixture formed itself, you can't really separate where nothing really stands out. They could be both in equal amounts, or the components of the mixture could be in equal amounts, and that's what makes it undistinguishable.
Okay. And can you briefly explain how you go about interpreting DNA mixtures?
Yes, so a mixture that has 2, 3, 4 individuals, the first step would be to try to determine how many possible contributors are in the mixture. After that, as in this case, through the use of ratios, we can approximate, and looking at the mixture itself, we can tell if there's a predominant DNA profile that we would call a major profile. And if there is a predominant profile, then the next step would be to compare that to whatever standards are available, whatever data we have, in this case from a standard sample, compared to that evidence.
Okay, so that was a lot of background about these. Let me ask you, have you received any items in this case to analyze under case number PD220625210513?
Yes, I have.
What did you receive?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes briefly.
You need to refresh your memory?
Yes, I have the report.
So refresh your memory and look up the memory refresh.
Yes, so I basically received swabs from a firearm.
Okay. Where were these items located prior to your examination of them?
They were located in our evidence vaults with the evidence custodian within the laboratory.
Okay, when you received these items, were they sealed?
Yes, they were sealed, and they had the correct identifier, and they were intact.
Okay, any evidence of tampering whatsoever?
No, I would have indicated that in my notes.
Did you personally open the package and remove the components of it?
Yes, I did.
And I know you mentioned a couple of swabs. Did that also include a buccal swab?
There was a standard, that's what we call a standard sample swab, present as part of the items.
Okay. Now, what did you do with those items prior to the DNA analysis?
So the items came in the form of swabs, like the cotton tip applicators, and I basically taped them to a 3x5, it looks like a 3x5 index card, and put them in a foil-lined envelope and sealed them, just to retain them to take them through DNA analysis at a later time.
Okay, and I want to back up because we mentioned swabs of buccal swabs, and those buccal swabs were of the defendant, is that correct?
There were swabs from the subject, yes.
Okay, and were there other swabs that were submitted to the lab as well?
Yes, there were, but only one set was from, like as a standard.
Right. The other swabs, though, where were they from?
They were from a firearm.
On which items exactly did you perform that DNA analysis?
So I performed DNA analysis on 3 items. One which was a swab from the front sight of the firearm.
I'm sorry.
Front sight.
Sight?
Sight.
SIGHT.
Yes.
Sight.
Front sight. Yes. There was a swab from the firearm, all around the firearm, and then lastly a swab of the magazine of the firearm.
And what analysis did you do on those?
Those had DNA analysis, STR DNA analysis performed on them.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from these swabs?
Only from 2 of the swabs. The swab from the front sight of the firearm did not contain enough DNA for me to finish the whole process.
Okay, and after you get those profiles, what do you do next?
Well, the next step would be to interpret whatever data I have. In this case, there were 2 separate samples that provided mixtures of DNA profiles.
Okay. What was the result of that comparison?
Basically, I will start with the first one, which was the swab of the firearm. And and that sample generated a mixture of DNA profiles. So it was basically at least 3 contributors, including at least 1 male, but there was a predominant or major DNA profile that was obtained at 18 of the 21 locations tested, and that predominant female DNA profile was found to match, and we call this a partial profile. This was found to match the standard obtained from subject D link.
Now, what was the statistic that you calculated for matching that?
So basically, the result of the statistical calculation was that the probability of finding a DNA profile in the population matching this predominant female DNA profile was 1 in 28.78 septillion.
Septillion. That's a very big number.
Yes.
Do you know just offhand what the population of the Earth is?
It's now about 8 billion.
Okay. And septillion would be significantly larger than that?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one swab. What about the other swabs?
So there was another swab, and that was a swab of the magazine. And that swab also generated a mixture of DNA profiles, so more than 1 DNA profile. And that was of at least 2 contributors, including at least 1 male. But that specific DNA sample was a DNA sample with very low-level DNA. And I was not able to make any comparisons because of the type of DNA that was obtained. Again, it was low-level. It was not very informative. So the conclusion was that due to the complexity, there were no comparisons made.
Okay. And now, after you obtained that match, what conclusion did you make after all your work that was done?
Well, basically, after performing the statistical calculation, which with the number that I provided, it was determined that because the probability is so rare, it is unreasonable to conclude that somebody else would be the source of that predominant DNA profile found in the mixture of DNA profiles.
Is there a threshold frequency that you also use?
For that specifically, yes, and it's 1 in 320 billion.
Why do you use that threshold?
We use that threshold because it's an approximation of 1,000 times the population of the U.S. itself, which is a little over 300 million. So this is 1,000 times that. So anything above that, we basically conclude that it is unreasonable that somebody else that's not the individual matching would be the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. And if you know the answer, do you know what the population of Miami-Dade County is?
It's a little over 2 million.
And state of Florida?
It's, I guess, around 20 million, 23 million.
And you mentioned that the United States is about 300 million?
Yes, 340 million.
The entire Earth is 8 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, ma'am, you said that as far as the firearm is concerned, you only found testable DNA on 2 of the swabs, correct?
There were only 2 that had enough DNA present for me to perform the full DNA analysis.
Correct. One was the magazine, and the other was just the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Any specific area of the firearm?
The description I obtained was just swab of firearm, no real description as to where.
So we can't say precisely on what part of the firearm the swab came from.
No, I cannot. No.
So you said that there was a mixture of DNA, and I'm focusing on the swab of the firearm right now. You said there was a mixture of DNA, including at least 3 people, and at least one of them is male. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, did you, from that swab, were you able to obtain that complete male profile?
No, I was not.
So if you were to receive, for example, a DNA swab from a male who may or may not have come in contact with that gun, and you had that swab, would you have been able to test it against this swab of the firearm?
In this case, I couldn't have made a direct comparison because of the complexity of that minor component that I spoke about. The matching profile, the standard profile matched the predominant. What was clear was the predominant DNA profile. That was a female. So anything, including the male, would be part of that minor component that I wouldn't be able to really make any determinations as to whether somebody is included or not.
So even if you had a profile from a male who could have come in contact with that gun, and even though you wouldn't be able to match it, you can, as you sit here, you can tell us, you are able to tell us definitively that at least one male at some point came in contact with this gun because their DNA was on it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with major and minor profiles, is it sometimes, not necessarily all the time, but sometimes isn't it common for the major contributor to a DNA mixture to be the last person to have contact with the firearm or with the object that you're testing?
That's very difficult to ascertain. We really cannot, as a DNA analyst, I cannot tell you based on what the mixture looks like when there is no time, really no time frame or how. None of those things can be answered, only the data basically that I obtain.
Let me give you an example, and you can tell me if this is reasonably possible based on your knowledge and expertise. Let's say that an individual, a man named Pedro, grabbed this firearm that you tested and pistol whipped somebody with it. Right? Pistol whipped somebody with it multiple times. Then, 5 days later, a female named Daisy shoots that firearm. And then shortly after that, that gun is seized and taken to police, and it ultimately finds its way to your desk. Is it likely or reasonable that the minor contributor could be the man Pedro, who I just mentioned, and the major contributor could be Daisy because she was the one who most recently had the gun and fired it?
Well, no, we can't really say that because there are so many variables that determine how much DNA is left on an item. People, what we call, are shedders. Some are non-shedders of DNA. Some people shed DNA cells more than others. It's very difficult to determine really what level of activity or order of activities or anything of the sort.
And I understand that you can't tell us exactly because you don't have all the information. You only have limited information.
Correct.
But based on the information I just gave you, can you reasonably rule out that scenario that I just laid out for you?
No, I cannot rule out any scenario because I can only tell you what the data says.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Of course.
Yes. To be clear, the majority of the DNA was female belonging to D-Link?
The predominant profile in the mixture, or what we call the major profile, was a profile matching that of subject D-Link.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They call it Danny Morales, but can we go separate?
All right, so we just listened to the DNA expert, Cosette Alvarez, and she basically said that Daisy was the major contributor, although I did like the cross in the sense that he was given a hypothetical where the minor contributor could have been Pedro, and he, pistol whipped Daisy 5 days before, and then she grabs it, but then she came back and said, no, we can't say that. There's too many variables. So, all right, so let's we can do some zooming here. We're almost caught up.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Morales. I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and I'm currently in the Homicide Bureau.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for about 8 years, and in the Homicide Unit for 4.
And were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
How did you first become involved in this case?
So at approximately 4:15 on that day in the morning, I was handling the phones that day in the Homicide Bureau. There was a call that came in reference to a death. Homestead Police Officer Nicholson was reporting a homicide that occurred that morning, and he shared some details about that.
Okay. What details did he share with you?
Well, initially he mentioned that Homestead Police officers were dispatched in reference to a female that found a deceased body or a male that was shot. Officers responded to that area and located the individual. And additionally, he added that the reporting person was later identified as Daisy Link, who happened to be the girlfriend of the individual that was shot.
Did he advise if he observed a blood trail on scene?
He did.
Okay. Did he tell you where that blood trail was to or from?
Essentially, it was from the residence where the two individuals that were involved, Daisy Link and the victim, resided, to where the body of the victim was found.
Did he also advise of the incident location itself?
1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead.
And is that in Miami-Dade County?
That is in Miami-Dade County.
Now, I know you said that you were handling the phones that day for homicide. Did you contact anyone in reference to this case?
Yeah, so the structure of the Homicide Bureau is one person is handling the phones, and essentially there's a team that's on call. That on-call team that day happened to be my team as well, although I was working the midnight shift. So I essentially called my own sergeant, who called out the rest of the team.
Did you yourself respond to that incident location?
I did.
When you arrived, what did you do, if anything at all?
So I was the first detective that arrived on scene. Officer Nicholson and several other Homestead Police Department officers were already there, as they are the initial department that responded. So as the first detective that was there, I went to Officer Nicholson. He's the lead officer on the scene. At that point, there was a female that was later identified as Daisy Link, sitting essentially on the scene. She was kind of lingering around, but seated in front of the scene, which was a little odd to me. And that's when I approached her.
Okay. Now, you said it was a little odd that she was kind of lingering around. Why?
Well, primarily she was in the middle of the scene, which is not something that you normally see. Usually the scene is secure. There's not anybody walking around or anything of that nature. On top of the fact that she was a reporting person, she had a relationship to the victim. Those were just things that were, raised a couple red flags for me.
Okay. So when you approached her, what, if anything, happened?
So I approached her, I verified her name, her relationship. I tried to get some further information on who this person is and what her involvement is, aside from being the one that called 911. She was very apprehensive, almost like irritated with my presence. At that point,
relevance with the strike.
Just some sidebar. It's going to be about 10-15 minutes. Okay?
All right, for the jurors.
I'm gonna give it to the
Jury's decided to go off for PDC. All right, so why don't we all just take 10 minutes ourselves? You go ahead and step out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just going to step outside and show my witness what the court.
All right. So Detective Danny Morales is there. He's with homicide. He's found it odd that Daisy was lingering around, and in the middle of the scene, she raised red flags that she was related to the victim, the deceased, and also a witness. And then her demeanor was apprehensive and irritated with his presence. And Daisy leaned over, and she was not happy with that. She's like, object. So he objected, and now it was a sidebar. Now the jury left. So let's fast forward. Let's see what's going on here. Can we catch them? Ooh, we're almost going to catch them.
The objection to Mr. Moss, jury stand or with the objection, I can sustain it in front of the jury. Mr. Rubio will ask my question. I'm not going to strike. He just started his testimony, and looks like we're all on the same page now. Okay.
So I'm a little confused, I guess, because we could look the court overrule the objection.
I did?
You did.
Oh, all right.
I think it's entirely relevant to the defendant's demeanor on scene, especially with detectives, which will be corroborated by the robbery video of her being aggressive with other officers as well, specifically non-Agent Norris. They're claiming that she was a victim, that she was scared. They couldn't take her to the homicide headquarters. They took her to robbery instead. The defense is claiming that Ms. Link was acting in self-defense, was scared, etc. Her being aggressive to detectives trying to question her is entirely relevant to the determinations that they subsequently make, including bringing her to the scene, placing her in the back of the police vehicle, taking her to headquarters to interview her. It's entirely relevant.
So, Judge, and I know we already discussed this, but my concern is that this witness was teetering on volunteering that Ms. Link was refusing to cooperate or refusing to speak to the police, adding issues that he wasn't asked about, saying that she was aggressive or what have you. That's improper. He's trying to inject himself and make an argument to the jury. He needs to answer the questions, and I think he's going to do that now. At least I hope he will. If he doesn't, I'll do something about it.
Question that's asked on some level, Mr. Bergini needs a little leeway to lead you, so we don't go into areas that we're not supposed to detect that he'll do so.
So am I allowed to ask if she was being aggressive?
You can ask, what was her demeanor?
Well, I want clarity.
How was she acting? What did she look like? Was she red? Was she flushed? Etc. How was she clothed? Yeah.
Okay.
But it can't just be, did you encounter her? And what was that like? And then you have a narrative with adjectives that are not responsive to the question.
Understood.
I know the defense talked about self-defense in their openings, but what you all say is not evidence. So at some point,
It might not be evidence, Your Honor, but it does open the door to make certain arguments, just like I mentioned that I think it was yesterday too, when I filed a motion for request for judicial notice. It might not be evidence, but it opens the door to certain arguments.
at some point, it may be too much to prove that. So right now, the self-defense claim, it's there, mostly because of the opening statement, and a little bit based on a hypothetical that Cosette Alvarez answered. Some of it regarding the pictures or injuries, those are not evidence yet. But I would just be careful eliciting information at this stage when a full self-defense claim hasn't been laid yet in front of the jury. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, does that make sense, Mr. Tomas? So there may be an opportunity where, unfortunately, if you want to make a call to call back witnesses or call rebuttal witnesses, depending on whether or not the self-defense claim is fully flushed out, that may be the more appropriate time. Okay? All right, I think we're on the same page. Just go ahead and bring back the jury.
All right, the jury.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Detective, let's back up a little bit, okay? You've mentioned Daisy Link, Miss Link, a few times. Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out and describe her by what she's wearing?
She's sitting right over here. It's a black floral shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Okay. Now, going back to when you arrived on scene, when you first arrived on scene, there were police officers there?
Homestead police officers.
Okay. And Daisy Link was on scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where exactly was she on scene, if you remember?
So directly in front of 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Right in
her residence?
The residence, yes, right in front of the door.
Did you approach her?
I did.
How was her demeanor when you approached?
So originally she's sitting down. So, you know, from a distance, you just see a woman sitting down. But once I came up to her, it's when she became a little aggressive, in my opinion.
Okay. Were you concerned with her presence on scene?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's not normal to have somebody sitting in the middle of a crime scene. Regardless, this crime scene was a little larger than normal, and she was sitting right in the middle of it.
When you first approached her, was she a person of interest?
At that point, no. I had just gotten there. All I knew was that she had a relationship with the victim, and that's from what Officer Nicholson told me.
Did you attempt to remove her from the scene so that way you can do your police work?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did that entail?
So, interacting with her and trying to verify her information, and I like to respect the person I'm speaking to, so I asked her her name and whatnot. That's when she became a little aggressive, ultimately
So before we get to that, tell me exactly what you mean by she was being aggressive.
It was more of her demeanor, just the lack of wanting to cooperate, lack of wanting.
Objection, improper comments, and on speculation by this witness.
Sustained.
To be clear, though, she does not have to cooperate with you.
She does not cooperate.
Now, moving forward, what, if anything, happened with Miss Link between you and her?
So Miss Link, when I went to detain her and put handcuffs on her, attempted to grab a white chair that was next to me, or next to her, and tried to swing it. That time I was able to detain her, and with the help of Homestead police officer that came and helped me as well.
When you were detaining her, what did you specifically do?
I put handcuffs on her, held her arms as any other arrest would take place.
Why were you detaining her at that point?
At that point, one, she's in the middle of the crime scene. Two, she became a person of interest, and we wanted to just remove that person from the crime scene. That way there's no evidence that was tampered with. That way she would be monitored inside of a police vehicle, and we can transport her to our headquarters for an interview.
Did you also pat her down when you detained her?
I did, yes.
Why did you pat her down?
That's normal officer safety. Make sure she doesn't have any weapons or anything on her that can harm me or herself.
Did you locate anything on her person?
Yeah, there was a cell phone and a car key.
Okay, and did that car key belong to any vehicle in particular?
The car key ended up belonging to a Chevy Trax.
Now, when you found that car key, or if you noticed it at all when you were patting Miss Link down, what, if anything, was the defendant's reaction to you finding that car key?
So the car key was in her pocket, and she attempted to, remember she's sitting down at this point when I go to detain her, she attempted to kind of roll over onto that side to kind of hide what she had in her pocket.
Objection, speculation.
Did you do anything else on the scene?
At that point, we placed her in the vehicle, and I was instructed to author some warrants.
Okay. Before we talk about your warrants and the process for obtaining a warrant, let's talk about if you contacted anybody other than the other homicide detectives. Did you speak to anybody?
Yeah, so there was 2 children at the residence. I learned that their grandmother was local. I contacted the grandmother to have them come get picked up.
And did she respond to the scene?
She did, yes.
Was anybody else with her?
Crystal Barreto, which ends up being, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Daisy Link's sister, which was the daughter of the grandmother.
Okay. Now, when they responded to the scene, both the defendant's grandmother, Josephina Perez, as well as Crystal Barreto, did you approach them?
Yeah, so they weren't allowed to the immediate scene. Obviously, it's cordoned off by crime scene tape. So I walked to them at the intersection, And at that point, that's when I kind of informed them of everything that was going on.
And what was either of their reaction when you informed them what was going on?
So Crystal Barreto immediately, spontaneously stated the words, "If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him."
Okay. Now, to be clear again, Crystal doesn't have to speak to you.
Correct.
She doesn't have to cooperate.
No.
Did you attempt to gain further information after Ms. Barreto spontaneously stated
I would just
this?
object and move to strike as to the hearsay statement this witness just volunteered.
So it's the same?
Judge, can we go to sidebar?
Sure.
Well, that's some interesting testimony. So Crystal Barreto came over and just spontaneously said, "If he's dead, Daisy must have shot him." Holy smokes. Sidebar. Going to a sidebar. Now let's fast forward. We're going to catch up. We're going to catch him. Oh, we may catch him.
Identified.
From the last question and answer is overruled. If you want to re-ask it,
Sure.
go ahead.
When you approached Crystal Barreto and you identified yourself and what you were there for, did she do anything in response?
She made a statement to me.
Okay, did you prompt her for a statement?
No, it was a spontaneous statement.
And what was that statement?
"If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him."
And he being the victim in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at this point in time that Crystal and her mother and you were on scene, had you identified any shooters?
No, at that point, no.
Did you have any subjects?
No.
So this was essentially the first information that you're getting that there was somebody who may be a person of interest.
Yeah, at that point, it kind of built a storyline for me.
I'm sorry, at that point,
It kind of built like a storyline for me.
it built like a,
Storyline?
thank you.
Now, again, Ms. Barreto, her mother, even the defendant, don't have to cooperate with you, right?
That's correct.
Did you seek to obtain any additional information from Ms. Barreto?
Yeah, I attempted to speak to her and figure out what her relationship was and what information she may have to provide us. And at that point, she didn't.
Objection, there's no question pending on that topic.
So the answer is yes, you tried to obtain information, and now Mr. Jimenez wants to ask any questions.
Did she provide any information?
She did not provide any information.
Did she refuse to provide information?
Yes.
What was her demeanor when you were trying to obtain this information?
Just a normal conversation, but they didn't want to provide information.
Now, let's back up. I know you mentioned how homicide works a little bit, but can you explain how homicide teams themselves works in your unit?
Okay, so there's essentially 8 homicide teams, 4 in the day shift, 4 in the afternoon shift. Each team has a supervisor, and under that supervisor, normally 4 to 5 detectives within that team.
And when there is a homicide, is there a lead appointed, or you guys kind of just do your own thing?
No, so there's a rotation of teams, and then within your team, there's also a rotation of who gets cases. So that way, the same detective doesn't get multiple cases back to back.
Were you the lead on this case?
I was not the lead.
Who was?
Detective Joseph Cruz.
Now, when leads are appointed, are you relaying all the information that you learned to the lead?
Yes, we provide any information that we learn to the lead detective.
Are you also given assignments by the lead?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, assignments did Detective Cruz give you?
I was given the task of authoring a search warrant for the residence.
And the residence being that 1237 address that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about warrants for a second. What actually is a search warrant?
So, essentially, it's a document that is requesting to go and receive, obtain property from a location or a vehicle, even a device that is reviewed by myself, a supervisor, an attorney, ultimately the judge either granting it or denying it, and allowing us to enter that structure.
Now, I know you kind of mentioned the process in which, whether no judge grants it or not, but I want to back up even further. Is this something that you just write up and then walk into a house, or is there actually a process for that?
No, it's a very lengthy process.
Okay. And you mentioned an attorney. What attorney has to review a search warrant?
The state attorney, whoever's on call for that week.
Okay. And a judge also has to review that?
Correct.
And they have the choice whether or not they can grant it or not?
Correct.
Was a search warrant granted in this case?
Yes.
And that search warrant was for that residence?
Yes.
Was that warrant executed?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you execute that warrant?
I was part of the team that executed it, yes.
And what does it mean when you execute a warrant?
So essentially, documentation of that location that we have a warrant for, searching that residence for any items of evidentiary value. That's the gist of it, yeah.
Did you walk into that residence?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see there?
So the house is, there's obviously children items in there, female items in there, and adult male clothing and shoes.
Was that the only warrant that was executed in this case?
No, there was other warrants.
Can you tell us what other warrants?
I had authored a vehicle warrant for a Chevy Trax, and also a cellular device that I obtained from Miss Link when I detained her.
Let's talk about that cell phone warrant, and we'll go to the Chevy Trax warrant in a moment, but that cell phone belonged to the defendant?
It belonged to the defendant, yes.
And do you know what number was associated with that cell phone?
Oh, I know it's 786562. Can't remember the last four. I'm sorry.
If your report will refresh your recollection, please refer to your report.
The cell phone number's not on here.
Okay. I'll move on then.
Okay.
Was that warrant executed?
Yes, it was.
And why did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's cell phone?
So when we were doing the residential search warrant, there was Ring camera, so we believe that there was a Ring camera app on the cell phone.
Now, when you executed that warrant, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you yourself observe?
I watched Ring camera footage.
Okay. Let's talk about that cell phone for a moment as well. Was there also a warrant to further get into that cell phone?
Yeah, so the warrant is to be able to search the device.
And you authored that?
I authored it, and I'm the one that went through the process of getting it granted.
Okay. And do you have to turn that phone over to somebody to actually execute that warrant as well?
Yeah, we provided to a forensics analyst.
Do you recall what analyst received the phone?
Sergeant Sergio Cremicini.
Are you aware if he was able to get into the phone?
He was.
Was he able to download the contents of that phone?
Yes, he did.
Showing defense counsel it's been previously marked for identification purposes as one vessel? Yeah. And without objection, moving it into evidence, Your Honor?
That's correct, but if we can go sidebar quickly.
State Exhibit 1F, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 16, Judge.
16. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead before we talk about the actual video itself. At the point in time that you're executing those warrants and reviewing this evidence, is the defendant on scene?
No, she's not.
Where was she?
She was transported to the Miami-Dade headquarters, which is where our office is.
Who else was there?
Detective Melanie Janoris and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay. Did you relay the information that you learned about the Ring camera to them?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what they were doing at the point in time that you relayed this information to them?
They were attempting to interview Daisy Link.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do next?
At that point, we had already executed the search warrants.
Okay.
I relayed the information to Detective Janoris.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you canvass the area?
So we did an area canvass for surveillance footage, yeah.
Okay. What is an area canvass?
So we're essentially going door by door, all the neighbors, trying to see if anybody heard, saw anything, or if they have any surveillance footage at their residence.
Okay. Now, were you successful in locating any additional cameras?
So there was one residence that did have surveillance footage that we observed.
Do you know where that residence was?
So the address is 1300 Northwest 15th Street.
Do you recall about how far away from the incident location that residence is?
It's not far at all.
Like right around the corner?
Yeah, right around the corner.
Did you make contact with the homeowner?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall his name?
Robert or Roberto Cisneros.
Okay. Did he advise that he had surveillance cameras?
He did. He allowed us into his residence to view them.
Okay. Now, you viewed those cameras yourselves?
I did.
Before we talk about what you saw on those, was there any evidence that Mr. Cisneros had destroyed, altered, or tampered in any way with those cameras?
No, not at all.
Was there any wires that were cut?
None that I observed, no.
Anything destroyed?
No.
Okay. And did you watch those cameras with Mr. Cisneros?
Yeah, he allowed us into his home and allowed us. Essentially, they're experts in their own system, so he allowed us and showed us what was on his cameras.
Okay. What did those cameras show?
Judge, I would object. It's cumulative. It's already been presented to the jury.
For your objection, you can answer.
So the victim is observed on the cameras walking westbound down an alleyway. He appears to be not slumped over, but kind of like dragging himself. He hides in some bushes. At that point, we see a vehicle that drives eastbound in the alleyway. After that, we see the victim come back out of that bushy area of the backyard and eventually collapse on the ground.
Did you said you saw a vehicle. Do you recall what vehicle that was?
It's the vehicle, the Chevy Trax that was initially on scene.
Okay, and that's the same Chevy Trax that you authored a search warrant for?
Yes.
And that same Chevy Trax had a search warrant that was granted and executed on?
Yes.
Did you see anything else on those cameras?
You could see a person, female, who I believed was Daisy Link at that time, to go up to the body of the victim. At some point, she goes up to the body, manipulates the body of some sort, go back to the vehicle, and then come back to the body.
Now, you yourself are not a video retrieval detective, correct?
I am not.
Now, when you want to take possession of certain videos, certain surveillance videos, do you also call out for those officers?
Yeah, so there's a video forensics unit that will respond, and they are the experts in all types of systems, and they retrieve the footage that we request from them.
The video that you just described, was that consistent with anything else that was on scene?
Consistent with the blood trail that we had seen on scene, the vehicle matching the key is all that we had obtained. That was pretty much it.
Do you know if there was a time delay at all between when a 911 call went out to when the victim may or may not have been shot?
Yes, I believe it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And are you aware if that footage that you just described also is consistent with a time delay in that?
Yeah, like I mentioned, you can see the female coming out of the vehicle, going back and forth from inside the vehicle into the body. And that's consistent with the 10 minutes of time delay.
Now, I want to go back to the conversation that we had about Detective Janoris, Detective Cruz, and what you viewed on ring camera footage. Now, I know that you said that they were in the middle of attempting to speak to Miss Lang, right?
Yes.
Now, what, if anything, did you specifically relay to them?
So I had watched a ring camera video on the phone that depicted Miss Link with a firearm, and some audio that was attached to that video as well. I asked Detective Janoris to be a text. If she was free, she called me, I informed her with that information.
Permission to publish evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now playing what has been entered into evidence, portion of state's evidence 16.
Just going to skip ahead to around the 5-minute.
Detective, we heard what sounded like a pop. Was that consistent with anything?
With gunfire.
Okay. And to be clear, this is the video that you relate, the information that you watched and relayed to Detective Janoris?
Yeah, it was on the Ring app from her phone. I watched it and I gave the information to Detective Janoris.
And by her phone, who do you mean?
Daisy Link's phone.
Okay. And this video itself, is this inconsistent with anything that officers learned on scene?
Objection, calls for a conclusion, making promise.
Sustained. He's going to ask another question.
At this point in time, did you believe you knew who shot Pedro Jimenez after watching
Objection,
this?
invading province of the jury.
Sustained. He's going to ask another question.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'll ask this. Detective, what did we hear Ms. Link say on video?
I mean, it's very grainy in this video. It's a lot more clear when I watched it, but it talks about hitting a major artery. It talks about Daisy Link saying, "You'll be fine," and then asking, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?"
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
So, sir, other than what we just heard right now in that video, is there any other audio in that video that's, in your view, relevant or important to this matter?
There was you can hear a male in the beginning of the video. You can't really tell. It sounds very far out.
Can't tell?
I can't tell.
You didn't think that what was in there was important or relevant to your investigation?
It is relevant, yes.
Okay.
You go to 5 minutes.
sound like, do it, I want to die. Is that what that sounded like to you? Is that what that sounded like to you?
To be honest, sir, the only thing I can hear from here is the word die. I can't hear anything else.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would you agree that that was Pedro Jimenez saying that? Screaming that, actually.
Speculation.
You can answer.
It's unknown, but based on the information that we know, they were the only two there, so it can be assumed that that was him, yes.
Okay, so you would agree that this video shows that Pedro Jimenez was screaming, do it, or, well, something that sounded like, do it, I want to die, shortly before he was shot.
I can say that I hear Pedro Jimenez saying the word die. I can't hear anything else in there.
You can't make out the rest?
I can't make out with this video right now. I can't make it out.
That's all right. The jury probably can.
Okay.
All right. So you were the one who arrested Miss Link, correct?
I detained Mrs. Link.
You put cuffs on her?
With the assistance of officers from Homestead Police Department.
Well, who's the one who put cuffs on her?
It was either me or one of the officers that assisted me. I believe it was me or Nicholson.
You don't remember if it was you?
Not 100%, no.
Okay. When you put the cuffs on her, did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child?
Judge, objection. Relevance.
Did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child?
I believe the children were inside the residence.
They weren't present?
They're in the residence.
So they were there right in front of you when that happened, right?
No. No.
All right. Crystal Barreto, you said that on the scene, was it on the scene where you met with her?
Right outside of the scene, crime scene tape, say the intersection.
So you're saying you approached her, and then when you approached her, without you asking anything or saying anything, she spontaneously made that statement to you?
No, there was conversation initially about who I was, my purpose of being there, the purpose of why they were called to the scene to begin with was essentially for them to get the children.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were concerned about Miss Link being on the scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware that she was told she couldn't leave the scene?
I was not aware.
Would that change your concern if you had known that?
No. At the end of the day, my job is to maintain or make sure that that scene is taken care of and no evidence is tampered with. And upon my arrival, I witnessed somebody essentially sitting in the middle of the scene.
Well, it sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, but a moment ago, when you were asked about it, you made it sound like she was there somewhere where she was not supposed to be. Was that your belief at the time?
I'm not saying that she wasn't supposed to be there. At the end of the day, that's her residence. What I am saying is that that is a crime scene, and no one other than police officers should be in that crime scene.
Agreed.
And the deceased person.
Agreed, but up until a moment ago, according to your testimony, you didn't know that she had been told that she couldn't leave.
If I wasn't there, I'm not aware of what the officers may or may not have told her.
So you weren't aware of that until a moment ago, is that correct?
I don't understand your question, sir.
You weren't aware that an officer told her you can't leave until I told you a moment ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Officer, was there any evidence, let me ask you this, was there any evidence of the victim having a weapon on him?
No, there was not.
Was there a firearm found on him?
There was not.
Was there a knife found on him?
There was not.
So him saying, I want to die, to Daisy, she was pointing a gun at him at that point in time?
Objection, calls for speculation, it's not a video.
Sustained.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, we're gonna ask another question.
The point in time that Pedro says that, is there any evidence whatsoever that he was armed?
There was no evidence that Pedro was armed with any type of weapon.
Was there evidence that Daisy Link was armed?
Yeah, the video shows that.
And she's armed with what?
A firearm.
So it would be a likely conclusion then, we'll actually strike that. And that same firearm was found on scene?
Later on in that day, yes, it was.
And that firearm that was used to kill Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Judge, briefly, just based on your question.
The firearm that was found on scene later on, it was found because Daisy Link told you where to look, right?
Actually, no, sir.
No?
No.
Did you find it?
I was present when it was found.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You can now step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, folks, I'm going to give you an instruction. It's essentially a limiting instruction. This detective testified about steps he took in his investigation. So, to the extent that Crystal Barreto made a statement to him, that informs his decision-making as a detective on scene. It doesn't go to the truth of what Crystal Barreto told him, okay? Another limiting instruction. His conclusions of what the video shows and what he believes is said on the video also informs his decision-making as a detective. At the end of the day, what's in the video and what is said on the video is subject to your interpretation and yours alone. You should not rely on any other testifying witnesses' conclusions of that. You are the triers of fact. You review the evidence and you come to your own independent conclusions of what the evidence says and what it shows. Why don't we just take a quick break in the jury room? Thank you.
All right, the jury.
Our jury's in there. I thought that was necessary. You walk in. I probably should have checked you all. If anyone wants access to the record, go ahead and let me know now.
Judge, I'm just going to object. I don't believe that. I understand the second period of instruction. You and I had a trial similar. I understand that one. The first objection, I do not believe the court should have sua sponte made that curative. I do not believe it comes close to invading the propency of the jury. Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When you went sidebar, why is it that you wanted to elicit the statement from Crystal?
Because it directly goes to the investigation, her becoming a subject at that point in time. It's an a spontaneous statement, which in of itself is a exception to the hearsay rule. It was not a offer for the truth of the matter, sir, but for the purposes of eliciting a spontaneous statement. I do not.
Does it inform the next steps of his investigation?
It does, but I don't think that is for the court to instruct the jury on. I understand why the court did it, but...
Well, I'd like to do this once, and I'd like to do this fairly once. We should go ask to want access to the record.
No.
Okay. Any objections to giving these limited instructions to the jury?
No.
For what it's worth, it goes hand in hand with jury instructions about coming to their own conclusions about the evidence. All right, let's take a 10-minute break or so. How many other witnesses did you guys have today?
I think this is a good stopping point for today. So we have 3 witnesses left. The Melanie Norris, our ME, and our phone gun witness. Those are going to be the lengthier of the testimonies. I understand you wanted to go to 4:30, but 5:30. As I mentioned this morning, I think that this is a good stopping point because at this point in time, it's the defendant's statement and her cell phone and the medical.
How long do you think these witnesses will be tomorrow?
A medical examiner takes about an hour and a half. Same thing with the phone dog expert. There's a handful of things that I want to present through him. And then the defendant's statement is more or less 2 hours. And then we're done. We're planning on resting at that time.
The substance of her statement is 2 hours.
I would say somewhere around that. I haven't done all the redactions and limiting of it.
Norris is not here for us. So
She's not, no.
What about the phone gun person?
She's not either, and I have not yet had an opportunity to sit down with him on the phone.
All right, I'll take your word that we have 3 more witnesses to go, and then you'll rest tomorrow. So Mr. Delas is going to have on a case. It's probably going to be Monday. I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Yes, and we've already discussed that. We have 2 depositions scheduled for Monday morning.
You're okay with that schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're going to put on a case, it's Tuesday. Okay. All right, so I guess I'll bring in the jury. I'll listen for the day. Okay, let's go ahead and Whether all managers are accounted for, we can be seated, lawyers, and legal is also present. All right, folks, for the state's case in chief, there's 3 more witnesses. Those will be called tomorrow. I know we're a little off schedule. We're not going to end at 5:30. We're going to end now. The state will finish their case tomorrow. Remember, we all cleared each other's schedule for next week, so we can anticipate coming back on Tuesday. Tomorrow we'll plan again, 10:30 to 5:30. We end a little early, trying that thing on Friday afternoon. I'm going to release you in a few minutes. Again, just like we did yesterday, we'll coordinate with Roberto where we would them in this building. Please do not do any research about this case. Please do not look up the places or people that you've heard about. Please don't discuss this case with anyone else. I trust that you're going to follow my instructions. Again, if anyone talks to you about this case, please report it to me and or Roberto. I think that's all.
Yes.
As regarding the warnings that I will, if you see any of the witnesses, please ignore them. They're instructed to ignore you as well. All right, if there's nothing else, any other instructions? Okay, thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. And please be here just like you guys were great today. Okay, you start on time again tomorrow.
About 10:30 tomorrow.
10:30, we'll start so everybody else can get to 10:30.
Yes, ma'am. Third floor, 10:15.
I wanted to put something on the record for the last regarding the cumulativeness of Morales testifying about what he saw on the video that Cisneros was already testified to. Remember that the body-worn camera that was already introduced shows the scene with Mr. Jimenez. And so to the extent that you thought that Morales was testifying to was somehow detrimental to your client, I think that's why you were rejected regarding, well, he used the word manipulate the body, right? But from what we saw from the body on camera,
Judge, this is different. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's 2 different things, right? There's the body-worn camera where the defendant is seen standing over the victim as he dies, but then also the video that he was describing is the defendant who will be saying in her statement that she went in and was removing items from his pockets. That's what he was talking about.
Okay, all right. I thought it was along the lines of the body on camera shows her upset and trying to render aid. You're saying that that's different from what?
That's a different video itself. So there's the video that Detective Morales viewed with Robert Cisneros, which does not show that because that wasn't captured. It shows the defendant exiting the vehicle, going up to the victim's body, removing items from the victim's body, going back to the Chevy tracks, putting them in there, which is consistent with other evidence that has already been introduced, and then going back to the victim.
What's in the Chevy tracks that would be on Mr. Jimenez?
I believe it was his wallet and his phone, if I'm not mistaken.
But none of that was introduced.
It was. There's photographs of.
The point I was trying to make is, I believe that Morales' testimony on the issue of the video is, while it might be argued as cumulative, it's not harmless in view of the context of what's already been introduced regarding the body-worn camera.
It's not harmless?
No, at all. He's gonna, harmful. I think the defense is going to say something along the lines of it's harmful. There's 23 minutes of body-worn camera where she's distraught, trying to assist him, trying to render aid. Can you show me the photographs of what's been evidence?
Yeah.
For what's in the car?
And I know there's at least one photo of like a $100 bill or something like that as well.
That I thought was on the.
Hey, you guys want to comment on this? Yes, it was. Yeah, you know this better than me.
Where's the body?
The body's here.
Okay, let me have that.
For the Chevy Trax, and there was just,
Who was the witness that testified to the search warrant of the track?
yes,
So tracks only phone
Yes.
was Morales.
correct.
Yes, Judge.
So, Judge, I was mistaken. I thought we introduced the photos of the wallet. We didn't.
See, I'm not.
We did introduce
I'm
photos.
not inventing things that I think are missing, right?
We
I don't need a pat on my back. I'm just trying to keep track of everything.
No, of course.
Again, everybody knows things about the space. When you're looking at it from a 30,000 foot view,
I thought it was in the packet that we had put
we may
together.
not be compartmentalizing like we're supposed to. Can I see it?
That there's photos of the car, though, right?
One part, yeah, of the outside of it, not the inside.
There's photos of the Chevy Trax itself.
So which witness is supposed to introduce these items?
That would have been Officer Zapata.
Oh, it's exhibit 12.
Yes.
So it's in evidence.
Yes. Not the Chevy Trax itself is in evidence, which the defendant is seen exiting, which is now also in evidence as well, via the defendant's phone dump. We see her get inside the vehicle and drive off, as well as arrive on scene.
12 has $100 bills outside.
Right.
Is there a packet of photographs relating to what was seized from the Chevy Trax?
We're not going to be introducing what was seized via the search warrant.
So, how is her manipulating the body through Morales? I guess it's just to show that she was near the body.
So her testimony via her statement will be introduced tomorrow. In her statement, she says detectives confront her with, "You pulled something out of his pockets." She says, "I had to in order to stop the bleeding or something because his pants were tight." That is corroborative of the video that Robert Cisneros, Detective Morales, and I believe Detective Hubbard also testified to, in which they themselves viewed Miss Link getting outside of the car, approaching the body, going up to the body, taking items out of the body.
So that's the relevance.
Yes, and then returning back to that vehicle.
Are there photographs of what was in her car that you all believe you can reasonably argue was on Mr. Jimenez?
Yes, those exist. Unfortunately, we didn't put them in the packet. We're going to call Detective Zapata now and make sure that she comes back so we can get those last few photographs into evidence.
Okay. Does that make sense? Why I'm bringing this up? Because I was concerned with your objection, but I thought that what was on the body cam camera was essentially in evidence, and it's a little bit different than Morales' testimony. But now I can appreciate why Morales' testimony of the quote-unquote manipulating the body is different than what's on the body camera.
Right.
Does that make sense, Mr. Thomas?
It's
Right?
just not. Yes, Your Honor.
What is it that she removes from?
I believe it's his wallet and his cell phone.
Alright, so. And she says those items were in the way from her and they.
Correct. She says his pants were really tight and she had to get his pants off.
You're not accusing her of stealing
No.
from the body.
No.
So it's just a question of, I guess, why she was over the body and how did things that you believe were on this person end up in her body.
Correct.
Alright, should we go over or are you guys gonna go over that, her statement?
So there's a couple things I think that it's important that we do discuss, and I was going to bring it up with the court didn't. I intend to, so the entire statement itself is about 11 hours, give or take. I am not going to publish, and I'm piecing them together, any point in time when the defendant is alone in that room. I'm also going to be removing when the defendant changes. She changes on camera. I don't think it's appropriate to publish that or give that to the jury. I'm also going to be removing the portion of the defendant being read Miranda for the first time and invoking Miranda. I do intend to have Detective Janors testify to, I was getting her fingerprinted, she approached me, said something spontaneous to the effect of, I had to do it, or something like that. So then Detective Janors says, in order for me to speak to you, I have to read Miranda. Then she does read Miranda. So that will all be...
In context, the second Miranda, will the jury know that it's the second form?
I'm not intending to have anything mentioned about her invoking whatsoever. I don't think I can.
Which is the last you object to that, I guess, redaction from first Miranda waiver into second one?
No objection.
Because I think at the end of the day, you probably won't understand the end, right? As a matter of strategy, I mean, look, you can, if you want to cross-examine on the reality of the Miranda waiver, you can, but
I'm not going there.
Yeah, I was going to say there is case law that says it is reversible error to discuss about the invocation of Miranda, even subsequent with a waiving of Miranda. I don't want to get anywhere near that.
you don't think they would be able to review?
I don't want to.
If it was a challenge about the knowing or voluntary waiver of the Miranda, I think the jury would be able to know if there was a first and second.
I don't want to go near it because I don't, as this court has mentioned a few times already, I don't want this case coming back.
Okay, I think as a matter of strategy, Ms. Lynn, does that make sense? As a matter of strategy, the statement that you gave the police is probably better if it's introduced in this case, right?
I mean, yeah, I prefer it to be introduced, but I would also prefer that the first Miranda right also be published to the jury as well, if they know.
Judge, if the defendant is willing to waive any and all appellate rights with that issue, I'll do it. I think it's silly. I think it's reversible. But if she's willing to right now waive any appellate rights to that issue, which I do think is reversible error if I introduce that.
Why don't we do this? Since we ended early, you and Michelle want to talk about it, and I'll have another discussion with you, and then tomorrow about that. The reason I haven't looked over the case law, I'm not saying Mr. Rubito is wrong, I'm going to defer to him right now because I haven't looked at that authority. But the purpose of just going into the second Miranda waiver is really to streamline, to make this move a little quicker. And since the second Miranda doesn't refer to the first one, the jury's not going to be confused about what you told the police after waiving your Miranda waiver. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but at this point, God forbid, they find, the jury finds me guilty, at least I have a better shot at a review with that.
We're going to talk to Mr. Tomas. I'm going to do some research on my own, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. And the redactions, so you guys are we ready to talk about redactions now?
I can talk about them in the general sense. I have certain timestamps, but I don't have the specifics. What I can tell the court is I'm intending to redact all testimony from the defendant about any arrests of anybody, including my victim and herself. Defense counsel said, I believe it was last week, that he, as far as the second phase of this, should the defendant be found guilty, I said that the only thing that would be coming into evidence is Ms. Link saying she was arrested in the past. Defense counsel said it should be redacted. I agree. But I'm also going to be redacting the portions about my victim being arrested as well. This court has already ruled that those things are not relevant based off of the age of those. Furthermore, I don't think that there's anybody that can authenticate any of his convictions or arrests. The defendant can absolutely testify about this being a volatile relationship, a toxic relationship. I intend to elicit testimony from my detectives.
Any incident from 5 days before?
Sure. I intend to ask my detectives, did Ms. Link advise of acts of violence committed by Pedro Jimenez? Did she also, against her, did she also advise of acts of violence that she committed against him? That is the extent that I'm going to elicit any testimony, no arrest or anything
general
else.
acts not related to arrest, which, again, an arrest by law enforcement indicates some sort of, for lack of a better phrase, stamp of approval that somehow the police believe that there was enough to arrest
Correct.
either party.
The age of the sorry, no, go ahead.
No, but it goes to the up and down or the toxic nature of a relationship.
Exactly. There's another portion in time when I believe Ms. Link says to Detective Janoris something to the effect of being a victim of domestic violence or something like that against me, and I don't want to call her Melanie. Detective Janoris says, well, you also have been arrested. It goes both ways. I'm also going to be redacting that portion as well. And it's not like beat for beat. It is a very quick, rapid fire conversation that
and then I read the instruction that lets them know it's redacted.
Yes.
They should not
Yes.
guess as to what was redacted.
Yes.
But that's not final yet, you still have to.
Yes, I need to go to lit support and sit down with them and get all those things. We have been able to cut out the portion of time that the defendant is alone, but we need to go through and actually timestamp the portion in time that we need to redact. And then as soon as I get that, I know that they leave, some of them leave at 4:30, some of them leave at 5. I'm going to do my best to go and speak with them and get those things done. As soon as I get that done from them, I'll send it to Mr. Tomas, even if it's in the morning.
But you've gone over the defense, the areas that you want to redact.
No, because I don't mean to be glib about this. I literally decided today that I was going to be introducing this statement.
So it's proper general areas of redaction.
And I have the transcript, so I'm sure I don't think it'll be a problem. I'm sure we'll.
And if we have to, I'll start with a different witness, even if I have to start with the medical examiner first in the morning, so that way we can go over the statement itself and then go from there.
That's fine. So why don't we do this? Why don't we at least meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. so that if you have anything done, we can go over it.
Absolutely.
And if it's not done, we can at least go through the actual transcripts. We can highlight or underline so that your video folks know which part will be redacted.
Sure.
And then we'll do the research on the case law link about the first Miranda, maybe coming in, not coming in, and whether or not you're going to be in a position to waive any of that. All right, anything else that we have to come up, talk about before we adjourn for the day?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
See you all tomorrow.
Yes. Oh, for those? Yeah, I can just stuff that in the wallet. Yeah, that's easy enough. I have it somewhere. Perfect.
Officer, can you give him a few minutes after the meeting? I appreciate that. All right, camera, can you cut it off? We're going to give him a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. So she said, camera, turn it off. Turn it off. Turn that camera off. All right. Was it fear or was it fury? Which was it? Was she in fear for her life or was she mad? All right, let's see. Let's go back a little bit. So Detective Danny Morales from Homicide was on the stand last time we took a break. And so she became aggressive as he approached. It's not normal for someone to be sitting in the middle of a crime scene, so he attempted to remove her. Interacting with her, she became aggressive. Lack of wanting to cooperate, that was objected to. Sustained. She doesn't have to cooperate. Okay, so he went to go put handcuffs on her and she went to grab a chair and swing at him. Wow. That alone she could be, right? That's a charge. Watching our drunk Karens. Dwayne, you know what I'm talking about. That's assaulting an officer. All right, so he patted her down. He took her cell phone and car keys. So as she was sitting down, as he went to go get her, she rolled over to try to hide what was in her pockets. I didn't quite understand that if he's patting her down and she's sitting down. That's weird. Okay, then there were 2 children in the house and grandmother was local, right? So she came over. And then this is where Crystal Barreto comes in, where she says, well, if he's dead, Daisy must have shot him. That was objected to. Moved to strike. That was sustained. So Crystal was talking normal. So then he gets the search warrant. It was executed for the house, her SUV, and her cell phone. And then there was, then they talk about, he watched this video with Cisneros. So he says he watched the video. The victim was walking west down the alley. He was kind of dragging himself. He hides in the bushes. A vehicle drives eastbound. The victim comes out of the bushes and collapses. Then a female goes up to his body, manipulates it, and goes back to the SUV. And then they play this Ring video. And she's like talking about hitting a major artery. You'll be fine. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Then Cross gets up and they talk about this a male voice saying, "Do it! I want to die!" And he screams that, right? Detective Morales says he could only hear "die." He says it's unknown who it would be, but he would assume it was Pedro. He says, I can't make out what he says. That's okay. Oh, this was a good line. He says, I can't make out what he says. And let's see, Antonio Thomas, he's like, that's okay. The jury probably can. I thought that was good. That was a good comeback. The kids were there when he handcuffed her, wasn't aware. She was told she couldn't leave the scene. Then redirect comes back. There was no evidence Pedro was armed, even as he's yelling. And it was Daisy. The evidence shows that Daisy had the firearm. Let's see. Then they let the jury go. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The judge tells the jury, Crystal Barretto's statement doesn't go to the truth. What's in the video is the subject is for you to interpret. You are the triers of fact. Okay, then the jury leaves. Then they're talking about scheduling. So the state has 3 more witnesses, and they say this is a good stopping point. And they've got a medical examiner, which they said will be about an hour to hour and a half, and a phone expert, which is going to be another hour, and then Daisy's statements, which is about 2 hours. So it sounds like we've got about 4 to 5 hours of testimony left. So it sounds like they're going to probably, if they start at 10:30 tomorrow, and we will be live, we're going to be live with them. It sounds like they're going to end, they take lunch around 12:30. So they'll probably end around 2:30 or 3 again. And then defense will start up on Tuesday. So then the jury comes back, she releases them. Then they talk about this video of her removing items from his pockets. So there's a video that Morales reviewed with Cisneros, which we have already seen. No, actually, we haven't seen it, but they talked about it. Then there's another video that shows Daisy going to Pedro, from the SUV to Pedro, back to the SUV. She took his wallet and pants. And this is her interrogation. So she says his pants were really tight and she had to get them off. And you guys were in chat talking like, who does that? His pants were really tight. She had to take them off. Why? That doesn't even make sense. All right. So anyway, the defense then says, I don't want this case coming back. And then they talk about she may waive her appellate rights. She actually spoke a little bit. I didn't quite catch what she was saying, but ultimately, that was the defense saying that. So ultimately then the state says they're going to redact any information about her past arrests and also Pedro. So apparently they both were arrested. Now, I don't know if this is a Sarah George situation where they called, the cops on each other. I don't know. We don't know. They'll also, so the state's going to ask about acts of violence committed by both against each other. So, well, remember, she was hit. She was apparently smacked in the head with this pistol. She was pistol whipped. So that happened 5 days before. And then in this interrogation, she says being a victim of DV against me. And then the detective says, well, it goes both ways. They're going to redact that too. So we're not going to hear that. So, all right. So that concludes day 2. And just so you guys know, pants can be used as a tourniquet. That's true. He did have a tourniquet on him. That is true. And yes, Bianca Ellis. So we're going to end this stream and we're going to pick up on Bianca Ellis. So we are going to end this stream in a little bit. We're going to need about 45 minutes. We're going to need about 45 minutes. So let's see. 5. Okay. All right. We're going to do it at 5 o'clock. So I'm going to end this stream and then we're going to end this stream and then we're going to get ready for Bianca Ellis. So we're going to show full testimonies that we missed yesterday, and then Aaron's been pulling content from today, so we'll have today's content as well. So with that, thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for watching. Dwayne, here's your moment of Super Bowl there, and I've got little Fed over here, little Fed, little Roger over there, and you're fine. So thank you for joining us. We are going to portal you over. You have a redirect? Okay. I'm going to do a redirect for sending us over to Bianca. Let me do that real quick here. Set up our redirect. Save that. And just in case you don't get the redirect, here is the link. All right, link for Bianca. All right, so there's the link for Bianca. All right, if you guys want to wait for the portal, wait for the redirect, that's fine. If you want to just hit that and bounce on over there, that's cool. We need a little bit of a break because we have to A, feed the cats, B, upload some content from today that Aaron recorded. So with that being said, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to Erin, as always. She's actually sitting next to me. She's sitting next to me and not in the other room. And thank you to our mods. Make sure you thank our mods on the way out. Dwayne giving much love to Super Ball. And Dwayne hitting up Super Ball. All right, fur babies. Thank you guys. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining us. We will see you in about half an hour or so for Bianca Ellis, day 4 for
Well, 3 and 4.
day 3 and 4. That's right, day 3 and 4. Well, whatever. Anyway, join us tomorrow, 10:15 Eastern for a 10:30 start for day 3 for Daisy Link. So with that, I will say have a great evening, and we'll see you over at Bianca Ellis in a little bit. Bye.